gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is coming up on 8 minutes. 8 minutes past the hour. And it's a brand new day and a brand new show, and we thank you for being with us. Good time, gang, all here, settling in, ready for another hour together as we get this day started. A busy day, too. Golden ticket seats, so those of you scheduled to be with us in studio today, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours. Speaker Mike Johnson will be with us later in the show in about 3.5 hours. We'll have him on with his debut on the Rick and Bubba Show. He has nothing going on, and we thank him for scheduling some time to be with us today. And if you are in town for the Man Church Conference tonight, it starts in Birmingham. We'll talk about that, and it'll be a big topic today. Is a lot of folks are hitting the Birmingham market for that. It's been talked about, and we're excited to have it tonight. And we'll hit a lot of that today as the excitement is building. All right, well, let's get everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Boys.
What's happening?
Hello.
I need to say hello to
Hello.
This is awful kind of people. A little embarrassing, but it was but I love this. So yesterday, you know, the regional, keep saying the regional, in Jacksonville's going on. Basketball.
Yeah, basketball.
Oh, yeah.
We're practicing. And two giant yellow buses pull up next to the courts.
Oh, boy.
And they all roll the window down.
Oh,
and start screaming Rick and Bubba.
Oh, do they really?
Leeds High School.
Okay.
Oh, the green wave.
And
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I was loving it. But then when it was over, I have to address the 8 internationals that don't know what the heck is going on.
I can only imagine.
and because I'm all right, fist by you, whatever.
Yeah.
And they were so loud, and they had it in sync too. Like the two buses, you can't even talk to the people in the other bus, and they just timed it perfect, screaming, hollering, all that.
How about that?
So right after that, all the girls are kind of looking at me like, and I didn't say anything to them at this point because we're in the middle of a drill, and then we have a time together, and so I'm trying to tell them what we're doing next, and one of the girls, she was like, "Coach, we can't move past what just happened. Who was that?" And
That
so
was the green
I
wave.
explained to her what was going on.
That's great.
And the Estonian looked at everybody and me and went, "Coach, you live a strange life."
And you do.
And it was just funny. So, hello, Leeds High School.
There they are, the old green wave.
I don't know if they won or not, but they must have. I couldn't tell if this was I think this was a bus of students that were just going to the game.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of them are doing that.
yeah.
So,
yeah.
But
And we
were
all know we want to get out of school to do that.
Absolutely.
So they were
Say,
happy.
sign me up.
They were happy either
Went to
way.
ball game.
Whether they won or lost, I think
yeah.
they were
Road
were
trip.
happy.
Of course they were.
But thank y'all for saying hello. That was fun.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I've seen some pictures in the news of all the students. I think Wallace State hosts some too. Don't
They are. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where Vestavia went earlier this week.
It's a fun time of the year for basketball season when they do that. All the hype around it's pretty cool. So that's good. You're right outside Pete Matthews.
course.
You're right there.
Dad has been there all week.
Has
My
he
dad.
really?
And
Is he working
And have
in
not
that?
seen him. No, he just he goes every year. He goes and finds him a seat, and he stays all day. And I
Wow.
called Mom yesterday, and I said, "Hey, is Dad at the regional?" And she said, "Yeah, he's been there all week." And I said, "Well, I've looked for him." And of course, he don't have. I mean, it's not like I can text him and say where you're sitting. Where are you sitting?
Right.
And so Tuesday, was it Tuesday? Today's Wednesday. I thought I saw him. I thought, that looks like Dad sitting over there. And I was like, nah, it's kind of messy. You know, how your brain messes. I was like, nah, it's not him. He would never wear that kind of shirt. That was my thought. No way that's him. And it was from a far distance. And I thought, well, maybe he's not coming. But then when I asked Mom, she was like, yeah, so it may. And I asked her, I said, do you know what Dad was wearing Tuesday? She goes, I don't even know what I have on right now. So why would I know what he's wearing? And I'm like, that's a good point.
Well, I know he's got to be excited because Jack State baseball opens their season. They host Memphis starting tonight. And so is he all fired up?
Yeah. I haven't talked to him about it, but he loves Jacksonville State baseball.
Oh, yes,
and
he does.
He'll be in there working that scoreboard like no other.
Fired up.
We play today at Georgia State, and I saw where the baseball team starts at like 3 today. So I was hoping they would start later so that we could get back from Atlanta and I go to that game, but
Well, you're going to be right in the heart
It's,
of it.
Man, let me tell you, you sure are. Well, I speaking of baseball, I want to give kudos.
Traffic.
Yeah.
I want to give kudos to whoever is in charge of UAH baseball. They travel to Clinton, Mississippi, and play Mississippi College, and they had a doubleheader scheduled for tomorrow. They play a 3-game series. They moved 2 today, up to today, and 1 tomorrow. Don't know if you've seen the forecast.
Gonna get chilly, isn't it?
Oh,
It's going to stay chilly for how
yeah.
long?
I know here, and it's out in the southeast. It's like the high is 42 with 10 to 20 mile per hour winds out of the north. It's going to be cold. That's the high. By the way, that's a high.
And that's why we're playing today. We were scheduled to play Saturday, and we moved it to today.
Yeah, and today,
we get one more nice day.
Yeah, today in Clinton, Mississippi, I think the high is 70.
Yeah.
So they were like,
Isn't that crazy?
let's move to 2, and then
Yeah.
I think there's rain coming in late tonight, and that's that front, and it's going to bring all that cold weather behind it. Yeah. So I know some of you are already getting it. If you're
That may be why
further west.
baseball's playing at 3. I don't know.
Yeah.
When's it supposed to come in?
Overnight, like late tonight
Okay.
into the morning. But I mean, isn't it crazy? We just talked high 70 today, high tomorrow 42.
Was sweating and in shorts and t-shirt yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And tomorrow I'll be in bundled up and sweatpants.
Sure.
And won't want to get off the couch.
All right. All right, so we got a lot going on. The table's set. We're ready to go. I talked to, it's kind of crazy because, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
I like him, by the way.
Third most powerful man up in Washington right now. And most powerful Republican is currently serving in office. It's funny because talking with his staff, some of them have Rick and Bubba ties where they're from this area where the show is based out of.
Mm-hmm.
Others know about it. I sent them the Rick and Bubba badge yesterday for them to play for Speaker Johnson. And I think they were going to attempt to do that because, he's making his debut on the show today. They said anytime he jumps on with somebody for the first time, they sit down, have a meeting about, the whatever.
Makes sense.
And I said, what better describes this show than this bed?
Yeah.
I said, just play it for him and just watch his face and just see.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what he thought about
See
it.
if it kind of turns like, dog trying to figure something out, But he is scheduled a little bit over from, about 3 hours from now. So we thank you for being with us today. We are ready and off and running, and we appreciate you being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Love is in the air, and some things just go better together, like whatever you're listening to and Raycon's everyday earbuds. And like any serious love story, your Raycon earbuds are here for a good time and a long time with 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life. They offer tons of useful features. Most importantly, you get amazing quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com. You may disagree, but look, things aren't as dismal as they seem. There is a point, your family, their future, your future, you all deserve a chance. You all deserve protection. Turn to self-reliance with My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Right now, you can get each 4-week food kit for $60 off. You also get free shipping. Protect yourself, protect your people. Once again, this deal is $60 off your 4-week food kit at preparewithbubba.com.
Hey, folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy, she sleeps well, she's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/treat or text TREAT to 511-511. Text TREAT to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Greg, I know you, back when you were playing music and in a band, you would slap that bass. Do you know how to play the guitar too? Like really good, kind of, sort of?
Not great.
Not great?
No. I can work my way through it.
Right.
It's not too complicated.
And I apologize here for destroying a name. Is it called a Hofner bass? That the type of bass?
I'm not familiar with
well,
it.
Paul McCartney, apparently his famous bass
I
was
know the
stolen.
one you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's shaped almost like a violin.
Okay.
The body is.
Okay.
If that's the one that's the famous one he had.
Okay. Well, apparently it's been located. The bass has been located and returned 50 years after it was stolen.
50 years?
Paul McCartney's long-lost bass, missing for over 50 years, has been found.
Is nobody in trouble?
I don't know. It just says here, I get Hofner, Hofner bass guitar. Anyway, dubbed the most important bass in history for its role in the creation and recording of dozens of the Beatles classics, has been found. The Lost Bass Project, a grassroots campaign that hoped to discover what happened to the bass, announced Wednesday that the 1961 Hofner bass guitar had been rediscovered, and McCartney himself confirmed in a statement that it was back in possession and
50
with him.
years.
Yeah, I didn't know they had a lost bass project.
I mean, somebody must have a little extra time on their hands, but yeah.
Apparently, his 1961 bass guitar was stolen in 1972,
well, they got away with it for a good while.
In 2018, they lost a lost bass project, but only came up short a couple of times. But now they officially have it. And I just that jumped out at me. I'm sorry, but I just saw bass and I saw you slapping that thing.
That thing be worth a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, it's back. It's back with
Paul
him
don't
now.
Care. He don't need any money.
No, he doesn't. He sure doesn't.
He's very wealthy.
And another legend, I see where Rod Stewart is the latest to sell his catalog.
Oh, how did Rod get?
I think about right at $100 million.
Good night.
It says he's right at nearly $100 million in a deal that comprises interest in his publishing catalog and recorded music, as well as some of the NIL rights, according to the Wall Street Journal. Stewart commented, says, "This year marks my 60th year in the music industry. The time is right, and I feel fortunate to have found partners in this Irving iconic artist group or whatever." But he's the latest to sell his catalog.
You know?
Yeah. I guess. I mean,
this selling your catalog thing seems to be pretty lucrative.
Yeah,
He's setting
maybe
up his family, I guess.
Yeah, getting his estate
He's
in order.
79.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's got money even without this.
Oh, yeah.
So. Oh, Rod, boy, he was popular in the 80s and 70s. Well, he's pretty much maintained something, He's been longevity. You got to give him that.
Favorite Rod Stewart song?
Maggie May.
Golly, I had
Speedy.
I had Maggie in my mind.
Yeah. First cut,
now it
the
sounds
deepest
like I'm
is
being-
another good
I
one.
know. It does. It does
Dang
sound
it.
like that.
Go with Hot Legs.
Hot leg. Oh my God, that's a joke.
You okay?
Yeah, I just tried to sing like it.
Speaking of that, and I think Bubba, we've talked about it on the show because I think him and Rick were there too, but years ago we went and seen Rod Stewart in Birmingham, and I've never seen this happen in a concert. They open up with Maggie May, and he stops them because they messed up. And he made them start back over.
Really?
Yeah. He was like, he just waved it off, said, "Okay, let's start it back over," because somebody hit a clunker or something.
Yeah. How about this iconic group that goes and buys up these catalogs and all this kind of stuff? They've built a pretty impressive platform and artist portfolio.
You okay over
Good
there?
night, buddy. You want to lay down back there?
Anyway, it says here is
Portfolio? Is that what you were?
I finally said it.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I wasn't
It just
sure.
took me a little bit. I had to get I had a Biden tongue there.
There you go.
The deal comes as Iconic announced that it has raised more than $1 billion in new capital for future catalog investments, primarily from the investments of a firm, HPS Investment Partners or whatever. It comes in the second wave. Listen to this. The investment in a major song catalog buy-up as Sony Music recently closed its deal to acquire a major stake in the Michael Jackson catalog. And reports are heating up again on a $1 billion deal. $1 billion deal for the rights to the Queen catalog.
Look, I get it. I mean, Queen, they had obviously, some hits, but it's almost like they're more popular now than they were even in their heyday.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Seeing them perform live though, it was something else.
Yeah.
Queen, I'm talking about Queen.
Yeah, they
Freddie Mercury, his stage presence and the way he was able to conduct himself, and man, it was good stuff. I've seen a few of those, and don't just hang on. No, we just stop.
I got a question.
We actually have a best of Freddie Mercury bit about his overbite.
I remember it. I do. I remember that discussion. There was strawberries through a picket fence mentioned.
Oh yeah,
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Bottle opener.
That's requested during best of weeks a lot. I think halfway through, Bubba says, "I think we're making fun of. I think this is more of an overbite segment
than a Queen segment." I mean, they got some good songs and all, but
I don't be squinting.
If you could eliminate one song from planet Earth, what would it be?
Oh, good.
I'm too sexy for my love.
Okay, that I
said
just the
Fred.
first. So here's.
Are you telling me you were thinking the same
No,
thing?
listen. Yesterday there was this question came in.
I mean, it's definitely in the
They
running.
asked for us to eliminate 3 songs. Okay?
3?
So I went with
Okay.
1 because I knew we were looking at the clock up here. But when I asked myself that question, that song came to mind, and I was watching an episode of something the other day where it was in it. And I was like, that is such a horrible
Putting on
song.
the Ritz would be the next one by Taco.
What about Achy
Didn't
Breaky
like
Heart?
that. You know what?
It's close.
Gosh, I don't know. There was a time where I liked that song.
Picture him doing the tush push to it. The two-stepper.
I agree with you on
Don't tell my
the
heart.
Too Sexy for sure.
I'm sitting here looking the what are the top 3 worst songs in history?
Oh, you actually
Number
do.
1, Starship. We built this city.
I don't think
I
that's
like
a bad
that.
song.
I don't think that's a
like
bad
that song.
It got over.
We
Are they
built this
basing this
city.
on the fact that it was played so much you got sick of it?
I
But
leave
the
it on
song
if I get in the
some
car.
I do too.
Sorry.
Some music database group that did this. Number 2, Billy Ray Cyrus, Achy Breaky Heart.
Well, there's an argument for that.
Number
For
3.
the same thing I'm talking about, it just got beat in your head.
Number 3, Wang Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight.
I agree with that.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Hate that song.
It makes me mad when it comes on.
Really?
Yeah, it does. It makes me some reason it makes me mad.
And I don't agree. Number 4, Limp Bizkit, Rolling.
Rolling.
See, I don't
rolling.
agree. If that was your
know.
thing, that was a pretty good song.
It was.
So what in the world?
Of course, he'll drop one, but yeah.
But I'm Too Sexy. That
yeah.
was definitely one of the first things I thought. And I didn't know if it was because I had just heard it in the show or if that was just the way, I would have answered it like that either way.
I'm too sick. It was terrible.
Yeah.
For my shirt.
That's why I always wanted you.
Too sexy. It hurts. So stupid.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It is bottom of the hour here on this kickoff hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No matter your thoughts on Valentine's Day, we can all agree some things are better together, like peanut butter and jelly or a blockbuster movie and a bucket of popcorn. You know what else is perfect? A perfect match is whatever you're listening to in Raycon's everyday earbuds. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are so comfortable. Like any serious love story, your Raycon earbuds are here for a good time and a long time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, most importantly, you get amazing quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Raycon's everyday earbuds also feature 3 customizable sound profiles, earbud tap functions, and noise isolation and the awareness modes. And they're used to feeling the love with tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba now. Get a 15% discount. Your Raycon order and free shipping is at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that under the sponsors button. Go get yours now. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're rolling back. It is 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us. This portion of the show is sponsored by helixsleep.com/Bubba. Look, take advantage of the big President's Day sale. You know, we got President's Day coming up Monday. And it's going on right now at helixsleep.com/Bubba. You can save about 20%. Save 20% off your new mattress. And unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns their own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers shipped directly from their facility to your door. And what they do is they want to kind of get an idea of, you know, hey, how do you sleep? So you take a little sleep quiz. Greg says it takes less than 2 minutes to do. And then that personalized mattress is shipped straight to your door free of charge. And you and Lisa love yours.
Yes, it's so comfortable. Like I say, custom made for how you sleep. So there.
Yeah. And so check them out right now. It comes right to your door, as we talked about. Plus, they are American made and come with a 10 or 15-year warranty, depending on the model.
Yeah.
And these mattresses have been awarded the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine. So you're getting you a good one. They're also recommended by many leading chiropractors and doctors of sleep medicine as a go-to solution for improving your sleep. So there's a lot of reasons here to go ahead and grab this mattress. Save up to 20% at helixsleep.com/Bubba today. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll be saving 20% in the process. helixsleep.com/Bubba and get a truly amazing night sleep. And you can also go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. That's always a default for you. All of our network sponsors are always there. Well, speaking of Greg, it's not every day in the break, Helmsy, that Greg goes, hey, man, I got a word for y'all. See if y'all know what it means.
Yeah.
But you do.
I think it's the first time I've ever heard you say those words.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
And you said it was 2 words, and my first one was DA, but I know what that means.
Come up, and we've all done this, by the way. And use the term Herkel-Durkel. Would you have any idea what that is?
No, I would not.
Herkel-Durkel?
Herkel-Durkel.
You could be accused
give me the sentence. like in a sentence or whatever.
I don't know.
Well, you said we all do it.
We do.
Well, then use it in a sentence.
No,
Are you afraid you're going to cuss?
Okay,
No,
he wants to tease us a little bit more.
No, it's just to hurkle-durkle is. I'll just tell you what it is. It's a Scottish term.
Okay.
Is if say the alarm goes off and you're supposed to be up, it's your time to get up, but you choose to not get up and keep hitting the snooze and just cover up in the bed, and even though you're supposed to be up, you're not. That's called hurkle-durkling.
Oh,
so my son Braden hurkle-durkles a lot.
Yes. Yeah, I hurkle-durkled this morning.
Well, let me tell you, I do it.
Hurkle-durkle's hard to say.
It is, but
how many times do you hurkle-durkle?
It's the cousin to, and they say this is a Scottish term, hurkle-durkle, but also bed rotting, which when you just lay in the bed and won't get up. They said the difference between two, hurkle-durkle is only in the morning. Bed rotting, you can be any time of the day. If you're just laying in the bed and you refuse to get up, that's what that's called.
Okay.
But this one is.
Are you saying bed rotting?
Rotting, like
Okay.
you're laying there, like a sloth.
Yeah, that's not a hurkle-durkle.
No, hurkle-durkle is just in the morning.
Okay.
When you're supposed to be up, but you keep refusing to get up.
I did hurkle-durkle one time.
Pull the
today.
cover back over you and all that. That's hurkle-durkling.
I needed 9 more minutes. I needed to.
And
sometimes I will hurkle-durkle and just kind of sit there and gather myself, not really go back to sleep, but just kind of, okay, let me gather myself, gather my thoughts, and, in case I do doze off, let me hurkle-durkle.
It's almost like the way they described it. When it goes off and you hit the snooze or you're supposed to be up and you just grab the pillow and wrap your arms around it and get back positioned, back to go to sleep, you're hurkle-durkling.
I didn't hurkle-durkle today. I do this thing now. If I like today's a good example because I knew I need a little extra sleep, and I knew that if I set the alarm for 3:45 or 4, I would hurkle-durkle. So instead of doing that, I just set the alarm for the furthest time out that I could get a shower, get ready, be here, and it was 4:15.
They say the term dates back to the 1800s. Hurkle being defined as to draw the body together.
Can I ask you a question?
Hurkle
Greg?
is? And what is okay.
They don't talk about durkle.
How on earth did you come across this?
It was just in an article.
Yeah.
So when you were reading,
got to going on it.
Okay, got it.
All right. That's what I needed to know.
Yeah,
I just wonder how you come across hurkle-durkle.
I was just looking at, I'll be hurkling, and I do be durkling. This is somebody's telling me. And once I've hurkled my last durkle in a given morning, I'll get up. Pretty good.
All right.
It's not bad.
But I'm a big fan of the hurkle-durkle. That's what it says.
I want to ask y'all another question. How do y'all approach it when you have forgotten someone's name that you should know?
I used to never or in that situation because I was great with names and faces, and now it's all faded.
Am I by myself?
It doesn't matter.
Like, because if I'm with my wife, we have a deal.
I always
we have a system.
Oh
yeah.
I always
Well, you go.
I always go. Hey, this is Amanda, and I let them introduce to Amanda.
But what if they don't?
You take a chance.
You do.
You do. You take a chance that they're thinking you're going to say, Amanda, this is so and so, but I reverse it, which I know that's not the right thing to do. But I say,
I'm terrified when it happens.
Yeah, we have a different
too.
setup. It's similar, but I don't do that. If I don't say their name, Terry jumps in and says, "Hey, I'm Terry."
Okay.
And she does.
Yeah.
She's the aggressor.
Yeah.
Because I might know. I am great with faces, and I don't mean any disrespect by it, but I'm terrible with names.
And these are people I know.
Yeah,
I mean,
if I see a face, I'm like, "Hey, man, how you been?"
Yeah,
but I'm like,
I don't know
crap,
you.
what's your name?
I just can't remember your name.
Yeah.
I saw it. Play out in front of me. I've been meaning to ask y'all this, but no, this is how they handled it, and I thought it was very professional. And if it would have been me, I don't think I would have had my feelings hurt. The person apologized. They said, they just came up and addressed it straight up. They were like, "I am so sorry. I have forgotten your name."
That's not bad.
And
still awkward.
It was a little awkward, but it was the fact. I was like, wow. So they just took that on. Like they just admitted right there. And I
don't even want to do that.
It was handled so professionally. I was thinking, that was really well done, and he was just honest about it.
I mean, it's better than who the hell are you? It's better than that.
And he was,
but it's not great.
And the way he did it, he was like really engaged with.
Yeah, like I really
want
faking it.
I want to know, Greg. I don't think this person was faking it. I don't. They probably listening, Greg. Stop.
But here's what's so bad: somebody will introduce their name to me. And by the end of the conversation, I forgot it. Because I don't know that I'm really.
That's the thing. You're not paying attention to what they're telling you.
Down.
Yeah.
I got to slow down.
I do the same thing.
And listen. And because sometimes it might be like, let's say, for instance, at UAB football.
Yeah.
I'll run up to somebody and we'll be doing a contest. Okay, let's say we're doing Little Links. I know y'all love that one.
That's a good one.
And I'm like, hey man, what's your name? I'm Michael Helms. Where y'all from? Gardendale. Oh, okay, good. And then we're sitting there ready. We're waiting, and we're sitting there, and I didn't write it down. Normally I do, and I go, man, I forgot his name.
You had to go back.
This is how it went.
Hey, I'm sorry, but what was your name again? I apologize.
Here's
You're so forgettable.
Here's how it happened, and it was professional. Okay, it was. Hey, I'm so sorry. I forgot your name. I'm Michael Helms. And it made them realize that you weren't really expected to know who they are either because they told them who their name was.
But what about when it is someone that you're expected to know?
Yeah,
well, I don't
that's
know.
Different. Yeah.
Yeah, Greg, that's a whole different thing.
Even if you go that route, once that
but it was
part
handled
of the
so professional, and I thought, wow, that was really well done.
If you got to do it that way.
Yeah.
But
let's say we've worked with them. You should probably remember their name.
Yeah, you would hope. Listen, but it doesn't matter because once you do that, the conversation is never the same. You might as well end the conversation because they're like, "Oh yeah, well, how y'all been? Well, you don't know how I've been. You don't know who the hell I'm. You know what I'm saying?
Wow,
I'm sorry,
too
but I'm just saying, once that is established that someone in the conversation doesn't know your name, it ruins the whole thing. Well, you might as well just turn around, shake hands, and walk off.
There's been some former interns here that if they were being interviewed, they would know that I have gone to them before when they were here working, and I have said, "Hey, I should know his name in there. I need your help. Will you go introduce yourself because I am having a blank here?" And they'll go and go, "Hey, I'm so and so," and they'll say their name. He'll come back and feed it to me.
That's a good plan.
Let me tell you what I did the other day.
It's no disrespect. I just forgot your name.
I don't mean I don't like you.
Let me tell you.
And I do remember who you are. Don't know your name.
This will own you too. And in the break, I'll tell you who it was.
Okay.
I gotta be careful here. When I was with Maddie somewhere the other day. It's been a few weeks. Okay. And I'm in a waiting room.
Oh man!
And I look across the room and I see somebody I know. I know them. Cannot remember their name, but I remembered what they were here for. They've been on the show. They come every year.
Oh.
And I'm like, I know what they do. I know why they're here. I just cannot come. You know what I did? I Googled why they were here, found his name, and was able to talk to him.
Woo!
That was
that was talent right there.
Saved it, and I don't think he's probably listening right now and probably going, "Oh, okay, she didn't know my name," but I didn't, and I worked through it because it meant a little bit to me to work through it, and we had a great conversation. We sat there for 20 minutes and talked.
But in that situation, at least that worked out perfect.
Yeah.
But at least you could have started the conversation with, "Hey, we ain't seen y'all since the last time y'all were in the studio." At least you had that.
Yeah.
If you never would have got the name, and that would have broke it up.
Yeah.
They go, "Well, he does know who I am," even though he don't know my name.
Yeah. Look, we're just being real, y'all, and it doesn't. The biggest thing is I get
You're gonna
mad.
laugh when I tell you who it was.
I get mad at myself. I'm like, "You idiot! You should know their name." But to your point, Helmsy, I know their face. I know where I know them from. And how you doing? We might even be able to carry on a conversation. I'm thinking, what's his name?
What's funny is I didn't say I didn't even say his name because I started the conversation because I knew what he did. So I started the conversation in that, what are y'all doing right now?
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. But at the end of the conversation, I was able to say, "See ya, so and so," because I had looked it up as we were talking.
Yeah, you ended it on that. He goes, "Oh, he did know."
Yeah.
Do you think we've just met our limit of people?
Maybe that's it. I'm getting now where there's people, not just people acquaintances, people I actually hung around. I still don't know their name.
Right. Really?
When I was younger, and that's bad.
Like Chandler said, "You're Dad, I'm your daughter."
Yeah, the other day she had to introduce herself to me. I wasn't sure.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, folks, it's Rick here. Listen, if you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, well, stop struggling with overwhelming debt and call Accredited Debt Relief today. Depending on your financial situation, you may qualify for a 40% or higher reduction in your monthly payments and only have to make one monthly payment you can afford. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 qualified consumers pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and an excellent rating on Trustpilot. Get out of debt faster by calling Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation consultation and see how much you can save. Just call 800-838-9300. 800-838-9300. Once again, that number is 800-838-9300. Program and services not available in all states.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Do you want more online safety and privacy? I know I do. That's why I started using NordVPN. It guards me against various internet threats. Digital trackers, malicious websites, and malware-infected downloads? Back off. I choose to browse with more confidence. I choose NordVPN.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Why
8 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for being with us here on the kickoff hour. Speaker Mike Johnson with us today. It'll be his debut on the Rick and Bubba Show. So we'll catch up with him and look forward to introducing him to the audience.
You think he knows what Herkle-Duckle means?
He
I
might.
said it wrong. Herkle-Durkle.
It's tough because if you try to say it fast, you
Herkle-Duckle?
All of us, my tongue gets all
I dare you
wrapped
to ask
up.
him if he knows what it is.
Herkle-Duckle.
You know what Herkle-Durkle is?
Say
You gotta
it
slow it
3 times as fast as you can.
Herkle-Durkle, Herkle-Duckle. How about that? Close.
Not really.
Okay.
Not really, but it's a good game.
Effort.
It's a fun game.
Herkle.
Oh,
Underwater Man.
Underwater Man can say it better than I can. I think it's because your tongue's going.
I think it is.
See, look.
He can.
Yeah, Herkle. But if I go Herkle.
Yeah, Underwater Man's got it.
That sounded good. All right, 866 We Be Big. If you want to holler at us, we'll probably look on over towards some unscreened phone calls as we wrap up this hour. I did want to.
You say that every day, and we never do.
No, actually, I do. No, we don't always do that.
No,
a lot of times there's not people calling because they hate this show. But
yeah, because we can't talk.
Right. But whenever they start lighting up, see, look, like here.
When's
look
the
here.
last time
Look
you
here.
actually answered one?
It's been a while.
We did a segment last week of nothing but phone calls. The last segment, but back to you can't remember anything.
Now I do vaguely remember.
But a lot of times I'll promote them and they won't call.
Yeah.
And so, but like right
So
here,
this guy you don't like.
it looks like this guy here is calling. So let's go to him. Hey, it's the Rick and Bubba Show.
Herkle-Durkle.
Yeah, with Jack A. and Helmsy and Greg. I'm just kidding. I mean, go ahead.
Never mind. I know who you meant. You meant me.
Damn it. All right, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? I was just going to say, if you ever do forget somebody's name,
come on.
All you got to do is say, hey, what's your name? And they're going to look offended. But then you said, no, your last name. What was
that's not bad.
Yeah, okay, Tyler.
That ain't bad. I'm gonna put that in my pocket.
Okay, wow.
I mean, your last name, what's
right? 866 We Be Big. Hey, Greg, we got to take phone calls. Hush.
Oh, all right.
866 We Be Big. Let's jump out to Georgia. What's going on?
Hey guys, I've been listening since January of 2023. Headed in for the conference today.
Oh, awesome! That's great. Maybe Greg will say to you.
We feel like y'all let the monkey thing in Bainbridge, Georgia go. First off, I think that their head football coach is a listener because he is rumored to sign with another school today. Second, I got a question for Greg. If he would take that head job, what would the mascot would need to be with 30,000 monkeys coming in? And also keep this in mind. Kirby Smart played at Bainbridge High School.
Oh, okay. You know, that's the story we talked about
that was a hoax?
No, well, a caller did that, but then people emailed backing up the story, going, "No, it's real."
Yeah, somebody
it's
called
a real
in yesterday
story.
said they live close by, and that's a real story.
Yeah, we also that midget in the closet story that everybody tried to tell us was real. We kept debunking it. Right. People, no, it happened in Hoover. No, it didn't.
Right.
So,
did they use that voice?
They did.
Well, but no, a caller called in and said it was not a real story, and then people followed that call with emails and documentation going, "No, it's real." So I don't know.
So
I'm not from there.
The local schools should change their mascot
They
to
should.
have something to do with the monkey.
Yeah.
Well, I get that.
866 We Be Big.
The capuchins.
Unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, this is Josh Drawball. Y'all butchered my name yesterday early in the kickoff hour.
Well, Greg and Speedy had some fun with your name.
What's up,
It
Drawball?
wasn't me, Josh.
Hey, thanks for the hats,
okay.
bud.
That was from the mayor.
Yeah, those are from the mayor. Y'all should feel pretty special because I've been trying for a long time to get one of those hats, and I can't get one.
We are
funny.
Come on, Drawball.
While I got the chance, I want to apologize to the Skyline community and the mayor because I think the mayor, he may have been trying to get a spotlight for the community, and the comedy gold of my name completely overshadowed that.
I
So I apologize to all of them.
Let me ask you a question. Growing up, did your buddies call you Draw or Ball? Because I would have
things. There was a whole list of things that I was called. Greg was right when he said it must have been difficult growing up with that.
Well, we all have challenges.
Right.
I had my toes were grown together. How do you think I felt? I mean, I feel your pain.
I've been drywall. I've been draw this, draw that. I've done all kind of draw this. So
That's awesome, man. I love it.
I kind of like drywall.
Yeah, that was me. So yeah,
that's great, man.
But,
Well,
yeah,
thank you again.
Skyline's a good little community, and y'all were right. It is Jackson County. And it's near Scottsboro, and it's about 2 hours away.
Okay, good deal.
Thank
Man,
you for saying hello the other day. That meant a
Yeah,
ton.
yeah.
There's
Beautiful area.
There's more to Skyline than just Drawball's name.
Yeah,
is what he was trying to say. Yesterday, it pretty much overtook the whole conversation about the nice people of Skyline.
Yeah.
That Speedy don't care about.
Yeah, dude. I was literally waiting on my name because whenever he gets in a pinch, he'll blame me. We all do that.
Sure.
866 We Be Big. Let's go to 205 calling in. What's up?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Not much.
Hey, I got a story about Valentine's that went bad.
Oh, no. Can you squeeze it in about 30 seconds?
Go.
Yeah, I'll do my best. So, wife and I were dating. We were still in school. Found out that she had a shellfish allergy when she was younger. We thought it was done. Took her out for shrimp, and she didn't tell me to.
Doggone it.
Lost him.
Sorry, buddy. Can't handle it.
So she had a shellfish allergy, but she thought it had gone away. I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't know that would go away.
Yeah.
I just thought that's something.
He
you
broke
had to
up
hold
and
on.
dropped out. We don't think we got that, but it looks like he went through a bad spot.
Yeah, we didn't cut his
What
story
I'm
off.
predicting,
We really didn't.
What I'm predicting is they went out, had that, and she did still have a reaction, and
Yeah.
it ruined the date. She got sick, threw up, and he had to carry her
So
to the
you're
car.
finishing the story.
And the next morning they both hurkle-durkle.
Oh, herky-durky. Yeah.
And she turned into a shrimp, and no, I'm kidding. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us. Adler joins us for the main show. Oh, my goodness. Thank y'all so much. See, Greg, we took unscreened phone calls, buddy. That's what happens when you promote them. They're still ringing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, boy, I'm looking. There's a lot to unpack. Boy, Michael Strahan. You know, when you talk about when things continue to go on and you start seeing some things, I'm afraid this may be the famous day we have to tell Kelly Ripa it might be you.
You think?
Yeah, so Michael Strahan talks about his tension with former co-host Kelly Ripa.
Strahan's done a lot since leaving NFL. I mean, he's really moved into this broadcasting thing.
Who would have thought if you had to co-host a live morning show with a little sidekick Kelly Ripa, that turned out to be a little tense at times.
Well, ask Regis.
Yep,
There's been a few of them.
Yep, it has. So anyway, I love this quote, Bubba. I didn't know I was supposed to be a sidekick. So we'll see. We'll talk about that.
Boy, there's a lot going on in Trump world.
Undoubtedly, she was Batman and I was Robin.
Yeah.
I thought we were equal there, but anyway.
There's a lot going on in Trump world. Not only the impeachment, we have what was called the deal of the century laid out yesterday for Middle East peace. It's just a long list. Don't know if y'all saw any of the rally in New Jersey last night.
I saw people
Trump on fire.
I saw people.
Was he in rare form?
Yeah, texting about it, so it's we have. I understand it was just
incredible. And
people in line for days to get in. I mean, it was.
Now this is New Jersey, guys. This is not Mississippi and Alabama.
Yeah,
It's New Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay,
And,
so wow. So just understand that's New Jersey.
You're
I
right.
think that's important to make
That's
a note of that.
big. You're right.
So
his big message last night was vote Republican, throw the clowns out.
Throw them out.
I call the clown.
Updates continue to come in on the Kobe Bryant crash. We got some of that today that we'll look at.
Did y'all see the story? And we'll have to break it down. And I don't usually do celebrity deaths, so I'm not putting it under that column for that reason. But Jack Burns, that was the co-producer or co-founder of the Muppets, wrote the Muppet movie, all that. I did not know that he was also the deputy that replaced Barney Fife. Well, his name was Jack Burns. His character was Wayne Ferguson on the show, on Andy Griffith.
I thought it was Warren.
I thought it was Warren.
Yeah.
Well, they may have called him.
Yeah.
Is that guy? Is that who we're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't like
You know
him.
what I'm talking about?
Did you know he was the co-founder of the Muppets?
No, I had no idea.
Not, but I quit
no
watching.
idea.
Wow. I quit watching. it.
See, that's why it was shocking to me when I saw it.
No idea. Yeah. So anyway,
What Bubba just got? Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
that is him.
Isn't that strange?
Yeah, I thought his name was Warren.
I thought it was, maybe it wasn't Warren.
Maybe it was Wayne. I don't know. I thought it was Warren.
Where did we get Warren?
I don't know. Maybe we made Warren up.
We made.
You know what? I think you're right, but in the story I read, they said Wayne Ferguson. I don't know.
That's him.
So, yeah, we'll see.
That's what I jotted down.
But
anyway.
I quit watching Andy Griffith at that point. He got on my nerves. I didn't
Don
like
Knotts, to me, Andy Griffith without Don Knotts,
great.
it just
Well,
doesn't exist.
You know,
and don't give me maybe RFD. I won't even go there.
Yeah.
Howard Spriggs, your main guy, forget it.
Forget it.
Ain't happening.
No.
Barney was hard to. I mean, that
He was
a
impossible
legend.
to replace.
It's unbelievable.
He was
what he was.
See, it's Warren Ferguson.
Yeah, that's.
You think somebody did a typo on that or something?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I had no idea he was involved in Muppets.
So-
back
so
back to your
read the story. I had
So
it
when
as
he was
as
Warren-
Wayne Ferguson.
Yeah, I don't know.
So when he was Warren,
Some idiot
he's
put it
he's into puppets, I guess. And-
I
and
have no
that-
idea.
You know, he
thought
wrote.
Jim Henson
He
was the
actually.
Muppet guy.
He was. He's a co-founder.
Yeah, he and Henson.
I wasn't listening.
No,
And
you
he
sure
was,
weren't because you were so obsessed that Warren that was involved in the Muppets.
And Jack Burns wrote comedy for a lot of folks and was producer on a lot of programs that you,
Had no
you
idea.
never knew he
Had
was
no
involved in.
Did Jack Burns eat worms?
Yeah, I know.
What was that?
That was on the match.
Frank Burns. that's where-
Frank Burns.
And he had all them Koreans go, Frank Burns eat worms.
I love man.
It drove Frank Burns crazy.
They'd pop up at every turn. Frank Burns. Eat worms. That's great.
All right, we'll be.
stuff.
That's an interesting fact. More Rick and Bubba coming up. It's 16 minutes past the hour. There's a lot to unpack. I mean, some big stuff. We mentioned just only a little bit. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, of course, Donald Trump is going to try to go where no one has ever gone before. He loves to do first, and he's coming off being the first ever American. Six minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome in. We're glad that you are here. Kickoff hour behind us. Bubba and I joined the gang along with Eddie Van Adler, and we all moved forward. Here's the national anthem.
So here we go, a brand new hour on a brand new day, and wrapping up another week. The Friday edition, if you catch it live, of the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They've done that, and that's now available on the archive options later today on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Live options, America's boldest radio stations, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. And thank all of our affiliates supporting what we are doing and have been supporting us for years. The 30th anniversary and the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show as we're in 31 years, Lord willing, at the end of this one. Also a live option is our YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler's got that for you. We've had that over the last few years. Also another live option is our streaming app on TuneIn. We got a 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel there. So you got live options, you got archive options. There's no reason you should miss the Rick and Bubba Show. Because of modern technology, no one can stand between you and us. You have the show if you so desire, either live or on your own time. We be missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Hey! What about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Crowder. Bubba, how are you? You ready for another, buddy? Here we go.
Yeah.
And go.
Friday. How about it? Made it to the end of the week.
Yes.
Congratulations, everybody.
All right, speaking of...
Doesn't seem like it was a week ago. I was wandering up to the tables asking one money.
That's right. That was in Orlando.
Wow, that was a week. Went by.
One money. Just like that lays on that
How
table.
much? One money for the whole table right here, and I won't back out.
One
How much?
money.
Right here, one time.
One time. Like it said.
That's good. That's real good.
Hey, no, seriously, I ain't backing out. I got my money right here.
Cash.
See, I got folding. Right? What are we doing? What we doing?
I got cash.
Got pocket money. Here we go.
You know something? I don't know, Bubba, because I can't remember where Bubba and I shot a TV thing yesterday, and so we were doing flowers. It involved flowers, and believe it or not, it did. And so I, remember when I told you when we were doing what they were asking us to do, and I said, well, this feels a little soggy over here in this flower bed. I didn't realize how soggy it was, and I tracked mud all into the house yesterday, and I mean,
that's when I bumped you into.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't realize it was so muddy. I know it felt soft under my feet, but I'm sitting there, and you ever sat down and you're talking to your wife, she goes, "Look at your shoes."
Oh no!
And of course, you the first thing you do is look at them, and she said, "You've tracked mud all in this house. Where have you been?"
Well, it was kind of that dry mud, so it would really pack in there.
Yeah. And it was in the grooves, too, of my shoes.
Yeah.
And I just dropped little pieces of mud all through the house.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much mud I was in.
Yeah.
A lot of mud.
Mud.
A lot of mud. Yep, tulips. So some of you will see that when it's done. I was trying to figure out where some of that is running. I heard them mention a couple of TV stations, so I don't know where it goes.
They'll be around. We will probably show you one or two of them.
Oh, yeah.
And we got a few outtakes.
Funny.
Too, so.
That was funny. So look for that out there. It really all is heading to the 250th birthday of America coming up.
Yes. How about that?
It's hard. Not this year, but it's 3 years out. Is that right? This year and two more, and we're 250. So anyway,
the semi-quincentennial.
There you go. And did you say that right?
I sure did.
Hey. Good night. Hey,
well done.
Hey, you enjoy the weekend, Mush.
All right, so
those speech classes are paying off.
Yes, they are. David Pollock, our guest on RBU this weekend.
A lot of fun. It was good to meet him. I am a big fan of his. Just very. I mean, the excitement in him, Rick. I don't know how ESPN ever made the terrible mistake to let him go.
No,
he is a hoss, man. I like him.
Yeah, we talked to him about that.
If you don't run him off and scare him to death,
Yes.
I would like to kind of have a general relationship with him.
I know. And I'm Watch
out, Bubba.
Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. And look, I did something last night, Bubba, that I think you'll be proud of. So it was about 8:30, so I was about to go to bed, and I was sitting there talking to Sherry, and and so you want to give them focus. And I looked down. It may have been a butt dial, but I was getting a call from David Pollock, and I didn't answer it. So I thought that was growth. No message this morning, so I think maybe it was a butt dial because he didn't leave a message. And but I want you to know that I did not. That would have been a chance I could have spooked.
Well, that may explain the text that I got from him.
Really?
It said, "Hey, Bubba, I heard you're looking for a partner."
So he misdialed. He misdialed.
He did. I don't know what the tie-in of that was.
Let me tell you something.
Crazy.
You take his energy and you can ride on that wave.
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah.
He's got it, doesn't he? So his story is a fascinating story, and he was a great interview. He's going to try to get Alabama fans for y'all to stop hating him.
Yeah.
So catch that.
I doubt that's going to happen.
It's not going to happen. So that's the Rick and Bubba University this weekend. So look for that wherever you get podcasts. Helmsley usually drops that tomorrow morning, so as you're getting up for your coffee. And then, of course, tonight in our home city of Birmingham, Alabama, not only do we welcome, and some of the guys in the Golden Ticket seats today are going to the conference this weekend. The Golden Ticket seats are coming in, and also men are coming from all over Rick and Bubba land for the Man Church Conference, which starts tonight at the Wright Center at Samford University. Doors open at 6. It'll start at 7. Robbie Gallaty and I will speak tonight. Chuck Hooten leading worship. Tomorrow, Rich Wingo. Andy Blanks, I'll speak again tomorrow. We got new resources available for you and just some praise and worship. We're just praying that God overwhelms us with his presence tonight. If you want to go and you need tickets, there are still a few available. You can get them at the door or go to themanchurch.com and put them at will call or have them emailed to you, and you'll print them out and bring them with you. So let's unpack it. We got a lot going on. And Mike
Rick,
Johnson with us.
We have the Speaker of the House today.
Yep.
We have several other things from the Super Bowl still playing
Really?
out.
Okay.
I'm going to ask y'all about a sound, and we're going to conduct an experiment during the show today.
Okay. Oh no, an experiment.
Yep, an experiment. I'll let you know.
I hope it doesn't have anything to do with Travis Taylor and that bunch, does it? We'll do that.
Rick and Bubba.
You made this president to be there live and speak at the March for Life. So put that over in the first ever.
First U.S. president to ever walk into North Korea.
First U.S. president to acknowledge, to move our embassy, which we're getting to today, to Jerusalem.
Right.
To Jerusalem. He is saying, I'm going to do the things, regardless of party, that every president before me was afraid to do. Now, this one isn't one that has never been attempted. It's just never been accomplished. And that is, Bubba, Donald Trump says he will take on and try his best to accomplish the unattainable peace in the Middle East.
Rick, Donald Trump said yesterday that he was elected to do the tough deals.
Yes.
And he's the guy to do it. He said there was a lot of presidents have tried this, back to Lyndon Johnson, and they were all well-intentioned. But he said this is a tough one. He said, but we have an obligation to humanity to get it done. And I think we may have the president's comments up front speech.
Here's a little bit of that.
We will form a joint committee with Israel to convert the conceptual map into a more detailed and calibrated rendering so that recognition can be immediately achieved. We will also work to create a contiguous territory within the future Palestinian state for when the conditions for statehood are met, including the firm rejection of terrorism. The Palestinian people have grown distrustful after years of unfulfilled promises, so true. Yet I know they are ready to escape their tragic past and realize a great destiny. But we must break free of yesterday's failed approaches. This map will more than double the Palestinian territory and provide a Palestinian capital in eastern Jerusalem where America will proudly open an embassy.
Is that it? A little bit longer.
No Palestinians or Israelis will be uprooted from their homes. Israel will work closely with a wonderful person, a wonderful man, the King of Jordan, to ensure that the status quo of the Temple Mount is preserved and strong measures are taken to ensure that all Muslims who wish to visit peacefully and pray at the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be able to do so. This is a major statement. This is of major importance. And
All right, so there it is. Now, look, I know we all. It's like when he said the thing about terrorism and some of the other things. It'd be like somebody sitting down with Bubba and me saying, "Look, here's the things you have to do," and we're all in. And right at the end, they said you couldn't eat bread anymore. You know, and so we would like, so
at the first of it too, he talked about that we have a window of opportunity in the Middle East because there's so many young folks that live there that are tired of the status quo, tired of you know it being a military zone all the time, and of course on the Israeli side, tired of terrorism and having to protect themselves from that. So I think in his mind, he's given them both sides what they want. The Palestinians want a state; they want to be recognized. They want to be on the world scene. They want to have autonomy to control their own economy, their own direction. And Israel wants security. And I think in their mind, this is the best offer. As a matter of fact, Trump said this may be the last time you'll ever get a deal like this. If you really want what you say you want, this is your window. And I saw several people, experts on both sides of the political arena, talking about it yesterday, and they said that there probably is some truth to that because there's other issues in the Middle East that need attention, and that even the Arab neighbors to Israel would like to see this come to an end because they've actually have a pretty good working peace relationship with some of their Arab neighbors now, mostly Egypt and Jordan and some of them. So, you know, they're wanting to move on to some other things, and this, you know, car bomb, rocket, you know, lockdown, you know, brutality thing
protection
that has
domes,
to go back and forth has kind of grown old to the new generation that you know, they see Europe and they see America and they see even Russia and some other places and go, why do we have to live like this when nobody else does? And, you know, great for him trying. I don't know that will ever be accomplished.
Right.
I don't think that prophetically that it can be, but I think we have an obligation to try.
Sure. Well, the biggest issue you have in All right, we're back. Thanks for being with us as we kind of set you up for everything happening today and on into the weekend. So now we've got Speaker Mike Johnson coming up a little bit later on in the program today. So that happening here. So you were talking about, Bubba, a couple of things. So let's roll through some of this we were discussing.
We're going to conduct an experiment on the show today, and I will tell you toward later in the show to make the point of that. Okay.
All right.
We have a mystery.
Okay.
And you know how we love a mystery.
We love a mystery.
It's no Skinwalker Ranch.
Well, I hope not.
But there is a neighborhood in Tampa that is having a problem. Residents are hearing puzzling deep bass tones periodically since 2022.
Since 2022?
Now, theories on this, and it's keeping people awake, it's waking up children, it's causing all kind of disruption. People are trying to sleep with earplugs in, all that kind of stuff. The theories are it could be a party boat. It could be secret military projects.
Stop. You went from on choice two. I went from party boat
to military experiment. That's a big jump.
I think party boat would be easy to confirm.
Party boat.
Oh, there it goes. That's it.
Hey, party boat, come here. Let me.
Secret military projects, aliens.
Oh,
I think it's that.
I mean, there's all kind of things. So the residents of this community in Tampa have band together and put a full court press to try to figure out what is this noise they keep hearing. They have brought in a doctor from the Marine Laboratory and Aquarium in Sarasota, and they put microphones all over the bay trying to analyze the sound, catch it on the spectrum analyzer, look at it, listen to it, analyze it, and they think they have discovered what it is.
Okay.
They think it is the black drum fish. And,
wow.
And it makes a certain noise while it is mating.
Oh, wow, okay.
Why it's mating? Yeah. And it's been
so it leans more toward party boat.
Yeah. Because they have a few things in common.
Wow.
The deep,
how many years have been doing
the deep bass sounds have caused numerous problems over the years.
Wow.
They're saying it's even to the point now it's hurting their property values because nobody knew what it was.
It's that loud.
But they have band together.
Right.
Well,
and
serious, ain't it?
Listen, some of the things these people have gone to, the sound machines, the earplugs, the putting pads over the window.
Wow.
Didn't they do a GoFundMe to fund the research? That's how they raised the money to pay the guy to put the stuff out.
Really?
I think they actually had a GoFundMe.
They started a GoFund page to raise money for an investigation, which collected over $2,600.
That's probably the lowest GoFundMe I've ever. That's
Yeah,
lower.
oh.
That's lower than the new tower for the AM station. By the way, I can't give to the drum. I've already given to Jasper.
Right.
Sorry, can't help.
Try to get 1240 back on there.
Well, what are you supposed to do about black drum making a bunch of racket? Just live with it.
Yeah, live with it.
The project had 5 underwater microphones that recorded the ocean sounds for over 2 months, alongside observations from citizen scientists keeping a journal of the bass activity. In a similar experiment decades earlier, the same scientists used underwater acoustic recorders and residents' observations to link mysterious noises in Cape Coral to black drum fish mating. So apparently this is becoming a issue for people in Florida.
Wow.
All right, so I found this, Rick. If you want to come from my computer, this is kind of a sound that it makes here. Oh, this is a guy that's actually catching and releasing one from my computer sound. That's the sound that it makes.
That's why it has the name, drumfish.
Yeah. I hope it wasn't mating then.
No, he was releasing it back
you know what I'm
after
saying?
catching it.
Here's some mating call if you guys want it from me here. There we go. There we go.
So it's kind of like a low, like a rumble sound. All species in the drum family can actually make that drumming sound with their swim bladder.
That might be
Rick,
mating.
it's just
That might be
buffalo.
mating. That sounds like it might be.
That does sound like a party boat going by way in the distance.
You sound like a bunch of
dropping
TV
the beat.
speakers.
You know how they finally discovered? They went up to the water and just started playing Barry White songs. and then they were like, "What are you listening?"
You'll never find.
Hey, so if he's just swimming around making that noise, I mean, he might get wound up.
Yeah.
So,
It'd be a boom, boom,
all right.
boom.
So now let's go back.
The sound comes out of the water enough that it's waking people up.
Man.
Right?
It's if you get enough of them out in the bay, I guess the vibrations would wake people up. And if
That's not what he's. That's not the sound,
Stop doing
Greg.
that. Don't
what are you
don't
doing?
do that.
That's what it sounds
Don't
like.
do
He's
that.
not. It's
No,
boom.
you must have
Right.
missed a very important part of the story. Please stop doing that.
What are you doing?
I'm just telling you what it sounds
That's
like.
please don't do that.
Rick, it's just old buffalo.
Yeah, no, but you're missing a part of the story.
Yeah.
You remember when we were in Texas and we ate some black drum? Because, around here, drum's considered trash fish, but the black drum
I do.
was actually good.
Did it make a noise when you
bite it, it'd go,
But
or as you
It
tried to
sounded-
sleep later, it would.
The whole
Greg,
thing
Greg,
sounded
it's
like a big old man going,
All right,
you're
so
making the wrong sound.
let's go now.
How do you
It's not a. It's a boom.
That's what I said.
Everybody. Bubba, this is that thing we've always dreamed of, the ejection button where you just push it and you can be somewhere else.
Right.
But let me.
I think somebody hit mine.
So, Bubba, back to the.
That was good. That was a good.
That was good. Back to the property values, though. So
Yes.
they can't change that. So do people want to live where, even though they know what it is, does everybody?
I don't know. Is there a way to keep the drumfish from invading an area or using it for extreme dating?
If there's enough of them that it's so loud that it's disturbing the peace,
that must be
it's
a
going to be
bunch
hard
of
to get. That's a lot of black drums. It's a lot of buffaloes.
But what I guess,
I
do
don't
you
think
get?
that.
What if it's a bunch of them? I'm
think
thinking
that
it's a
was
bunch
it,
of them.
sweetie.
I'm coming to buy a house, and they want a price, and the guy says, the realtor says, now, just so you know, there is a noise here, but it's nothing but some fish in the water.
Mm-hmm.
It's not aliens, it's not military secret testing, and here's good news: it's not a party boat. Is that okay with you? Since it's fish, can you live with it?
if you're one of these people that's all into nature,
Right.
and kind of woodsy to an extreme, you may be into it. You go, oh yeah, I love the main
Right.
call.
You got to find that right buyer.
You got the voice and everything.
Like
nature.
I love it.
I love the beat.
The
man.
drumfish,
Carbon
drum on,
footprint, man.
Come
But-
on.
but can
'Cause
you-
your polar ice caps are gone?
Look,
yeah.
there's things that we hear in the woods
Disturbing the drum.
around our homes that if it happened all the time, you wouldn't want to live there.
Listen,
Well, I mean, we have neighborhoods now that claim they have some kind of low rumbling and stuff. You hear about that all the time.
Wasn't it a few years ago? Was it Hueytown?
Yeah.
Around here, but they had this noise that nobody could figure out. I wonder if they ever figured it out.
Right.
Well, they need to check where the local drumfish are.
Yeah,
at.
may have a big lake with some drum in it.
I'm with you guys. I can't imagine it being so loud coming out of the water that I'm here at my house up to the point it bothers me.
Oh, I know.
Well, you know, they were talking about it at night, so you know,
Yeah.
it might be
Oh, wow.
quieter and
Everything's
everybody
quiet,
kind
yeah.
of
Well, you know how
sitting out
water
on the
is.
back porch.
Let's
It's like
get
if you're
it
in a boat
on.
and you're talking, everybody can hear you. You know how it does.
It does. It's true. It bounces right over the top. of it.
So if you're making fun of somebody, they can probably hear you.
Yeah.
That's right.
If you're going, look at that big fat guy standing. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's actually happened before.
Greg, that's not the sound, buddy.
No.
It's just not.
Bottom
Sounds
of the-
like a drum.
It does. Drumfish. Bottom of the hour. Problem solved. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
You're going to have a generation, not just a few people, that say we no longer adhere to what is rarely ever talked about, that really our religious convictions tell us that we don't want Israel to exist at all.
Right.
Somebody, a lot of people have got to decide they don't care about that anymore. And maybe they will. I mean, in a generation, I don't know. But here's the thing that we know. I love talking about what we know. What we know is this. President Trump, and to his credit, Netanyahu, because none of this could be proposed if Netanyahu didn't go along with it. They're saying to the Palestinians, this is the best deal you've ever been offered, and it is on the table. And if you reject this, then we have to come to the conclusion that you just can't be appeased through negotiations and deals, right?
Well,
in the past, now they have been given land in the past, and they came back and said we want more. You also got to worry that the terrorist groups say, is this putting us out of business? Are we now no longer important? You know, kind of like the people keep stirring up racial issues in our country. If racism is ever defeated, they don't have a job. You know, so I don't know. You know, there's a lot to overcome.
Yeah.
And certainly we look at Scripture and go, but there could be periods of peace. You know, and maybe this could bring a period of peace.
This also included some tunnels to connect property together, high-speed rail, and Trump had some pretty impressive numbers as far as where unemployment is right now, where the GDP of Palestine is, and what it could be in as little as 10 years. So, it's obviously been thought out and hammered out by a lot of folks. Some in the Palestinian world, it was dead on arrival before they ever looked at it, of course. But some are looking at it, and apparently there was some input from some moderates in Palestine about what might be a workable deal. So we'll have to see, but at least an offer is out there on the table.
Well, and Netanyahu, if you remember when he first took over, he made it clear that if you look through Scripture, we know what belongs to us, and we have allowed Palestinians to have land that is clearly ours. And so we're only going to go so far with this, but this is a step further than he has made in the past.
I never thought Netanyahu would agree to a deal like this.
I was very surprised by that. But we'll see. But this is that point where you do this sometimes going, when you have someone that always says, how mean you are, how horrible you are, how you want, and you finally say, all right, here's everything you want, and then when they say no to that, you go, okay, well, at least we know the truth now. It's really not you were looking for a good deal. Yeah. You can never be made happy.
If a generation wants to change the way they're living, they have a window.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Guys, we're talking about, you have to go ahead.
Yeah, one more thing on the Trump Middle Eastern deal that I thought was unique to this. Netanyahu obviously agreed to it. He was there. But Trump said, and they've confirmed this, that Benny Gantz, I think is his name, who is challenging Netanyahu in a March election, has also agreed to it. So it doesn't matter who wins the Israeli election, that whatever that government will be agreement to this peace proposal.
I
think that's extraordinary that they went to that length to try to get everybody on board.
Yeah, to me, I don't know much about this person that's trying to replace Netanyahu, but I would assume if you're running against Netanyahu, you probably, if you think you're going to win, you got to be something different about you and him.
Right, I would guess.
So it's really more surprising that Netanyahu's going along with it.
Right.
His opponent, you would think they might use that as, hey, man, look, Netanyahu's never going to try to solve this. I will.
Yeah. He's facing some corruption charges at home, too. Netanyahu is. So,
will the Palestinians accept it? That's the biggie. That's the big question.
Yeah.
If past attempts are any indication, it will either be no or a fake yes. so we'll see how this goes. But
it's not called the deal of the century for nothing.
Well, here's what Trump is doing, and I commend him for this. You can't say to him when he either leaves in November or he leaves at the end of his full term that we only allow, and that's 2 of them. He will say, "Oh no, I tried that. I mean, I put forward the best offer the Palestinians have ever had, and they turned it down. So all I can do is put the deal together. I can't make them accept it."
Right.
So,
Agreed.
So we'll see. Kobe Bryant, we continue to look at the crash, says now that a helicopter carrying Kobe Bryant and 8 others did not have terrain warning system.
Now,
the NTSB.
How would you not have that on a helicopter in a mountainous area like L.A. when you're carrying the high-profile cargo that you carry? You think that would be part of it. You know what I mean?
Or you just don't like to crash into mountains.
Yeah.
I don't have to have high-profile cargo. I'll tell you what high-profile cargo is, me.
Well,
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com, 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafeBubba.com. Anything more important than safety? You want to be sure that everything you have, everybody you love is safe. Everything in life can be taken on as long as you know everybody's safe. And SimplySafeBubba.com is comprehensive protection, advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, other threats to your place, and getting you the help that you need. The LiveGuard protection, nobody can touch it. The monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and confront intruders. They also can see in these other problems that we just mentioned to get help faster. And they monitor your property 24/7 at less than $1 a day, or about half what the conventional companies are wanting to charge you. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com for 60 days risk-free, meaning for 60 days, find it, set it up, see if you love it. You got any problems, they'll refund. I don't think you will. You're going to love it. Set it up yourself, or they can help you. And you can save 20% on the new system with a Fast Protect plan by going to SimplySafeBubba.com today. Also, don't miss that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. All right, so the noise in Florida, we think, is the mating sounds of the black drum.
We think so.
We think so.
So
next we move, and I heard Helmsy. I know he is gone on coaching duties after the kickoff hour, but I heard you and Helmsy having a conversation about Alaska pox. Mm-hmm. I investigate. I always, when these things come up, I go and take a look to see if this is anything that I should be concerned about. I know there was a little bit of a attempt to make me be concerned about Alaska pox. And the more I investigated, I hate that someone has died from this, but looking at it, I'm not to the point that I'm concerned about it. But I know that there's going to be I don't know if the Democrats can find some way to let people, break all the voting rules in fear of Alaska pox this time. I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, it's. I wish it didn't exist, and I hate someone in Alaska has died from it. But it seems to be that it's tied to animals.
Yeah, they said the first confirmed death, Rick, was on February the 9th from an elderly man who contacted the virus in September of 2023, likely from an infected stray cat that scratched him.
Cat scratch fever.
The man whose immune system was suppressed by cancer treatment first noticed a tender red bump on his underarm.
Not good.
Tender red bump on his underarm.
Not tender red.
Over the next few weeks, he also experienced fatigue, pain in his arm and shoulder.
Who would have thought Alaska pox? Nobody.
No.
No.
On November the 17th, the patient was hospitalized, and he had a bacterial skin infection, according to the Alaskan Department of Public Health. He was transferred to hospital in Anchorage, where a series of tests determined the source of the painful infection.
Well,
Alaska pox.
Yeah, I heard some people even saying, well, we didn't think COVID was going to be. When did we not think COVID was going to be? COVID was, they made us feel like it was the end of time. Yeah. And it was horrible for a lot of people, but still the overwhelming percentage of people that did not have health issues, there's exceptions.
What are the total numbers we have now? I mean, because everything was still trickling in. It was less than 1% death rate, right?
Yeah.
And that was almost overwhelmingly over 60 and just people who had other issues, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if it had been like the Black Plague that had a 25% death rate.
See, I'm looking at things with Alaska pox on those that are trying to scare us with it, and then when it's time to be concerned with, they said it's like monkeypox and smallpox, and you hear smallpox, that concerns you. But even they say with Alaska pox, usually the symptoms are typically not as severe as monkeypox and smallpox. This man was elderly, he was immune compromised, and he got it from a stray cat. So when I look at the Alaska pox scare, I told Bubba this in the break, I'm looking at myself. I still put in the number one slot car wreck.
If you just go with you go with the numbers.
Number two slot for me, heart failure, and then I look at 3, Alzheimer's. All those I'm much more concerned about in my life than Alaska pox.
Yeah.
Which we were talking about before we went on the air is now being reclassified.
Talking about Alzheimer's,
as diabetes type 3.
I haven't heard that. You were the first person to tell me that, but that's interesting.
Yeah, it's on the front edge of this, and it may, the fact that they're reclassifying it may mean that they have evidence that insulin and insulin suppression may be an issue with this, and maybe a whole new way to go about treating it, which is good news.
Yeah, I hope so. That's such a horrible, talking about Alzheimer's now, not Alaska pox, but that Alzheimer's is so mean and so evil and so horrible.
It really robs you.
Yeah, to watch. And I sure hope that some of you, if the Lord tarries, can live in a day where it's not as big a deal for you as it has been for a generation of us with our parents. And it seems to be, I'm even finding people that are getting it at much younger ages now. And I'm much more concerned about that than I am Alaska pox.
Okay, so the symptoms again were a red bump under his underarm.
Mm-hmm.
Also fatigue, pain in his arm and shoulder.
Yeah.
So I mentioned the scientific experiment a minute ago. How many of you have just had pain in your arm and shoulder and told yourself, I sure have been fatigued?
Yeah, I'm sure. Every single time.
And then some of you found a red bump.
Yeah.
Some of you found a red bump.
That doggone stray cat.
Right.
Then, isn't it funny how that just gets on you?
God. Also, the odds of me taking in a stray cat, 0.
Yeah.
That'd be zip.
Well, if
was this guy off the
grid? That could get me by the dumpster. It could get me by the dumpster, but I mean.
Well, you wonder why it scratched him. You know.
Well, was he off? Does it say was he off the grid or anything, or was he like in Anchorage or something? where
he's below zero.
Anchorage. He died. He was transferred to Anchorage. I don't know where he lived.
Yeah.
The folks in Alaska, though, the health department people, are concerned because they feel like that the Alaska pox virus may be more widespread in the animal population than they initially thought.
Right, and that's possible. And there's a lot of animals there. So anyway, I mean, you hate that, but it is something that is people starting to talk about in Alaska. And of course, anytime something happens somewhere, it eventually gets down to the lower 40.
Yeah, and at some point they'll rename it because it's offensive to Alaskans.
Well, that's true.
You can't have anything tied to a location. I thought we already covered that, so why are we doing it again?
Alaska pox also not very scary name. Need a scarier name.
Yeah, like bear pox or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Monkey pox sure did get my attention.
Yeah, Greg, did your monkey pox ever clear up, Greg?
It did.
Okay.
In Alaska,
a lot of bananas got right.
Shouldn't they name it moose pox?
Yes.
See, now that'll get your attention. That'll get your attention. You're like, wow, I don't want that thing on me.
I got no moose pox.
Yeah, the fact it came from an animal scratching you, it kind of really because that has to play in. Now, if he would have come in, had bumps all over him, they were like, I don't know how this happened. He's got a fever and let's call it Alaska pox. How did it happen? It's airborne. Oh my gosh!
It's in Alaska.
But wow, a stray cat scratched him, and it got infected, and that's what happened.
Well, I looked at even the research because it was brought up in here, and they said the human to human passing of it, they don't think it's very likely, or if it happens, it hasn't happened very much at all. But they're looking into that. So until you get, if you really want to terrorize people. We don't become terrorized until you tell us there's human to human passing of it.
Then it's a game changer.
Yeah, then we all put a mask on and we're fine.
Yeah, and then we take our kids out of school, shut down churches, and destroy our lives for like a year. For pretty much no reason.
Well, are y'all finding it odd all the things we know now when you see like old shows? Like these, Survivor or something. I'm just throwing that one out there. Shows like that, reality shows, and you can tell that they're doing things then that they were told to do. That I literally saw one. I can't remember what it was, and they went to ride horses or something, and the person outside on a ranch with the horse rode up to be their guide with a mask on, outside, in like a vast open ranch with a with a Walgreens mask on, to take them on a horse ride, and I thought, boy. When that person looks back, they go, how did I get talked into that?
No, you're right.
You don't go with the cowboy hat.
Outside on a horse with a mask on.
Right. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Still to come, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, will be with us today.
Rick, we have some more numbers coming out of the Super Bowl, too, that I think are very interesting.
We'll share those with you when we come back. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, you could see though, if you might have a customer who's, really penny pinching and go, I only want one pilot, and we don't have to have that particular feature on this helicopter. But if you're Kobe Bryant and the money, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It seemed like he would go have the extra.
Yeah. Well, it says here, of course, they got this just like the other day, Bubba, like they were saying. They told me it was too low. They really weren't saying that you were dangerously low. They were saying we couldn't see you.
Yeah,
which is
too
not
low for the
uncommon.
radar, right.
If you read this, it does actually had a GPS system on it, a warning system on the thing.
Right.
And then you had one guy's opinion. He said if he actually, the combination of deteriorating weather and the pilot experiencing spatial disorientation, he goes, your body's sensing something that's not happening. He said any other warning system yelling at you wouldn't have mattered.
Right. So that warning system they said they were missing really wouldn't have helped.
And a lot of them don't like it because helicopters fly low and it drives them crazy because it goes off the
Well, that's a good point. It is. It's just one of those things. It looks like just the pilot got disoriented and hit the mountain.
I mean, like I say, there's going to be an investigation, but right now that's.
Let me ask you this from the last story I read, and y'all tell me where I'm wrong here. The last 15 seconds, they descended 500 feet, which is a pretty quick descent, right?
Mm-hmm. He had been given permission to fly in that weather because he could get below it and then fly visually, and somewhere between trying to get below it, something went wrong.
Yeah. It says here that what they think now, it was a high-energy impact crash, which, I understand this is difficult to hear, but that's probably good news for all aboard.
Right.
Meaning they were alive 1 minute and they were gone the next. said the helicopter was in a descending left bank, descending at more than 2,000 feet per minute.
Yeah.
I mean, he was banking left hard, right into the mountain. And
still, even with all that, according to one of these stories, they would have cleared the mountain they hit if they'd only been 30 foot higher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it says here the NTSB investigator said the main impact was 20 to 30 feet from the small hill, but there were higher hills surrounding it.
Yeah.
Well, it goes now. This is one of the things. And look, I'm not trying to be unfair to anybody involved, but this is it's something that is the elephant in the room, and you have other pilots saying what we said. So look, human beings are human beings. Okay, it doesn't matter how professional you are. All of us, all that professionalism is still fighting against what? The fact that I'm a human being,
right,
and I have human emotions and human this. And they said they believe that he made a decision to proceed in deteriorating visibility. And he said many of the experts and fellow pilots wonder why he flew beyond the boundaries of good judgment, and some say it might have just been the pressure to get the superstar client to where he wanted to go.
Yep.
Just what we talked about the other day. Hey, I got to get Kobe. I can't disappoint Kobe.
Yeah.
And like I like it better with Oscar, who flies us.
Yeah, I like his.
Who told my wife on the phone, you can worry about Rick, and I appreciate that because you're his wife. But let me assure you, I'm not going to crash me.
Yeah.
So
I'm not gonna take any chances.
I'm in the front seat, and I'm gonna bring Rick home, just like you're. You don't have to tell me don't bring Rick home until it's safe, because I'm not gonna fly until I know I'm not gonna die.
Yeah.
I'm gonna minimize the chances of me dying. Don't forget me up here in the front seat. Trust me, that's gonna be my first thought. Is let's not crash this thing. So anyway,
it's just tragic though.
Oh, it is.
It just seems like this day and time it should be avoidable.
Well, you know what, Bubba? It was avoidable. Don't fly in those conditions, in that terrain. It was avoidable. And
that's true.
I don't know, and I'm not an expert in avionics, but I feel like we ought to have the electronics that you can work through.
Well, they're saying again, and these are the experts. Who cares what this panel thinks about flying a helicopter, because we don't know anything about it.
Right.
But these experts are saying it really, all the technology, whatever, you don't fly a helicopter in this terrain in those conditions. The conditions were not suitable for what they were trying to do.
Right. Should have just got in the car and gone.
And just said, hey, we got an issue.
Yep.
We can't fly. Look, guys, I mean, we've all had that happen before where, you can go on you can be just as fired up as you want to be about your deep sea fishing trip. When you get there, if conditions are not safe, the guy says, I'm sorry, I know y'all were excited about fishing today. Conditions don't allow it.
Yeah.
And you
Waves
don't go.
are too high. We can't handle that. We're not going.
You don't go. Look, I had to leave to Missouri a day early because the pilot said we either leave a day early or we're not going.
Right.
Okay, I mean,
good call.
So you do what you do.
Yeah.
Sometimes your plans don't work the way you want them to, but that's better than ball of fire into the terrain, isn't it?
Yep, I would vote for that.
Hey, we missed a basketball game, but we're alive. Yeah. But anyway, it's but.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, coming up a little bit later on in the program today. We'll chat with him. We'll get some of your phone calls in at the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Golden ticket seats joining us a little bit later on. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. David Pollack and the Man Church Conference Birmingham, Alabama stop is tonight. Doors open at 6. We'll start at 7. Tickets still available for Samford University's Wright Center if you have found out you can now come. So, Bubba, we have more numbers from the Super Bowl. I mean, we just continue to look at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they sheared up some of these numbers this week with Nielsen, and they have said 123.7 million viewers. It is the second all-time and arguably the most watched ever, because the moon landing in those days kind of had a little more estimate in their numbers than they have now. So they're still saying the moon landing, Apollo 11, was first, but this was the second largest thing ever watched by Americans. Now, where did those numbers come from? Here's the breakdown. 58.8 million women watched the Super Bowl, the most ever, an increase of 9% from last year, and gave the total game a 7% boost in viewership.
There you go.
How about that?
Well, this has been something that NFL has been trying to do, and I know what we're all thinking. Is that the Taylor Swift storyline probably delivered for them.
So whoever cooked up this romance to put them together was a marketing genius.
Yeah.
Also, and I think also you have to attribute this to Taylor Swift to some degree, it had the largest number of 12 to 17-year-olds ever. Of course. 15.4 million, up 6% from last year. The 18 to 34 demo had 23 million, a 10% bump from last year. Between the women and the 18 to 34 demo increasing more than the general sample, it is fair to conclude that the specter of Taylor Swift drove some casual fans to the event. This is from the New York Post.
And Taylor Swift will continue to vote for a political party that has convinced her that trickle-down economics does not work.
Yeah.
I think that proves that wrong.
She is a walking, talking trickle-down economics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, there is a relationship expert that is on Daily Mail today saying that this is probably the end of their romance, and this is why. She's saying this.
Who's saying this?
This is a relationship publicity expert that was interviewed.
Gotcha.
And she is predicting that this relationship will soon end because Taylor Swift is so concerned about her imaging that she is over the top on imaging, and that the stunt that he pulled bumping into the coach, the drunk singing at the at the celebration, those are the kind of things that she would not tolerate being in her circle. So that's probably going to be a turnoff for her. Now that's just their feelings on it.
Okay. They also mentioned how he continued to go to bars and party and take selfies after the shooting that happened at the parade. That is like not a move that she would do. She also sent $100,000 to one of the kids that was in the hospital after that shooting there, and that was just I thought that was an interesting point.
Well, it goes right in what Bubba's saying. They're saying, look, the things that she wants to be, you know, there were certain people that said, thank goodness that she's dating a manly man. And then you go to then it swings to the other side.
Boy, is he.
Of the women saying, well, he's not good for her. He's aggressive.
He obviously has anger issues.
Yeah, he's got anger issues. He's a drunk. He's an embarrassment. So you're right.
They didn't like his version of Friends in Low Places.
They did not.
That was rough.
Yeah, it was rough.
And I question, why was he wearing the WWE belt? Evidently, that's like a franchise thing. Like the whole NFL does them for a lot of teams. You can buy them on their website. Tons of people wear them. So that's a lot more common than I realized.
I could see him making a guest appearance in that, though.
Will the fact that his mom wears sensible shoes be more important than the way he acts in public?
Who knows?
If you've seen Leanne Morgan, you know.
That is funny. It's very funny.
That's good.
I have a person I won't name because who knows what the response would be. But he and his sons decided to go to a WWE event and just immerse themselves in that culture. And they got busted by one of the fans saying, your dad's making fun of us, isn't he?
Oh.
And one of the sons was kind of like, he goes, I know he's making fun of us, but let me tell you this, it sure is funny.
Mm-hmm.
He went and got one of these belts, they sell them at the merch, and walked around with it on and really got into it and immersed himself in the culture.
That's hilarious.
Here's one thing he did say, though, on the WWE thing. He said, no longer even the fans, I know it's still real to some, doggone it.
Dang it.
But it says that there is no longer, because of that tax thing, there is no longer any presentation that this is real.
Yeah.
Even in the arena.
Yeah, the sports entertainment.
They call themselves performers. They do not call themselves wrestlers.
Interesting.
And that you'll see them like lay there like they're knocked out now. The lights go off and they just get up and walk off. It's all stunt show now. They don't hide any of it.
Really?
And the fans don't care. They're just like, it's great.
Still
it's great
packing them
entertainment.
in.
Yeah.
So it's amazing what they do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
the way they flip and flop and dive off stuff. I don't know how.
Right.
Speaking of the Super Bowl, did y'all see, they've got these, all these players are mic'd up now?
Yeah. Well, except for, when they don't want you
when
to
they
hear
edit
something.
it out, when something we really wanted to hear.
This moment, This moment from the Super Bowl. This is when George Karlaftis from the Chiefs got the fumble recovery. Do y'all remember that? That was a huge moment in the game. Okay. Huge. Karlaftis on the Chiefs got the fumble recovery. George Kittle is blocking him.
Yeah.
George Kittle is mic'd up.
Yeah.
And it's like he tried to do a cool mic'd up moment.
Oh, no.
Trying to be funny or for social media or trying to get viral or something. But he's definitely playing up his mic. You're going to hear George Kittle say, "Hey, George," to George Karlaftis. Meanwhile, George Karlaftis is still paying attention to the game, and this is what happened right here.
Hey, George.
George Kittle had a chance to get it.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Is that when Kittle messed his right shoulder up right there?
I believe so, because he's had to dive in because he was playing around.
Yeah, he got it pinched right there.
Yes.
Oh, man.
So not only did he get
didn't know
injured.
They fumbled. I mean,
No, he didn't. But I'm just saying that is a funny moment, though. He thinks he's stalk blocking, and it. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes.
No, that was a huge moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, George.
George Kittle had a chance to get it.
Well, I knew he ran to the locker room because of his shoulder. I just wondered now, seeing that, it looks like that might have been when it happened.
And this also,
I don't like his helmet.
He was also in line to date weird. Taylor Swift for next year's season, and that's kind of falling apart.
Yeah, he was the next Bachelor.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, no. Introduced him, next Bachelor.
Right. Because she's got to date somebody else next year. She can't stay on this.
Well, the emergence of the NFL tight end is interesting. It's not just, I mean, we've had some great ones in the past, but now every team has to have the grunt kind of guy, every one of them has their own deal.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
And the game, as it changes, like you're talking about, different positions become more valuable, and that's the one.
It seems like the value of the tight end has gone way up. Running backs has gone way down.
Yeah. It has.
Oh yeah.
Compared to what it used to be. That used to make the team, and it doesn't anymore.
And if you don't have three of them, you're in a bind.
They
you
ain't
got to
gonna
play
last.
2 at least. But you need 3.
The tight end and the blind side, tackle and all has really gone up.
Oh, yeah. We'll be back. We'll take phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Find out what's on your mind, America. You can comment on anything we've talked about or bring up your own topics. All 10 lines are now available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you look at everything that's happened, I mean, what we believe from a faith standpoint, I mean, Kobe's days were what they were when he was woven together in his mother's womb.
Yep.
And you never know when that day's coming. So anyway, it's sad for everybody. Everybody, not just the Bryant family, for everybody that was involved, including the Pilots family.
Yeah.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Other stories to cover today. Will of Meat could happen. Hadn't happened yet. Could happen today. Your phone call is certainly part of today's program as well. Lines are available right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. I see Adler in there. You can chat with him, and we'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, and by the way, they weren't apologetic about it when they got interviewed. I did see that. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Much to do. Will of Meat could happen today. Be paying attention to that. The only show, I think, in the country that can say Will of Meat could happen today, and our Wednesday Bible study will happen today. I bet there's nobody that says promotes those two things in the same show. But anyway, so that does happen again today, live on our YouTube channel at noon. The Bible study, as we have most every Wednesday, it'll be archived soon after. So if you'd like to join us live or watch the archive or listen to the archive on the podcast or YouTube channel, you can. All right, so this Michael Strahan story. He's done, Bubba, what they call a candid interview with the New York Times. So they're talking about all things Michael Strahan, and then they start talking. And at first he's talking kind of in general about what it was like to leave football and go to television, and he says it was a little more. There was a certain kind of competitiveness there that you find in sports. He did not name Ripa or their former talk show directly, but here at the bottom he sort of does. He said he didn't feel like he was part of a team working alongside Kelly Ripa. I don't want to be on a show and feel like everyone else is carrying me. I want us all to be successful. I've done things where I went in with team concepts, and I got there and realized it's not about team, it's selfish, and I don't operate well under that. He continued, then on television, I've gotten jobs where I got there and felt like, wow, I didn't know I was supposed to be a sidekick. I thought I was coming here to be a partner. The interviewer then questioned whether Strahan was referring to his time on Live with Kelly and Michael. He ordered it. He avoided it directly, but then laughed and just said, hey, that was an experience. And
I just imagine, you just see her, you figure that she might be a little difficult.
Right.
I'm not running Kelly down, don't get me wrong,
Right.
but I'm just saying I could see where she might be, she has her way and her vision, and that's the way it's going to be.
He also said my controversial departure from Live was not a ploy that I devised behind Ripa's back. I didn't wake up and say I want a job at Good Morning America. I was asked to do it by the people who run the network. It was really not a choice. It was a request, but it was treated as if I was the guy who walked in and said, hey, I'm leaving. He said he's received apologies from people who he claimed should have handled this better, but he said, I'm sorry, that came a little late. I think a lot of damage has already been done, and he says, I decided just to keep on moving. And he said, look, I want to be clear. Ryan Seacrest and Ripa seem to be enjoying their banter with each other. He says, I don't hate Kelly Ripa. I do respect her for what she can do at her job. I cannot say enough about how good she is at her job. She does her job well. But basically, he said she was impossible to work with.
Yeah.
For him.
We knew somebody that went, that was a huge, I can't remember who it was telling us this, it was a huge Kelly fan, and they actually went to a taping when Reed was there, and they came back going, wow, Kelly's a little bit of a handle for everybody there.
Well, who would have thought that? Who would have
I
thought
wonder when they
that?
say, because, somebody's being a handle, it can be a number of different ways. They can either be like real rude, or you can't please them, or
Kinda demanding in their way.
I wonder what it is. Is it just, hey, everybody kind of adjust to my demands, and I don't care about yours?
I bet I could take a shot at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I certainly don't know, but I bet I can take a general shot at it.
I know y'all don't see the show that much, and I don't either because it's on when we're on.
Yeah.
But when I have been off or been sick, I've caught it once or twice, just their, part of their opening monologue or something. And Kelly will be talking about something and that she's, had to do it her way, in her life or something, or told her husband she wanted to do. And you can see Ryan Seacrest just kind of look in the camera like, I can see that.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough, but I've heard people say what you say, that he's almost taken on, I'm going to do this as a bit. I'm going to kind of indirectly make fun of how demanding she is.
Right.
But I'm Ryan Seacrest, so I don't care.
Right. I'm not really going to say it, but I'm going to act like I'm being muscled here on everything I want to do.
Yeah, what drove Regis to retirement and Michael Strahan to Good Morning America, I'm just kind of dealing with it.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think you.
But look, I think she's probably dramatic, probably a little bit of a drama queen is what it seems to me.
She's a little high strung.
Yeah, and probably thinks every little thing you do means that you don't appreciate her, and you have to constantly say, "No, Kelly, no, that's not."
Is that how you say that?
No, that's not what. No, this is about all of you. Well, did y'all talk about this behind my back, Kelly? We're talking about stuff we're gonna do on the show. And then she'd be in a dressing room crying. You got to go in there and talk her down. Yes, sir. We're here. Thank you for a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy out, Adler in. He's got the YouTube option for you. We'll hear from Adler coming up this hour. He's got a great story he'll share with us. Phone calls start the hour. The real Greg Burgess on the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available if you want to join us now. Speaker Mike Johnson coming up next hour. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend is David Pollock. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us on Rick and Bubba's Last Lunch.
Last lunch, we don't do dancing. We're Baptist, but last lunch, yes. All lines available. Join us now. Brian out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Long-time listener. I've been listening since Rick was doing it solo and strategically positioned myself over the vents.
Yeah, that's way back.
Yeah. One of my favorite bits was when Speedy was going back to class reunion. You were calling his friends, telling about him being a camp man.
Yes.
Years and years ago.
Oh, yeah.
But my question was, Adler and all the other crews seem to have the show very well prepped. How much prep do they put into the show? Because you can't really prep a lot of the stories at 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yep.
Or from the day before. So I'd like to hear a little bit about how much prep they do into the show for it to go off so smoothly.
Okay.
Are you listening to this show?
Yeah, I was
sir?
about to say this show because they used the word smoothly. So they can tell you both their mics are up because they do lay out the stories and put together the videos that we use. So what's the process?
It really starts the day before. A lot of times, I'm looking at the stories as they're breaking after the live show is over, and I'll actually email the stories to myself. That way, the next morning when I come in, I might have 20 emails from myself of stories that broke within the last 24 hours. So it's easy to prep and print. And then Adler and I communicate a lot through X and other videos with direct messaging and stuff. He does a great job looking for that as well on stories that might match up with hard copy stories that we have. And then sometimes it's video only. And so we try to vet all that out and look at a couple of sources. Is it legit? And I have my main go-tos, but that's kind of how it works. And then you pile that in with guests. And then getting here the morning of and going, okay, are there updates from the stories that I emailed myself yesterday afternoon? And a lot of times there are because there's more information about them. So I'll trash the email and then print the new story or whatever. But then Adler comes alongside and really lays out all the video really well to where it kind of gives an idea of what's happening, and then the video that backs it up.
Yeah, if you want to shoot it, Bubba's got this same thing too. Bubba and I have this right here. This is all the video clips we have. That's the reason why you hear us calling out numbers. Adler puts that together, and here's all the hard copy stories at Speedy, and there's several. Yeah. And then if it comes something out of personal life, there's no prep.
Yeah.
Bubba just looks at me. I look at him, Speedy. Adler a minute ago, he said, hey, I went hunting with Ruby.
Yeah.
And we went, okay, let's do that next.
So sounds good.
We don't do any real planning on any of that unless somebody brings a video with them or, hey, here's a picture from what happened to me the other day and all that. But all that's usually you're hearing it as we're hearing it for the very first time on personal stuff.
And on top of the stack, outside of Adler's video breakdown, I have a one-pager that explains what's in the stack. And it's divided up with like news, sports, entertainment, wacky world. So the guys can kind of look at a glance and go, okay, I see this story, instead of having to just go through a pile and try to figure out what's in there. And then at the top is a breakdown of the day on if we have guests, like with Speaker Johnson, and when that block is, and then the big stories of the day.
Yeah, and picture each hour, as we've said before, as 4 blocks, and then we just label each block. And a lot of times we do that as we're going. We don't get that many. We don't get that many blocks ahead.
Yeah,
and then this is these are the live commercials, and Greg prints those out and lays them in front of us and in front of me, and we roll through those. And then when Helmsy's here, if I need to cut stuff or we need to cut stuff for the streaming, he hands those over as we go. So, and then when it's over, Greg has production for Bubba and I to cut. Speedy may have production. Speedy deals with stations. Greg deals with sponsors. And Helmsy deals with mainly the streaming side sponsors. And then Adler puts those together and sends them to the sponsors.
Yeah,
so
but Adler and I have to really work close together to match up a lot of things that are brought to the show. And then some things are just funny videos that we find that might not have a story to back it up. And there's a lot of fake stuff out there, too, we have to go through because and Adler does a good job of catching me sometimes. I'll send him something. He goes, hey, man, that's not real.
Yeah.
Hey, that's fake.
Well, now you got to work through that. Bubba, this I hope that helps, Brian. This may be good news that you've been waiting on. If Jerry's right.
Well, let's hear it.
Out of Piedmont. Jerry, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Foreigner has finally been nominated into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We need the Rick and Bubba Army to get in there and vote for him.
Is that accurate, Jerry? What's your source?
the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame app.
Okay.
Okay.
Bubba, look and see. We've been waiting on this. If we can get sticks in, we're really gonna have something going.
It's legit.
Is it? All right, look, Foreigner has finally, but they're not in. They just been nominated, right?
Wow. Yes. Yeah. Lou Graham said I almost fell over when I found out I was nominated.
All right, so you have Mary J. Blige, Mariah Carey, Cher, Eric B. and Rakim, Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Jane's Addiction, Kool and the Gang, Lenny Kravitz, Oasis, Sinead O'Connor.
What?
Ozzy Osbourne, Shade, and A Tribe Called Quest.
Ozzy's not in there?
I think that's Sade, and then that's right.
Well, I've never heard Sade with the A Tribe.
No. Sade is one person, and then A Tribe Called Quest is another group.
Well, okay. I thought they were all together.
Okay.
I thought it was like Kool and the Gang.
I know Greg is in there taking calls, so I'll just go ahead and speak on his behalf. It should just simply be called the Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
How about you can't call it Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with that list. No, you can't. Some of them, but not many of them.
I don't know how many people will get in. How many of that group do they put in? Is it a number, or do you just have to get? What's the criteria? Do you know?
I don't.
But I'm gonna tell you that's a strong group.
Yeah.
Compared to what we've had in some years.
Yeah. Stick's still not in it.
Well,
what?
To me, Sticks and Foreigner ought to be in there together.
See if they're in. They're not. Greg shaking his head.
Kool and the Gang ought to be in there. Lenny Kravitz obviously ought to be in there.
Mm-hmm.
Chris in Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Peter Frampton, you gotta have him.
Yes.
Biggins, how's it going?
We're good, buddy.
Here's my question. It's the last year for you guys with the Rick and Bubba show.
Yes.
You guys, we know Greystone's coming up. You guys have got to do something to do something. Me and Greg said Speedy ought to just get naked again and run across the tee box, or Greg go shirtless across the tee box or something. Just last time there, might as well just make it all happen. What are they going to do to you guys?
Not invite us back. So yeah, I mean, but some of these things, Speedy doing that at his age when he did it versus doing it now, it's there's certain things that does streaking age out.
I think it does.
Right. Greg shirtless. We've had that out there already.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just not on the tee box, but we had him walking into the live shots while Bubba and I were talking.
Yeah. Ryan's just texting me. I'm not putting myself on fire.
No.
Not doing that. That's no.
Springfield.
He's always wanted that.
Illinois. Jack, go ahead. Jack, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've enjoyed the show very much.
Thank you, Jack.
I understood that the House Republicans were going to defund the 87,000 IRS agents whenever they got control. I haven't heard any more about that.
I'm not sure on that particular thing, and I know what you're talking about, but I don't have the answer for you.
Yeah, sorry, Jack. I don't think we'll have time for that with the speaker today because we only have one segment, but I remember them saying that as well.
Of course, the House can't do it by themselves.
No, they cannot. We'll come back. Adler takes his daughter hunting for the very first time. How about that? We'll get the story, and I think some video to go with it when the Rick and Bubba show continues after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She's hung in there a long time, though. So you have
good
to have
for her. She's got
to have some intestinal fortitude to battle through that.
I think Michael Strahan. This is totally just me being in the entertainment business and just standing back because we've seen both sides of it. I don't think this room has the ability to be in a situation saying, "Look, let's just put a show on. We all don't like each other. We don't want to be here." As soon as I think there's some people that go in and say, "Look, I'm a pro at this. I really don't care who I work with. If y'all think it's good for ratings and good for revenue, I can come in and do my job." I think Michael Strahan said, I come from a background where I like a team atmosphere.
Wants to win.
Yeah, we're all here working on the same page. Just my personality, not Ryan Seacrest's personality. My personality, I can't really work in an environment where I really am at conflict with the person I'm working with. That for me won't work. Mm-hmm. Some people don't care.
Yeah,
and you've seen. And
you have that on sports teams sometimes, but I think especially with him playing defense and what he did, and as successful as he was, he relied on other people. I mean, other people had to do their thing to get him open so he could do his thing, and it's I just think that would have been a tough transition for him. Basically, working with a lot of guys to come into working with Kelly, which
sounds
is probably
like exactly
a totally different
what he said.
arrangement.
I will say this too. Now, look, call me crazy. I'm just the kind of person that doesn't like to go to bed at night in total depression, dreading work.
Yeah.
To me, to me, that's not a fun zone.
No. Hard to get up early of that hanging over.
Yeah. Don Lemon, we played it yesterday. He's tried to make everybody. I don't know what he's trying to do about his panel mocking Trump voters. I'm with you, Bubba, 100%. Hey, Don. Double down. You don't like Trump supporters. We know you don't like it. Your panel made fun of him. I do confused American making fun of people who love you. Yeah. And we laugh our heads off about it.
Yeah, look, here's the thing too, Don. Just admit it was funny. No, this is what's funny about it. People getting on him and conservatives getting on him. I don't care if he sits there and laughs about Trump because some of it is funny, obviously.
It was.
But here's the thing: we're throwing your political correctness you're pushing on us back at you. That's the fun we're having. With it. We love telling you you've offended people and you need to apologize. We don't really believe that because we're not going to do that.
We're not like you. You would really mean that.
But you set these stupid rules up of political correctness. Now we want you hung up in it. That's our fun.
Yeah, it's our fun. Yeah. Well, and this is the thing. This is where Don Lemon tries to have it both ways. Yeah. As all emotional people do. Just to make it perfectly clear, I was laughing at the joke, not any group of people. Hey, Don, the joke was about a group of people. Therefore, if you're laughing at the joke about a group of people, you're laughing indirectly. I'll give you that, but you are laughing at a group of people.
Yeah. Absolutely.
This guy,
I do it all the time.
Look, and some of the stuff they were throwing out there was funny.
Yeah, it was.
It's funny. Laugh. Don't get mad about it.
Now,
if you're
Coke
on
bottle
our
glasses over there trying to be sharp.
Yeah,
right. With them glasses on, he's
and then claim I
something.
was laughing. I couldn't really hear everything that was said. Really,
Don Lemon. I watch you. I watch
buddy.
you from time to time. You're the angriest person that I've seen anchor anything lately. You are furious with this Trump agenda and this Trump era of our history. You hate it, and you hate all who you think can be blamed for it. So you loved it.
Yeah.
They were doing things that you wanted to hear, and you loved it. Look, I love when I hear somebody who is ripping, and is doing a good job of giving you a vision of the people that I don't like.
Dennis Miller, prime example.
Dennis Miller.
Yeah. I think he's hilarious when he starts going off.
When Dennis Miller rips liberals, it's hilarious because he takes their characters and exaggerates them into their most exaggerated form.
It's
hilarious.
Say, this guy too is supposed to be a Republican strategist who was doing this.
Yeah, he's a former GOP.
He's on the Don Lemon
Well, I
show.
started to say he doesn't support any of the Republican candidates and makes fun of them. I think he's just somebody they put on there with that title.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, thanks for being with us today. Right now, of course, you can go to compassion.com/Bubba. And a lot of you are emailing, seeing you out in public and talking to you. And you're saying, hey, we sponsored a child through Compassion. Thank you for doing that. That's fantastic. We have as well. Sherry and I picked a boy named Job that is in Nicaragua. We've had the pleasure of working there and meeting Pastor Aragon and didn't even know this when we went to Compassion and said we'll sponsor Job in Nicaragua. Turns out when we got the letter about the pastor that works the area where this little boy lives, it was Pastor Aragon that we've had on the show and that we work with. We didn't even know that when we went to sponsor. We're back, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Excited about what is coming up this weekend. A couple opportunities for you. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. David Pollack is our guest. Enjoy that. Also, the Man Church Conference in Birmingham. Men coming in from all over. Welcome to Birmingham, Alabama, our home city. And look forward to being with you guys this weekend. Doors open at 6 tonight at Sanford's Wright Center. Starts at 7. If you don't have tickets, men, you can still get them. A few remain. You can get them by going to themanchurch.com and download those to your email or put them at will call, or you can get them at the door until they're gone. And also our golden ticket seat guests will be with us. Welcome to all of you coming up next hour. All right, so Adler let us know that he took his daughter. Now, Ruby is how old now?
3.
Whoa, wow, a 3-year-old. That's
a three-nager, actually. She's a three-nager.
Three-nager. So you attempted to take her on her first deer hunt with Daddy?
I did.
Okay.
It was a big day for Ruby because in the morning, she actually had a princess party to go to.
Whoa.
That day. So we're going to go princess party in the morning, hunting that evening.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, what a day.
Buddy, was that the best planning?
It was the only time I could make it work. It was literally the last day of the hunting season. It's the only time I went, and I had to get it in. And also, I did take Ruby because I wanted to, but I also took Ruby to take some pressure off of Erin, because Erin was actually, my wife was
We've all done this.
She was actually in charge of the princess party.
Oh, no.
It was through the Sisterhood Project at Vestavia High School. It was benefiting the O'Neill Cancer Center at UAB. So it was a big deal. Big deal for Erin and for Ruby. She ran around like a crazy person, throwing balloons in the air for like 3 hours that morning. So it was a big start to the day.
It was.
What a day.
So we go home, we take off our princess dress, and we put on our boots and dark green.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't have actual real camo, but I found some dark green leggings.
Okay.
And like a black sweater. I'm like, all right, this will work.
Yeah.
We
Don't go to the mall in that.
We had some Ugg boots, kind of hand-me-down Ugg boots. I'm like, all right, that'll
Of course,
work.
they're not all weather.
What? No, not at all. But I'm like, they're boots. This is fine.
Yeah.
We're trying to get on the road. We're actually headed 2 hours south near Montgomery.
Uh-oh. Now we got a car ride.
Yeah, now we got a truck ride. We piled in my brother's truck. We're headed to Stacy Lynn's house.
Oh.
Y'all know Stacy
The
Lynn?
wild game cook.
The wild game chef extraordinaire, author, cookbook lady.
Oh, yeah.
She's got 7 kids, and
Sponge.
one of her kids has a kid now too. So it's just, I mean, anytime you're speaking in front of the Harris family, it's basically your public speaking.
Right.
Like you're addressing a large group.
Right.
So you get nervous initially at first. Bubba, you are gonna love this. We pile in my brother's truck. We're near Montgomery, and I look to the left, and there is a jet, like an I guess it would be an F-35 jet.
Yeah.
Just riding with us. It's riding with us, next to us, like 100 feet up in the air, probably 200 feet. I don't know.
Sure.
And I'm like, what in the heck? And then it starts like spinning next to us. It's doing
What are you talking about
tricks.
spinning?
Like barrel roll spinning.
way.
Like I'm like, what is going on? Is Russia invading? What is happening right now?
Wake up!
Okay, so it's not on the truck, it's flying.
It's flying.
Yeah.
And I got some of that. I can help you with some of that. They're now deployed at Maxwell.
Yeah.
And so, y'all, we realize we're driving through an air show. Because it keeps happening.
Oh,
it
it
keeps
was an air
spinning
show. Video
around.
it?
Okay.
Yes, check this out.
acting like it's an air show.
We're like, I guess it's an air show. There's the jet right there, and it's now going to fly directly over our heads.
Oh,
And
great.
check it out. Watch what happens.
Look at that.
Watch this.
Play danger zone.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba, he was clearly below the hard deck. What is he doing?
No, 200
It broke
foot.
the
He's good.
sound barrier. Did y'all see that little
Yes.
Well,
cloud that showed? Is that what that is?
That's not necessarily the sound barrier. That's because of the compression of the air on the front of the wings. It
Okay.
pushes along.
Okay.
It basically causes a cloud to form.
Yeah. I thought that
But-
was like the
but they-
visual cue of it
But
breaking
they
the
do.
sound barrier.
But sometimes when you break the sound barrier, you do see that. But you
Okay.
didn't hear a boom. It would have shattered your window.
I mean, it was still cool.
I love that.
Yeah. He wasn't going faster than sound. 'cause sound
Okay.
was still with him.
I thought it broke the sound barrier. I was
No,
jazzed.
you would hear it.
But
if
it
did.
does. The first time I saw that
You'd
was
think
on.
the drumfish was mating again.
The first time I saw that in on any video was Iron Man. You know how they'll like do
Yeah.
that little like cloud thing? It's like, and then he goes and takes off. You know.
Okay.
And so that's what I thought it was, but it
Not
still
real.
looked really, really cool. I didn't think I'd be able to ever see that little cloud thing show up in real life.
Yeah, that is
cool.
neat.
That's just
Look at that.
unbelievable.
That is
Yep.
fun.
All right, so that was cool on the way
Yeah.
there, and then we're not city slickers, but we're suburb slickers.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
And so we get to Stacy Lynn's land, and there's cows, y'all. We got cows, and we're jazzed. Ruby's jazzed.
look at that.
Charlie's jazzed. Lily's jazzed. We're jazzed up.
Did you tell them that's not what we're hunting?
I did. I made sure they knew that. And we listened to some Chris Stapleton on the way. We're getting really ready for this,
Oh,
guys.
yeah. Big moment.
And we get to Stacy's place. Like I said, anytime you're really addressing anyone, you feel like, oh my goodness, I'm a little bit nervous because I'm public speaking here. And but there's Stacy Lynn's little grandbaby, and it's the age where they're just like looking at their own fingers all the time, and it's just so precious and cute.
And we return to that.
And we
you do have everyone there.
Yeah,
there's your brother.
Yeah. Yeah. And y'all, the food's so good. My goodness, they can cook venison
And they
good.
cooked all of it out in the yard in a mud oven.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they do those wonderful things. It's incredible.
That
is a talented crew.
Absolutely. There's Ruby's hunting outfit. You can see
that's the hunting outfit.
That's the best I had, y'all. We went from princess party to that. What could I do?
Right.
Those UGG boots were very wet by the end of the
I bet they were.
thing, but they were hand me down, so I felt okay. We pile in their little those little mini trucks that everybody likes now. Have you seen these before? They're like the smallest truck you've ever seen. I think they're made in Japan.
Does Mahindra make those?
I think so. Mahindra makes one.
What was it?
Toyota makes one.
Cut the spot for that the other day.
So we jump in the back of that, head to the shooting house. And when I described it as a tree house, that really helped. Oh, Ruby, we're going up into a tree house.
you have to. That's got to be your presentation.
Trying to make it fun.
Yeah.
And I've got my boots on, and she's climbing the ladder. I'm holding my bow and holding her as we climb the ladder. And boots are really great on a ladder for front and back traction, but side to side on the little step that you're stepping on, you're like a professional skater doing a grind. You know what I'm saying? Like, shing, shing, you can go both ways.
Slide.
My foot slides so hard to the right, I almost fall off this ladder while Ruby's climbing in front
There's
of me.
There's a hunting memory for your daughter.
Right.
And
my dad fell.
I went from
grabbed me.
protecting her to being like, oh, I'm protecting now just myself now because I don't want to fall.
Somebody help Daddy.
In this moment. We get up to the shooting house, and it's like, it's a shed on stilts, basically. A tiny little shed on stilts.
Sure. It is.
And I forgot about this. Before we go to the shooting house, I asked Ruby, do you need to go potty? Please go potty.
Oh, man.
Please go potty. And she says no. She says, I don't want to. I don't need to.
Oh, no.
That was a problem.
Right out of the gate.
It's about 30 minutes in.
Oh.
And she looks at me, and I'm in trouble now.
Yeah.
Because we took a 15-minute truck ride out to this land. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm very unprepared. I get into the shooting house and realize I'm incredibly unprepared for this.
Well, you rushed it.
And your 3-year-old says, I got to use the bathroom.
You tried to tie it into a princess party because it was the last hunting day. We'll come back. We'll hear the rest when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This little man. So if you would like to do that, you can. The reason why I was getting a letter about who was the pastor in the area is because we're trying to take care of the spiritual needs of people all over the world, not just their physical needs. Certainly, we need to do both, but we can't neglect either. So go to compassion.com/Bubba. There's children waiting for sponsors. It's about $1 a day. Makes a huge impact. You'll get updates. Your family will start to benefit from this as much as this child and his or her family benefits. Trust me. So go to compassion.com/Bubba. You can call 855-293-2323 and mention that you're part of the Rick and Bubba Show. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, as we said, the famous comedy of errors, it appears that Coach K, the head basketball coach, legend, coaches Duke, they were taking on Pittsburgh. They defeated them 79-67. But at one point during the game, there's a terrible misunderstanding involving the Pittsburgh coach because he is a former coach and player from Duke, right?
Yes,
all that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And this clip is courtesy of CBS Sports Network, and it'll start off, and you can kind of see what Coach K's doing and how he's screaming, and then they'll break it down for you about what happened.
All right, here it is.
Number 9 Duke also in action Tuesday night. They welcomed Pitt to Cameron Indoor, a place the Panthers hadn't won in over 40 years. There'd be an interesting story coming out of this. 35-25, Matthew Hurt, Vernon Carey, the dunk. Now, second half, going to the locker room, this is Coach K getting after the Cameron Crazies. That was the end of the first half. Now, start of the second half, he goes to the Pitt bench and apologizes. We're going to describe why this was. Meantime,
and then we go to what
I want to describe kind of what happened. At the end of the first half, Coach K was admonishing the Cameron Crazies for getting on former Duke star and assistant Jeff Capel, who's obviously now the head coach at Pitt. Evidently, reports are that the Cameron Crazies were yelling, "Sit with us," which is evidently something they say to former players, assistant coaches who bring their teams in. Duke is saying there was a misunderstanding between Coach K and the Crazies. Nevertheless, Gary, we saw him at the start of the second half, Coach K, go over to the Pitt bench and apologize. Not clear what there is to apologize about, because it seems to me maybe his reaction didn't fit just Cameron Crazies and fans having fun and doing their thing.
It was a weird visual. I mean, he was yelling as if something really bad had happened, and if the quotes that have been reported are accurate, that doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world to me. So I think at this point, and I'm confident Mike will be asked to clarify exactly what he heard, but I think the most likely scenario is that he heard something that they didn't actually say, because if that's what they actually said, I don't know how that could upset you to that level.
Yeah, so Rick, he is screaming "shut up" as loud and as harsh as he can.
And then he goes against their face.
Then he goes over there and gets in their face and is screaming at them. I mean, I'm talking mad.
He's yelling one time, "He's one of us. He's one of us."
Right.
But now that only happens because Pittsburgh hasn't beat you in 40 years.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If it was a rivalry where they're beating you about every other time, you cut loose on them. I mean, I don't protect people who leave the fold. Right.
Right. Yeah. And it sounds like what they were doing is something they always do. And what
His explanation really doesn't make sense that I'm reading. He said it was a mistake on my part, but I'd rather make a mistake in protection of my guy. I went to the end of the half and said, "Look, he's our guy." He said, "That said, I apologize, but let's think of a different cheer." I don't know what's so offended by. So I know they're being.
And he ended.
I would like
all
for
of
them
this,
to get a better cheer, to be honest, because it's not near offensive enough.
At the end of all
Thank
of
you,
this,
Greg.
he said Jeff can sit with me anytime.
I don't even know what that.
Yeah, and
well, he used to. He was an assistant coach.
I think I got Coach K here. I think this is it. I'm rolling here.
Very strange.
You know, I don't know if I made a mistake on that, but I've never heard another coach's name yelled out in the middle of the first half when we're in a war with the team. You know, like, so I don't know if they were saying, "Come sit with me," or, okay, but, okay. Wow. I don't know. We got a different look at what the hell's going on the game. I thought it was something personal, because I've never heard. I apologize to the students for that. I don't apologize for the timing. Like, you shouldn't say that in the middle of the first half in an ACC game. This isn't some cutesy little thing where we can just bounce a ball around and giggle. We got to fight. We got to have people who are adamant about it. So
that makes sense. He heard them saying the coaches' names, and he assumed they were saying something offensive. And they told him what they were saying. He was like, "Oh, well."
Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Thank you for being with us as we move forward. All right, so we'll continue with Adler's story of taking his daughter hunting for the very first time. But I think this will kind of sum it up, because I know when I talk about Field of Greens and we talk about Field of Greens here on the program, some of you may have this thought in your mind, I'm familiar with some other products that have been around that sounds similar. Well, I want you to find one of those products, just one, that makes this claim, and you'll see the difference between them and Field of Greens immediately. Can you find another one that says if you go to your doctor and your doctor does not notice how much their product has changed your health and improved it, you'll get your money back? Now find me somebody else who makes that claim. So that separates him from anybody right there, and everybody. So Field of Greens is different. This is scientifically studied, not just any vegetable, not just any fruit. They have super fruits and vegetables that are selected for specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, kidneys. Others give you a healthy energy, which your immune system will benefit from this, which now more than ever, that's crucial. Love this product. It's made an incredible impact on my overall health, and it will yours as well. Save 15% by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Again, if your doctor at the next time you get a checkup and they do the blood work, if your doctor doesn't come back and say, "Hey, what have you been doing?" then you get your money back. That's confidence in a product. RickandBubba.com under the sponsors, too. All right, so Adler took his daughter hunting. His brother's with him. Looks like your brother's daughter with him as well. Was this Dad's taking the daughters hunting?
We've got and Charlie too. So
so Charlie's in there to his son too.
Lily, Charlie, Ruby, and then Luke and Chris. Me.
Yeah.
So
and you now have gotten out to the shooting house, which you've told your daughter is a tree house.
Yes.
Asked her for a potty break. Of course, this is a little girl, not a little boy. We dealt with this with our little boys, but pretty easy fix out there with the little boys.
Sure.
It's just an empty bottle of water.
Yeah.
But with a daughter, that's much different.
Oh yeah,
and so
much different.
So what? Now she says 30 minutes in, I do need to potty.
Yes, and before we go out there, I even asked her. I was like, "Hey, baby, can you let's go? Let's try to go.
do this.
Like, we're at a house. We're at a normal, regular house.
Yeah.
Let's go use a normal, regular potty,
please."
And I'm not trying to throw Stacy Lynn under the bus.
Here we go.
Oh no,
they hosted you.
They did, and Stacy Lynn is right there, and Ruby says, "I don't have to go," and Stacy Lynn said, "She said she doesn't have to go." She chimed in. Stacy Lynn chimed in.
In other words,
And I'm like, she has 7 kids. Surely Stacy Lynn knows
she would know
everything. And so we pile in the little, ranch truck.
Toting false confidence.
Yes. I'm sorry, Stacy, but with all your kids, I thought you would know everything.
Didn't work in this case.
A lot of kids.
And so we get to the shooting house, and we're seriously there for like 30 minutes, and Ruby's like, I got to go potty. And I'm like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? One thing that it started out pretty good. I'll show you before the potty accident. Here's
accident.
Well, incident,
Okay.
not accident,
Okay.
incident.
Oh,
Ruby,
nice shooting house.
There's Ruby looking through a rangefinder.
She's got a rangefinder so she can set her shot
That
up.
is hilarious. She's entertained for about 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes or
At
so.
this point, she don't realize she has to pee.
Yeah, and I think
Is
she
the
has
cover
both,
off of it yet?
I think she has both eyes closed, but that's okay.
Hey, that's fine.
It's
She's
fine.
trying.
She's 3. Here's a video in the actual shooting house here, and you can see Ruby asked me a question, and I'll explain it.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go. And Rick, do you have me up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You see anything? Daddy, why you did that? I'm just burning up. I'm sweating so much.
She goes, Daddy, why you do that?
Yeah, right.
I took my shirt off.
You had your shirt off?
Between almost
Everybody wants to know why you do that.
Between holding on to her in the truck, holding on to my bow in the truck, climbing up this ladder, almost falling off, carrying her up,
You have
getting
too many clothes
everything
on.
set up, I am drenched in sweat. I'm like, I'm going to be soaking wet. My shirt is soaking wet. I'm going to be soaking wet for the rest of the time if I don't do something about this.
We're all asking Daddy why
You took
you do
your
that.
shirt off?
I took my shirt off. I took my shirt off for
Daddy.
about 70 seconds. And I'm like, all right, now I'm just a guy with my shirt off
Yeah, you
with
are.
3 kids and my brother in a
Right.
tiny shooting house. So the shirt has to go back on.
So y'all are all in the same house.
I took everybody together. I was like, look, the cousins are going to help her kind of
Teamwork.
know how to operate. And so it was a teamwork thing. Ruby then, we're there for 30 minutes. Ruby's getting bored. And then she says to me, Daddy, I got to go potty.
Oh, no.
And what I attempted, Aaron said that I'm not allowed to talk about. My wife, Erin, said, you can't talk about this on the show. So I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to say it was a huge failure.
Oh, it didn't work.
Nothing happened. We went out of the shooting house, attempted something. I can't talk about it, but nothing happened, if you know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
got you,
No progress happened.
Yes.
And so we just go back into the shooting house, and I know that we have 2 more hours to go.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right. I tried to, as soon as she said it, I tried to get out there and knock it out because I'm like, all right, let's knock it out now. That way when
Give us time to
we can
settle.
see deer, we don't have to go back out of the shooting house again.
Right.
So now I'm just like nervous the whole time.
Do you have your shirt on?
I've put my shirt back on. And y'all, I said the words, please whisper baby 1,000 times.
Please whisper, baby.
Baby, please whisper.
What?
Please whisper.
What?
And then she'd go back to whispering, and then she'd be like, Daddy, can you help me? I'm like, oh, okay. All right, baby, please whisper. I need you to whisper so bad, please. That's the whole thing.
Right.
That's the whole thing we're doing. And
Use your inside
I got to be honest, guys, I caved. She lasted for a while, but I caved, and out came the fruit snacks. We went through an entire box of fruit snacks.
Okay.
And
Ate 'em
then
all.
and then out came the stickers. She went through a whole sheet of stickers, and I had to cave, and this is where we ended up. iPad in the shooting house. I had to. Y'all, she's 3. She was losing her mind.
I know. She's 3. What are you doing out there at 3?
Those stickers all over.
Look at the stickers.
Stickers everywhere. And I had to bust out some Blue's Clues, guys, because it was getting intense.
That's all right.
Yeah,
that's
all right.
That's nobody panic.
I feel bad. I'm like, no, it's nature. She needs to do it. No.
But she's 3.
Yeah.
So she's 3. So we're hanging out, and I'm not going to say which kid touched the knobs on the scope.
Oh, no.
What?
But one of the kids is touching the knob. We're letting the kids look through the scope, look through the rangefinders, look through everything.
Trying anything.
Yeah, doing anything to keep these kids entertained. I'm not going to say which one did it. And I even said to Luke, I go, is that okay? He's like, yeah, it's fine. There's a lock on it, is what Luke said. And I'm like, all right, I don't know.
Was there a cap on it?
He said something like, you got to do that or whatever. I don't know. I don't actually have a rifle and a scope. I just have a bow, and I've got some handguns. I got
primitive.
I got a rocket launcher. I got a grenade launcher. I got a few things like that.
Nunchucks.
But I got ninja stars, nunchucks, and
ninja stars.
Yeah.
So you're Rambo.
But I don't have a rifle and a scope. I'm still working that out. I think that'll be a next year or year after purchase.
I'm wondering how you're going to shoot a bow out of that shooting house.
Well, I just brought it just in case we got one underneath the house, and I'm going to shoot it through the floor of the house.
Okay.
You know?
That happens a lot.
My brother's got the rifle. So, and Luke says, yeah, we see bucks at like 400 yards away, and that's just not going to happen. So we're looking at, can you see it? And you're trying to show your kid, and you're like, and they can't even see it.
Too far away.
You're like, all right, whatever.
It's way
And they would be closer except it's so noisy.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like,
They're
is
not
that
gonna come
Blue's
anywhere near.
Clues? Do I hear Blue's Clues going on? And so a doe shows up late, and it's in range. And so Luke gets out his rifle, and he puts it through the window.
Big show for the kids.
And I realize, and I actually don't have this filmed or anything like that, because so many times over I realized how unprepared I was. I didn't have earplugs for myself or for Ruby.
Oh my!
Because I'm stupid.
Does
the reason.
Does your wife know that up till now? Did she just hear that for the first time?
Probably just now hearing it.
Yeah.
And so what I do, Luke's leaning out the window. We're about to go. And I just plugged Ruby's ears.
Okay.
And so now I'm just naked ears.
That's fine.
I'm not naked.
One time.
I'm not naked like that. I know that's
you were
confusing.
That was
earlier.
That was earlier in the hunt.
But now
You're being a good dad.
And so I just double palms on Ruby's ears, and I'm like, this is going to be terrible because I am 1 foot away from this gun.
No, that's not good.
In this shooting house. And Luke pulls the trigger, and the deer run, and
nobody falls.
They run. And so it's dark. We get out of the house, and we're like, let's go look. Let's go looking. There's no blood. There's no nothing.
Right.
We looked for a long time. We looked for like an hour.
So long.
And I'm
So
like,
dark.
this kid told me 2.5 hours ago, probably 3 hours at that point, that she's got a potty. We got to go.
Oh, yeah.
So I piled Ruby back in the truck again, and we just go and we played pool. Of course, the 3-year-old doesn't know really how to play pool. It's just you're throwing.
Sure.
And y'all, I'm like a PTSD person. Like I'm like in a daze. Like my emotions aren't real. I'm like a shell of a man because of the stress.
Right.
Of just trying to keep that kid quiet.
You can't hear anything.
I cannot. My right ear is ringing so bad.
Right.
But we played pool and made fairy houses while they looked for the deer and never found it. But the other Harris brothers did get 2 does, so we did get to go home with some meat, so that was great. The Harrises are always just so gracious, so sweet, so wonderful. And y'all, the level of stress, like I'm back there now. I'm there again.
Yeah. Did you feel it? Are you sweating again?
Yeah.
Don't take your shirt off.
Did Luke revisit the scope? Did he go, okay, this
He's like, we got to go to the range, man. I don't know what happened. Y'all, and this is, I needed this. Yesterday, I'm on my way home with Ruby. We passed Red Mountain Park, and Ruby says to me, Daddy, we went hiking there with Granddad and Charlie. And I'm like, yeah, we did. And that was probably 6 months ago or more. And because up until that moment, I was like, she's not even going to remember this. This was a terrible experience.
All right.
She's going to be tougher because of it, but she won't even remember. And she said that. I'm like, wow, thank you, God. I needed that so bad. So it was amazing.
There's a chance she might remember it.
Hey,
or at least the Blue's Clues episode.
Yeah.
But then,
again, this is something they say all the time.
Yeah, but not to Jeff Capel he was a Duke guy. He's coached there for 7 years.
Coach K took this personal because it was one of his guys.
Right.
I know people have come and gone, but this was one of his main guys.
What? Yeah,
He just heard his name. They're
Right.
chanting his name, and he thought they were.
Yeah.
Well, and he's also making, it sounds like a point, he doesn't like the attitude of we're treating this as if we've won the game this early in the game. It would be like
They usually do though.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I'm talking about, but you know how coaches are. It'd be like Nick Saban's response if all of a sudden midway through the second quarter, the band started doing that, we just beat the blank out of you. Yeah. And he's like, the game has barely even started, and I know we're ahead, but this is not the time to do that cheer, and don't do it to a guy that used to play for us and coach for us. Yeah. You know, you got to have some. I mean, I'm not saying I agree with him. I'm just saying that's what he's saying. Yeah. So he's saying, look, I went out to. I don't want us to treat one of our own poorly. I don't like us having the attitude that this game's not important. It's an ACC counter. It's early in the game. It sounds arrogant, cocky, and he just didn't think it was the right thing.
You didn't get a good the footage. Did we have any of the footage?
I saw one little excerpt of him screaming, but I didn't see
where he's really getting on them and goes up in front of him. He's screaming, "He's one of us." That's
yeah. This is a guy.
I mean, you got an enthusiastic crowd there. They have great home court advantage at Duke. You know, they've won a lot. They're a powerhouse.
Did their
They're blue blood.
Rick, they were cold. They were sitting there with a cold look on their face. Right?
So look, is that him?
He's telling him to shut up at this point, but then he runs over there.
Right.
At the end of that, this is where he goes.
Oh my goodness!
And he's saying he's one of us. He's one of us.
There he is. I see him say, "Well, look, there's the faces, Greg.
And he's
there's
beating on his chest.
Rick,
oh,
I'm
my
cold.
goodness!
I'm cold.
My goodness! My goodness! He's
Coach
mad.
K just called us.
Look, he's apologizing to him.
You see, little guy.
That's fantastic.
He had his jersey on and everything.
They didn't know where to cheer. I want my face painted while I'm getting
He
called.
stood in line 3 hours, and now Coach K's dogging him.
Yeah, no,
he thought he was doing a really clever cheer.
No, don't forget too. I've got my picture of this guy in my room.
Yeah,
and he's sitting there screaming at me. It's so good.
Back to my earlier point. Come sit with us. That's all you got. I mean, you got to get a little nastier than that. Come sit with. Hey, come sit with us.
You know, this, sadly,
come sit with them.
This is where the ACC and SEC is totally different. We're used to the cheers being much worse.
Oh my goodness!
By the way, I did notice that one student was wise enough to go ahead and get his phone up to record the whole thing.
Yeah. I want to see that footage from the other end. Yeah. That's good.
But you know what you're talking about.
I've been to the gym, but I've been called.
Yeah.
I brought it. I wore my jersey in.
Please look at the kid with the wig on.
Yeah, I got a blue
and the
wig
shades
on.
right there.
What about when you look, the coaches on you?
He's pounding his shit.
I mean, bad.
For your own team.
Listen, they all love Coach K so much they can't believe it.
I know it. That makes it so good. I wish I'd have been there sitting right up from him. Oh, that's so funny. Well, I love when he's in the press conference and everybody's trying to get him to lay down a little bit on it, and then he finds just look, it's no way to act. That guy right there, he has.
And they're trying to figure out what's going on. Why is he hollering at us?
He's screaming at us. Look at the guy that won't look at him. That's looking away. He's just so disturbed by it, I can't even look.
Oh, I'd have ran.
And that
he's
guy,
looking to see who's looking at him.
Yeah. And that guy right there loves Duke basketball as much as any human.
Probably got a tattoo.
Oh yeah,
he does.
He just loves it, and he's getting ripped by Coach K. But isn't that sort of honorable?
Yeah, I guess once the dust settled.
I don't know if it's Coach K. I mean, if Bobby Knight rips you, that's true. That's a badge of honor. But Coach K,
if Bobby Knight ripped most people he encountered.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, Coach K really pounded that chest.
What about
he
when
really
Coach K rips you and he's got the wrong information?
I mean, he hits his chest really hard.
What's Speedy doing there?
I still don't know what they meant by come sit with us. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Basically, you're one of us. Come sit with us.
Some of you Duke folks, can you help us out with that
but
cheer?
But that's not negative.
I know.
I want them to be.
Well, I think that's what they were trying to tell Coach K.
But are they?
I mean, are they to the point they're cheering for Pittsburgh to win or keep it close? I mean, how nice are they with opposing teams coming in?
Is what he's saying, or is the cheer supposed to mean when you go to somebody who used to be with you? Mm-hmm. Come sit with us because we're winning. You should.
Maybe that's.
How does it feel not to be with us?
Okay, maybe
you want to be over here.
You know you want to be with
Hard
us.
to make your point with just that statement, but I guess that's where
they need. There's more clarity needs to be there.
Nobody could think of a way to send that message out and everybody
in a chant,
because your chants have to be relatively short.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't rhyme with hey, hey, ho, ho.
We'll be back.
I don't know what that was.
What does that even mean? 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in the house.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Golden Ticket Seats will join us next hour. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, will also join us next hour. So that stuff's still ahead. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. David Pollock, our guest. You'll enjoy that conversation. It really had a great time talking to him yesterday. He did a great job. So I know that we have some stuff that's going on about the whole Fani Willis trying to get Trump over in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and then we discover this person she has on the side. And
one of the prosecutors working for her, they were having an affair, and they tried to hide it, and she's now on the witness stand for all of that. So, it all kind of comes to light.
Yeah, it's not going well. We'll go through the twos here, Adler, and please put your shirt back on. So here is Fani Willis in court, and it is really falling apart. Take a load off, Fanny. But
Take a load.
Here we go.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken when Mr. Wade.
No, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
I'd have to disagree with that in this particular situation.
We're a little defensive.
What is she talking about being intrusive into people's personal lives? Well, she's never done that, has she?
Well, this has to do with flights that he was taking, vacations, money that she had, a little slush fund to pay him out of.
Cash.
It's really, really a sordid thing.
Yeah, here is talk about Nathan Wade. This is the guy that she was in a relationship with and lied about
Nate.
it. And the sketchy money you're talking about, buddy, and all that. So here's Nate on the stand. Here we go. Or Nathan.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
Ever.
Ever.
That's not very hard.
Ask for the definition of ever.
Yes.
It worked for Bill.
Look at it.
Look,
Still going.
Still thinking.
Probably would have.
He looks top
It's
left.
frozen.
Top left when he thinks.
This is not trying to think if I ever did. This is trying to think how I can say it and not perjure myself.
You're right. You're right.
No.
You've never gone to a cabin with this.
No.
Yeah, whatever.
I like how long he thought about it.
That was a long time.
That's so good. Caught him in a lie yesterday.
It took him
on the
that long
stand.
to figure it out.
He's already perjured himself, as Speedy said. MSNBC is even admitting that this is not going well for Fani. So here's MSNBC, the legal analyst, discussing it.
It's so legalistic centric and yet so important and fascinating.
Right. Don't let the legalese fool you. This is epic. This is monumental. If things are going in the direction we think, Fani Willis lied to the court, it's game over for her. She will be disqualified. If they had a relationship prior to when they represented to the court, it's a huge deal. I can't overstate it.
Wow, that's MSNBC.
Yeah.
Are they calling her Fani? Is it Fani?
Fanny, whatever.
Is it
Fanny.
Fani.
If it has one N, it's Fanny. If two N's, it's Fanny.
I guess. I guess.
Fani.
So Fani
Ain't very
is how you
funny.
say it. Take a load off, Fani.
Yeah, she could be disqualified from this case. Might be disbarred. So
Here she is again. If
They had a relationship.
Oh, sorry. Y'all go ahead. I need to
But I'm talking about, did you notice how sad the MSNBC legal analyst was? This is bad, guys.
This is so bad.
This is not good, guys.
And so if she's removed, another district attorney may not even pick this case up. And if another district attorney does pick it up, that would push it to probably after the election.
Yeah.
Here's Fani on the stand again, and she doesn't seem happy, although she
No,
says
look at her face.
She says she's happy.
Point where Miss Willis should be treated hostile in this situation.
I think we
I
have.
very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Miss Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Miss Merchant's.
Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
really,
You just don't like getting busted.
her interest is contrary to democracy.
What does that even mean?
I mean, what is? Yeah, can you intrusively tell us what that means?
Take a load.
No, what it is, she didn't like the fact that they were actually presenting evidence about trips they had made, and that was being intrusive.
It's also called being investigative, which I think is what you do as
Right.
a district attorney.
So-
Seemed like you'd know that.
Well, and there was one thing yesterday in one of the stories that we have that she raised eyebrows. She winked on the stand and labeled her former lava Nathan Wade as a Southern gentleman.
Southern gentleman.
She said, "Yeah, he's a Southern gentleman. I am not."
Okay.
And so that's
okay.
Is that how she said it?
I am not.
Yeah.
Okay. Is
not.
she declaring her pronouns there? What is that about? I don't know what that's all about.
It's a mess, is what it's about.
So do we have the 2D on that too, Adler?
Yes.
The grand jury foreman.
Yeah. So what is this flashback about on 2D?
You're going to see a grand jury foreman who was involved. It looks like, is this the Trump grand jury foreman? Okay.
Yes.
Basically
weirdo lady.
talking
That
about
one?
how the prosecutor had affected them.
Okay.
Personally want to hear from the former president. I wanted to hear from the former president, but honestly, I kind of wanted to subpoena the former president because I got to swear everybody in. And so I thought it'd be really cool to get 60 seconds with President Trump of me looking at him and being like, do you solemnly swear? And me getting to swear him in. I kind of just thought that would be an awesome moment.
Oh my!
That's your
That's the jury.
jury foreman right there. That's the one, the spokesman.
We wanted the president because we thought it'd be awesome.
It'd be cool.
We don't know whether he's guilty or innocent. We just think it'd be awesome.
Here's Fani with the Southern gentleman quote.
Great. So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. To me, not so much.
I can't
sense.
follow.
Y'all.
She's so angry.
Yeah, she
like her
is.
eyes are twitching.
Yeah.
Well,
How
she's
dare
been,
you.
She's been busted.
How dare you?
Absolutely.
She's been busted. She didn't like it. She just likes to point the finger at others.
Oh yeah.
How dare you?
No doubt about that. and she's getting a little dose of her own medicine, and she didn't like it.
Nope.
So there you go.
She's the classic dish it out, can't take it.
Yeah, if
person.
you're going to play in the big leagues, you're going to have to be able to take the hits too when you dish them out.
So what do you think's going to happen with this?
I think she's going to be removed from the case. If they don't, it's going to be grounds for dismissal of whatever they find, and it'll be appealed immediately. It's totally undermine what they're doing now.
Yep. Top of the hour. If you leave us, don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives every day are available on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel, whichever you prefer. They come out a little bit later on in the afternoon after the live show's over. Golden ticket seats will be joining us when the Rick and Bubba show comes back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, what's up, tubers? This is a clip I just tried to find. I couldn't find it till just now. This basically sums up what's going on with Fani Willis. This is from 2020 when Fani Willis was running for this DA position. She's going to say something, but it's basically what she went to go on to do once she got into office. She's going to say that people deserve a DA that's not going to do this, but then she went ahead and did it. So this kind of sums up the whole thing of what's going on with Fani Willis.
Because they deserve a DA that won't have sex with his employees. Because they deserve a DA that won't put money in their own pocket when it should go to benefit children. Because we deserve better.
That's what she did. That's what she just said is what she did.
Bubba, we start, you and I always have a blast with those who want to legalize marijuana. They're a fun bunch. We've got a 20-year-old genius in Nashville, Tennessee, that was arrested this week after police said he smoked marijuana in front of a judge.
Yeah, I saw him.
In a Tennessee courtroom.
Yeah, he was up there and just whooped it out, lit it up, and the judge was not amused by that.
No, probably not. Normally not. Normally, he has been charged with disorderly conduct and simple possession. His bond is $3,000, according to the jail records. He said that the marijuana had a very strong odor, the judge says, and so he wants to legalize
Doesn't
marijuana.
all of it?
Yeah. He wants to legalize marijuana, so he thought he'd be sharp and do it right in front of the judge.
Yeah, this is courtesy of News 2. Here's the story.
Check this out.
A Wilson County man is behind
look at him.
bars tonight. The
Looks
reason
exactly like I thought.
openly smoking marijuana in the county courthouse.
Look at him.
And he was in court on a separate marijuana charge. I'm Haley Burgess.
And I'm Bob Mueller, and the suspect had a word for those inside the courtroom. News 2's Andy Cordan has the story.
Here at the Wilson County General Sessions Court, there's a lot of things you can't bring into court. No food, no drink, no shorts. The one thing it doesn't say, no marijuana. This is video from General Sessions Court on Monday. That's Spencer Boston at the podium. The 20-year-old is in court on a marijuana citation, while Judge Haywood Barry writes down some notes. Watch as the 20-year-old reaches into his coat pocket. He pulls out a joint and lights up. He then reportedly turns to the packed audience and says, "The people deserve better." The court erupts into
While
laughter.
being handcuffed.
Court bailiffs immediately take Spencer Boston into custody.
I've been in law enforcement for 20 years, and this is by far the most bizarre thing I've ever seen happen in a courtroom. He's a lot braver than I am, I'll tell you that. And but whenever you go in front of a judge, it don't matter which judge it is, there's a high level of respect in the courtroom that needs to be maintained, and he definitely disrespected the judge in the courtroom. So, there should be consequences.
According to the TBI, Spencer Boston has no prior arrest history before this incident in court.
It definitely sounded like it was pre-planned. I saw the video myself, and you could tell that he already had in his mind what he was going to do. And what he was going to say.
News of the Carthage man's arrest spread quickly.
Please look.
There's now a GoFundMe account that says Free Spencer.
Free
His bond
Spencer.
is $1,500. But this action garnered him a contempt of court charge. That means he has to serve the full sentence that the judge mandated.
Debate over whether marijuana should be legal, whether it should not be. And the bottom line is, here in Tennessee, it's not legal. So we have an up duty to uphold the law, and that's what we're going to do.
Spencer Boston's currently in the Wilson County Jail. He's facing disorderly and simple possession charges, but it's the contempt of court that's going to keep him locked up for the next 10 days. In Wilson,
So he avoids jail if he just doesn't light up in the courtroom.
That's hilarious.
He is the Tiananmen Square of marijuana.
Well, Rick, the people deserve it.
The people deserve
better. Yeah. Well, still not very smart because the judge has nothing to do with making law.
Right.
So.
And again, we talk about these things a lot. If you're trying to make a point and you're trying to get your way and you want the society to embrace your way of thinking, you always want to give them a presentation that is not stereotypical of what they hope to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks exactly like why people do not want to legalize marijuana. He should have been in there in a nice suit, had a sensible haircut, clean shaven, and say, I just think this is something. I'm against it. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just trying to give him some marketing strategy. You don't want to. The world doesn't want to see every reason they don't want to legalize marijuana, and that's what you're representing in this little circus you just pulled off, and and the presentation you have going.
Unbelievable.
Gosh. So also,
whoever says that it limits your thinking ability and could
there you go.
I don't know that we took a giant step to disprove that theory.
No. Again, this is just not the presentation for legalizing marijuana because what it shows is, to Bubba's point, if you smoke it, you got 0 cents because you're about to walk away owing $1,500 and you ended up owing $3,000 and being put in jail for 10 days and you can't get out. So it wasn't the best. It doesn't show that marijuana helps you to think clearly and make good decisions.
No, it doesn't.
Bubba, this visual, the Weenie Mobile is a visual on its own.
Yep, we've had a history with it.
If it just operates anywhere in your area, it's quite the visual.
I love seeing it going down the highway. When I'm not expecting it, and you look in your rearview mirror, and here it comes.
Yeah. Don't you just smile when you see it?
I do. I get hungry.
But here's a funny. From the Big Boy Studio, another hour rolling out.
Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, is here. Eddie Van Adler here. Helmsy out. As we roll through a brand new hour, welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba, the golden ticket seats are here.
Here they are.
There they are. I'm telling you, we are packed out today, sold out and overflowing.
Mm-hmm.
And how many of you have never been here before? Never.
Oh.
No, a whole new bunch.
Almost,
Let's go.
almost completely. That includes the old studio, anything. Never been to any studio whatsoever. Okay, gotcha. Wow, that's good.
They can't compare.
First
That's why
time.
they look in shock.
That's right. They're like, okay, wow, these seats here are a little closer than we thought they'd be.
Yeah.
It's one thing to. Have any of you? Do y'all ever watch on YouTube, or is this your first time to see it? Y'all, a lot of tubers. Okay.
A lot of tubers.
All right, so
tubers.
I've had people who've gone from being listeners only to tubers, and they said, "No, that's a different experience."
Yeah.
That's a different experience. It's one thing to see how sausage is made versus just eating it.
Yeah.
So, welcome. Glad you guys are here, and enjoy the rest of the show. And Bubba, as we start this hour, I know you're pumped because we've got something involving SpaceX. I mean, we just talked about. They're moving to Texas, right?
They're incorporation. They're getting out of Delaware.
All right, so here Elon Musk update, SpaceX. Here we go. Somebody say. So what's SpaceX doing?
Well, we got some real cool footage, Rick, that we want to show you. It's the IM-1 mission to the moon, and it was launched on top of a Falcon 9 rocket. So this is going to be a U.S. lander that will land on the south pole of the moon.
Right.
And it's kind of a big deal because it has a lot of AI capabilities, and it's going to be looking for water. Do we have audio with this? Because it's kind of cool.
IM-1 Odysseus lunar lander separation confirmed.
Nice.
How cool is that? Just floating off like that.
Doesn't look real.
It doesn't.
Greg, there's a reason for that.
Greg, no, don't do that.
What an incredible sight to see the IM-1 Nova C lunar lander drifting away from Falcon 9's second stage, confirming spacecraft separation. From all of us here at SpaceX, we are wishing the IM-1 lander a great flight and safe travels. SpaceX is honored to be a part of NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services initiative to deliver science and technology to the lunar surface, and we thank NASA and Intuitive Machines for entrusting us with today's historic mission to the moon.
I'd explain that partnership to me.
Did you hear Intuitive Machines? Intuitive Machines?
Yes.
It's the smart machine. Got some AI to it. You know?
Oh, really? I wish that would have.
So this is a partnership.
Oh yeah, well they're all working together. That SpaceX works with NASA, and this is a NASA project, and this will give us some more information about the moon and help to usher our return there with astronauts in the next few years.
So walk out what's going on here. So what role is SpaceX playing versus the role that NASA's playing?
Well, SpaceX is the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9, which is has been very reliable. I mean, what is it? Past 200 launches now without a failure.
Right.
So it's real good and reliable, and that's what we were desperately needing. And then the moon lander is a NASA project, so they basically give them a ride.
They're going to the dark side.
I think they're going to the South Pole, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I wish they'd let Michael Buffer do the narrating besides that chick.
I was thinking Gary more.
Well, you're more in Bubba's camp. Bubba's been saying this, the fact they are partnering with SpaceX, that it needs to be a little livelier to bring in everybody.
Well,
my mind started wondering what she was
Let's
many,
get ready to detach!
As many wonderful things as NASA has done, I think they've missed the boat on the publicity thing a little bit.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you've ever been to a launch, anybody here ever been to the Cape, seen a launch?
We got one. Wow, what's up, Dream Team?
Look at me. I think this young man will attest. TV doesn't do it justice.
Right.
And when
I've
you see
heard
a
that.
ball game, it's comfortable. You're in your chair, but there's something about being there and the stadium rocking and all that. So, if I was NASA and I was in charge today, I would build a giant horseshoe stadium that sits about 76,000 people right out there in front of those launch pads. And they do have some viewing stands now, but nothing to that size. And I would sell tickets, and I would let Disney be in charge of busing people out there. And it would change everybody's opinion when they go to vote for a congressman who's going to support these things.
Ladies and gentlemen, to get us ready for today's launch, please welcome Post Malone.
Yeah, why not? Hey, have somebody sing the national anthem out there and then launch. Have a mini concert and then launch that puppy behind them, you know.
That guy that was introducing everybody to Super Bowl, now that's a voice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's booming. You need that on this.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our national anthem, for the launch, America's all-time favorite, everybody's friend, put your hands together for country music sensation, Dolly Parton.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you
went there.
Yeah, well, she get out there and sing. I mean, it's going to be a show, right?
Well,
that's what we're going to do.
That's the thing. You know, it's very science, and that's great, but we're missing the PR component of this to really put the fuel to it, no pun intended.
Let's get ready for countdown.
Yeah, there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for The Rock. Everybody smell the jet fuel. But one thing that
when you see that thing take off and you feel the ground rumble and you're 5 miles away,
so let's get ready to rumble.
The sound don't even get to you till it's up about 45 degrees. You realize what an impressive thing that really is.
Two things Bubba discovered when we were thinking about all the Rick and Bubba memories. When we were working with the Titans, both of us were surprised. Number one, that Michael Buffer did not have a dressing room of some sort in the press box, and we both watched him put his tux on for his let's get ready to
in the
rumble
bathroom
in the stall.
Oh yeah, he was right next to you.
You ever seen anybody put a tux on in a stall? That's not easy.
No.
And I thought that's Michael Buffer. Did we not have a private room for him or something? And then the other thing that we notice is he does not like for you to mock what he does at the urinal. He does not like that at all.
I don't even think he liked it. I don't think he liked us talking to him at the urinal.
He did not.
But the acoustics and stuff in the bathroom really helped.
He came up to the urinal now with a somewhat wrinkled tux on, and he comes up to the urinal, and Bubba and I on each side of him. We kept going, let's get ready. And let me tell you something. He thought that was zero fun.
So he gave you nothing on it.
He didn't find the immense humor in it we did.
No,
I can't believe that.
Speaking of space, the only person anywhere near the disdain for us was Alan Shepard.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, he didn't like rocket comments.
You know, sometimes, baby, you don't need to meet your heroes.
No.
Yeah. Maybe he was having a bad day.
Yep.
He was way serious about it.
But do you remember
way serious about it?
But have you ever had something that was habitual to you, like the and you can't stop doing it, and you realize, all right, he's done with us doing this, but I can't stop doing it. Yeah. The only way he's going to not hear me do this is leave the restroom. Yeah. When he's done with his business, then he won't hear it. But as long as he's in here, I can't stop doing it.
I really thought he would have a private dressing room.
We got Michael Buffer in the handy stall.
Yeah,
I mean putting his tux on,
bumping into everything.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem right.
No, it doesn't. No. So anyway, that's. But I
wonder if he had to change his shoes. You ever have to change your shoes in a bathroom?
It's almost impossible.
Do that.
It's almost impossible.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
There's something about putting the top down and now making that just a seat to put your shoes on. It feels strange.
Yes, all of it's terrible.
Yeah, it's. But I was a little surprised by that. But I'm with you. I think that kind of presentation for a launch would go a long way. And I think this step with X is kind of a step in that direction.
Well, they needed some partners to get involved, and SpaceX has brought a lot of new technology and developed it. And, there's other partners, too. I mean, United Launch and everybody else. So it's, they're moving
Blue
forward.
Origin.
Well, I was waiting on that.
They are, too.
Waiting on it.
They are. Well, and that's the kind of comments that got Alan Shepard, man.
It was, wasn't it?
It was. Oh, yeah. He did not like a hair.
That's another one of the
can I tell
rocket
y'all how
companies.
much?
You mean Admiral Alan Shepard.
Michael Buffer.
Who hit a golf ball on the moon, Rick
Right.
Alan Shepard.
First American in space.
Gave us a 0 on bathroom, let's get ready to rumble humor. 0. And Alan Shepard does not like rocket humor.
No, he doesn't. No.
Doesn't like it at all.
The Admiral was very serious today. We bumped into him in Rocket Park.
Right.
There's Blue Origin, Greg.
There it is.
There it is.
That thing.
Now I understand why.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Stories are making me hungry.
Here's a funny visual when it's been pulled over by the police.
Yeah,
guys, when you see a police car parked behind the weenie mobile with the lights on,
I know,
and handing out a traffic citation to a giant weenie. That's just solid gold.
You know what I think when I see that, though? It's funny. I don't think the Wienermobile has made a mistake. I think that the police officers are just hungry.
And
that they might have a hot dog on board.
That's right, yeah.
Got any samples?
So here's what the Weenie Mobile was pulled over for. It was the move over law, Bubba, the one we love. The Weenie wouldn't move over. The Weenie's blocking the left lane. Get that big Weenie out of the way.
This was where, I think, Rick, this is
coming
where,
from the inside? Okay.
This is where a car is pulled over, or a police officer, and you're supposed to move.
Okay.
If you can, safely or slow down. And you can't always because you might have traffic over there. You don't want to cause an accident.
Come over on you.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, that's a mistake on their part to do that.
We need to do a better job of teaching this. Big Love got a ticket for this one time, and he said, through all my training, no one told me the move over law.
Yeah.
He said I was trying to be in traffic. I probably maybe I could have gotten over, but it would have been tight. And as a young driver, it was uncomfortable. I was liking where I was. I didn't think I was close to the officer on the side of the road when somebody pulled over, and I didn't know I was supposed to make any effort I could to move over. Still, he has to pay the ticket because it is the law, and the officer determined that he had time to get over. But sometimes you can't. I mean, you can't. In the Weenie Mobile, probably same thing. I'm in a giant weenie, and I'm in the right lane trying to keep from blocking traffic. There's somebody on the side of the road. There's a lot of weenie coming here, and the person's probably like, I just want to stay here because I'm comfortable in this. Kind of an awkward.
I don't want to change a lot of lanes in the Weenie Mobile.
Kind of an awkward vehicle, Right. And
but is the law you have to slow down 15 miles below the speed limit?
That's what I just think move over.
I slow down, but I don't go that.
Move over and slow down always wise in that situation.
It's not the easiest thing.
No, it is.
I had it happen to me yesterday, and I looked around at the traffic, and I said, I got nowhere to go. I mean, I would literally have to
drop it down.
So I started trying to drop it down because if not, I would have. But then here's the problem: the people behind you, they're big fans.
Oh yeah.
Now they could run up on you. It's a difficult. I understand why the law's there. I certainly do. Yeah. It's tragic when people get hit on the side of the road by distracted drivers. But man, it's sometimes it's tough when you see somebody and you start trying to maneuver.
Yeah. Also, related to this, Oscar Mayer is currently taking applications for its next class of a dozen drivers, or as they like to call them, hot doggers.
That's funny.
They will begin training behind the wheel of the 27-foot vehicle in June, but the deadline to put your name in the bun is January 31st.
That's funny. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, well, here's the Pringles.
The only one we
commercial.
liked.
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah,
we'll watch it in the break.
Yeah,
Jack
sure.
Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream, and onion.
Yeah, I dislike this every time I see it.
I don't know the little adult goofy
this
cartoon.
Rick and Morty thing or something in Morty. I don't like it at all. I just hate every minute.
That's because we're adults.
Yeah,
Rick.
I don't like any second that I'm involved in it.
That's very bizarre. I'm out of the loop. I don't. I'd rather see the woodchuck.
Is it? What's it? Ryan Wilson, I think, is his name. Is that the actor?
Rainn
Wilson. Okay, he is the guy that is Little Caesar's spokesperson, and here's two teasers for that.
Okay, this might work. Yes, this might work. This might. What? No! This is not happening.
He starts to slap pizzas out of everybody's hand.
Pizzas out everything.
And here's another one.
Pizza.
I've actually had that happen to me before.
Yeah.
Bread is best. Bread is the best thing. Sliced bread is the best thing. Sliced bread, colon. Still the best thing? Question mark? Yes! Exclamation point.
So he's coming up with some product. and to counter that, have you seen that Pizza Hut is going to be offering cash Super Bowl tickets to the family that gives birth to the first twins after kickoff? You have to give birth to twins. It has to be after kickoff. Mm-hmm. Then I guess next year's Super Bowl.
I started saying, when are the tickets? Because you've already missed this year.
It had to be next year. And you're going to get money, $22,000 to their educational fund for the twins, free pizza, and Super Bowl tickets for the parents for the next game.
How about that?
So you have to give birth to twins, and it has to happen after.
20 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. So still to come on the program, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson with us next segment. Speedy will be nervous and uncomfortable until that moment is over because he worries about guests when they're supposed to be on, and we're Zooming, and we're coming from D.C. It's a lot.
I can't see the hotline ringing. Would you let me know if it does? And don't play with me either.
Okay.
See.
All right, so that's coming up a little bit later on. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. David Pollock, our guest. Good news for Alabama fans. He'll be with us this weekend. It was a great conversation. By the way, got confirmation on why he called me around 8:35 last night. He said I had actually butt-dialed him earlier in the day, and he was trying to return my call.
Yeah.
So
I sent a bizarre text this morning, too.
I know. That's me getting in lift kits a lot. So when do we turn these trucks in? So anyway, that's coming up. And then, of course, tonight, Birmingham, Alabama, the Wright Center, Sanford University, the Man Church Conference starts tonight. Doors open at 6. Got guys here in the room that are going tonight. We'll start at 7. And we look forward to seeing all of you that are coming from, I think we've documented about 10 different states, men coming in from all over. A lot of them doing the men's discipleship strategy there at their church. Others just coming to kick the tires and see what's going on. It'll be a wonderful weekend together, and look forward to meeting all of you this weekend. And I'll be gripping and grinning out there. And the real Greg Burgess is going. He'll be doing a little gripping and grinning, and you always want to be around Greg because he's just for no other reason, the fact he's so joyful.
I am.
So that's that coming up this weekend as well. All right, so let's jump in. There's a video here, and I noticed that it's one of the many podcasts. How many podcasts you think there are out there right now?
The last I heard, let's see, what was some? Gaston told me the exact number.
You got a number?
What it was, and you're going to be shocked. It's like there's well over 5 million active ones right now.
5 million active podcasts?
Right, and about 10 out there.
All right.
10 that are making money. So here is a woman who's making some statements. Adler, you're telling me, and one of them includes how much money you need to be making if you shouldn't even be dating if you're not making a certain amount of money. Is that right?
And what podcast is this from?
It's just I've never heard of this podcast before, and this podcast is not for me. It would be more for like urban women.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's not you.
That's not you.
But she makes a point that I disagree with, and then at the end she actually makes a point that I do agree with.
Well, maybe. Well, this is going to be interesting.
I'm gonna have to edit one little quick part of it, so I'm just gonna keep it on this screen.
Should I do anything?
I've got it.
Okay,
I've got it. But so here she is. Greg, just stop. Hold the comments, Greg.
So if you're making $50,000, don't date. I'm just being for real. You're not ready to date.
Again, I'm with you when
you're not ready to date. You're not ready to date because courtship costs.
Okay.
Everything costs. Okay. You can go for 22 walks in the park. Eventually, shorty is gonna need a sip of something. She gonna be thirsty. This bottle of water is $3 in Atlanta. Let's not play. So if you don't have any expendable cash, don't date. And whatever that looks like for you, you might only make $50,000, but you live in a shoe, and now you got expendable cash. Or get you a bottom of the.
Oh my goodness! Okay. Oh wow! Oh, no wonder
she doesn't have the expectation. And I'm gonna tell you this right now: enjoy it while it lasts, because eventually you're gonna want to run. Because she doesn't stretch you. She doesn't make you the man that you need to become. She allows you to be this stagnant dude in the same jeans for days. You know what I'm saying?
Be cutting up. You talk about me.
Okay, I want to know what you agree with. I want to know what part
you said you agreed with something.
What nugget did you pick out of that?
The stagnant dude part of it. You
don't be so hard on yourself.
You don't want a partner in your life that allows you to be less than what you should be.
Yeah, somebody pushes you.
You got to have somebody that pushes you, and you both push each other, and you both are a full, whole person. You can't be a half person and a half person, and you come together. That's still just one person. You both need to be two full people, come together, and of course you need to focus on Christ. That's a given.
She didn't cover that, I know.
I know she didn't mention that.
Right, yeah.
But the part of being stagnant, now, my wife pushes me. She truthfully does. I push her. We both push each other. We have honest conversations.
Figuratively.
I don't push my wife.
Yeah,
figuratively. We don't physically push each other.
Right, yeah.
My wife does allow me to wear the same jeans for days, but that's different. That's a different thing.
Yeah, totally different.
So
I thought you might.
I wanted to see what y'all thought about that. I think the 50,000 rule is silly. That's ridiculous. You can outspend any amount of income you have, and you can have extra income if you make 50,000 a year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, well, she made that point, but she said you had to live in a shoe.
But what if he finds like some rich lady that wants to go out?
There you go.
Sure.
He can't find a fella.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be
That's one plan.
Yeah. Anyways, I just thought I was curious to see what y'all thought about that, and that's what I think about it. I'm not saying I'm right. That's just what I think.
Just the inner urban woman in you.
That's my inner urban woman. Yeah.
That has lived in my mind that one of our interns told us one time.
Right.
Rich women need love too.
They do. They do. They do.
For real.
That
They do.
was. That was true.
That's true.
That's true.
And they do. You can. It's like. I mean, that's
never
true.
forgot that quote. By the way,
that's
see,
true.
so we learn from interns too.
Yeah, we do from time to time.
Yep.
So anyway, but I think you're taking a much deeper point out of this.
Okay.
Than I heard. I think you using this as the setup for the point you just made. That was very creative.
Okay. Well, I agree with part of it, and I disagree with the other part.
The stretchy
I don't
part
know you're going to get a wall hanging plaque out of any of that.
Sure. And a large part of it was just she's a large lady, and I knew Greg was going to jump all over it.
So you put that
There
on there
it
because you
is.
thought Greg would comment?
Well, I've been watching 1,000-Pound Sisters, and she looked skinny compared to that. So it caught me off guard.
That didn't even look big to you.
Yeah, I was like, what?
What's the problem?
She's so small. How's she doing?
She's so tiny. Kind of goes back to Crocodile Dundee. Big woman, you call that a big woman?
It's not
That ain't a big woman.
I'm watching Two Ton Sisters.
You ain't seen
Here's
Tammy.
a big
You ain't
woman.
seen Tammy yet.
Is that you come back for another season?
Oh yeah, they'll be back. You know,
How many seasons have they had?
I don't. They
already?
got a lot. I'm not sure. So I'll catch a marathon every now and then.
And it's the what's the name?
Two-ton teenager. That's a different one.
Right. Okay, I get them confused.
1,000-Pound Sisters.
1,000-pound.
And when they started, they truly together was well over 1,000 pounds, but they've gotten a little bit skinnier.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Are they going to keep the name? Because they're not 1,000 pounds anymore.
No, they
Is
maybe
this
go
about
back to
them?
maybe 600 pounds.
Is this them trying to lose weight? What is it about? Are we just watching
Just
the
all-
lives of
the
large?
whole thing?
Are they trying to do better?
Yeah, they do, but they fail at times.
We
But it's
all
just,
do.
but no, their personalities and the way they talk to each other is the best.
But I'm back in that boardroom
Yeah.
again that I always talk about in that conference room. Anybody got any ideas for some shows? Hear me out.
I mean, it's funny.
I'm
It's a
thinking we
funny
follow the
show.
lives of really, really fat people. And somebody says, "What do you mean?" No, I don't mean kind of fat. I don't mean chubby. I'm talking like they combine for over 1,000 pounds. You think people will sit around and watch
Yeah.
people that weigh over 1,000 pounds? I'm telling you, I think it'll be TV gold. I think they won't be able to take their eyes off the screen.
That's what it does. It hypnotizes you.
Yeah. Well, I tell you one thing it does do for those of us that have weight issues we do look at this and go, you know what? I'm not doing so bad.
Right. Or Rick, the classic. It could be worse.
It could be worse.
If y'all-
How much you weigh, Rick? Less than 500, I'll tell you that.
If y'all could create your own reality show and produce it, what theme would it be? Would
Well-
it be something like this to you, Greg? I know Genuine
Probably
Article
an overweight hoarding midget. Because that seems to be the most popular shows they have. If you can combine them, you know.
And what
If
if
you watch
they-
it, hey.
And what if that person drove over icy roads?
There.
Oh, wow.
And lived in Alaska.
Yep.
Yeah, yes.
After they moved from the swamp.
Below zero.
Right.
I meant to say
Golly.
little person. I messed up. My
You
bad.
Oh, yeah, got me in a
Greg
meeting.
used the M word. Wasn't
Here
Bubba.
come the emails.
Bottom of the hour, Speaker Mike Johnson, Speedy, scheduled to be next.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kickoff.
Wow.
So, how can you imagine the Super Bowl's on and your wife's going into labor with twins and you're up there?
Wow.
I guess this is their way to try to.
What are
You're
you
like,
watching? Take
honey,
care of me.
can you hang on? Kickoff is 5. They're in the national anthem. Just hang on. Hang on.
Let them let toe touch leather.
Bubba.
Toe touch leather and we're underway.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
let's bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you know him best as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice. You know, it's there's so much going on. There's so much to unpack, and I guess you guys saw, and it's a little bit local, but I sent it to you last night. And she calls the show quite often. The governor of our home state of Alabama fell and broke her shoulder, or messed her shoulder up. Did you see that?
Arm, shoulder, something, wasn't it? Yeah, fell over the dog.
Injured.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Dogs are getting away.
Please tell me y'all read the comments like I asked you to.
Yes. Talking about all 183 of them?
Yeah. Whatever you do, take a look-see. Okay?
Yeah, that's usually where the comedians get out and shine. Isn't it?
Boy, they do. Hey, boy, but I just wondered if we will hear from her today.
I don't know.
Let us know she's okay.
Our very own Miss K.
Fractured her shoulder.
Well, and I mentioned that when talking about Secretary Ben Carson coming into the state of Alabama because she's supposed to be with him, I believe.
Well, she said she's going to have a sling, and we shouldn't be alarmed. That's why she's letting us know. She's in a sling.
All right.
So
well, good.
So anyway, we'll talk to Ben Carson, as I said, on the program today as he is on a bus tour rolling through, and try to get an update on the life of Ben Carson. You kind of Ben, he's always not tried to bring a lot of attention to himself. He's just kind of become part of the Trump administration, doing his job, getting after it. It's kind of he's not bringing a lot of fanfare to himself, but a lot's going on there.
As we lovingly call Whispering Ben.
Whispering Ben Carson.
Yep.
So we have that. Super Bowl grows ever closer. I know the kickoff hour started discussing, what in the world can we expect out of this halftime show. I don't know, but I can tell you one thing you could pretty much bank on, and that will be much hip action. That you can bank on if you're going to combine J-Lo and Shakira.
Well, you will see a lot of dancing from people who have no back problems.
Right. If tight clothing or lack of clothing bothers you, probably not a good show for you. It's just so that to be. And if you are ever offended by much booty, this is not the halftime show for you. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, this halftime show probably had intrigue for me. When I was 21. 18, somewhere in there. It's so we'll see. But anyway, other things that we can talk about on the program today. Bubba, you said you had fun. I didn't catch it. I wish I had. That it was the give us your questions on a card for John Roberts yesterday.
Yeah, they were sending us the questions, and from a historical standpoint, it was kind of interesting. I stayed with it a little longer than I thought I would, kind of following all that, and it was interesting. Now, far as the actual meat of it, it's the same old thing. It's the same old thing.
Yeah.
Look, quid pro quo is impeachable. It wasn't a quid pro quo, and even if it was, it's not impeachable. What's the level of evidence? It's if it plays to your side's way, we say this is how they do it in a trial. If it doesn't play to your side, you go, well, this isn't a trial. This is the impeachment. It's totally separate. And really what it gets down to, when you take it all away, the term high crimes and misdemeanors are so vague.
We're back, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. As promised, and we are thankful, the 56th Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, joins us now. Speaker, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, delighted to be with you guys. I'm doing well.
Pleasure to meet you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
For sure. You guys are an institution, and they told me it's the last season of your show, so I'm glad I made it. Before the show is
so
wrapped
close.
up.
You got under the wire.
So very close. And, it's usually Gary Palmer, he picks and chooses when he admits that he actually knows us. So it's odd for him to make this kind of connection.
Are you having any luck keeping him in order?
I tell you what, he's an institution as well. For many years before I got to Congress, I admired his work in the public policy arena. He was kind of a hero of mine in that space. And, he'll be running for his sixth term for Alabama's 6th district this time. And he's the chair of our Republican Policy Committee. So, no kidding. Gary Palmer really is the brains of the operation around here. And he works hard every day advancing Birmingham's values, bringing them to Washington and all the surrounding communities. He does a great job. He's one of my favorite people in the world.
And as you said, so well educated on the Constitution, the establishment of our country, the founding fathers. He really is an encyclopedia. And now that we've become revisionists of history, the Garys of the world are more important than ever.
You said it right, and he does a great job of that. He's sort of the conscience of the party here on the Hill and keeps everybody grounded. He's the ideas guy. I mean, he's an invaluable member. So let me just say, here's my plea. Make sure you send Gary Palmer back here. We need him desperately.
Now, does he put his number 6 helmet on, run up and down the hall, Lenny? Have you seen any of that,
No,
Mr. Speaker?
I don't allow it. I'm an LSU grad. So we got one area where,
that's true.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Sorry about the Saban thing.
Yeah, there's that. There's that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we only got one segment. We know you're very busy. I've got to ask you this because it has been a rather hot topic. We had the special counsel come out with his ruling on President Biden mishandling classified information and basically said he did it, but he's not going to prosecute him because he would be perceived as an elderly man with poor memory. My question is, and what a lot of people don't understand, if he can do that and not be charged for having the incapacity to do that, why is he still president handling classified information?
That's a very important question, and people are asking that one out loud here on Capitol Hill and around the country. I've been in 17 states in the last 12 weeks or so. I mean, this is top of mind for everyone because a quote-unquote elderly man with a poor memory is just, frankly, not fit to be the commander-in-chief right now. We're in a very dangerous time, and he's projecting that weakness, that kind of feeble nature that he has right now across the globe. And our enemies see that. Our adversaries see that, and that's why they're acting so provocatively. So, I mean, let's just put it simply. A man who is too incapable of being held accountable for mishandling classified information should not be running the country right now. And I'm not trying to be uncharitable, but that's just a fact. This is serious, serious stuff.
Well, what can be done?
Yeah.
Realistically.
Well, listen, I mean, look, this isn't a political issue. Let me clarify. We got 86% of Americans in the latest poll believe he's too old to run for office. 76% are concerned he doesn't have the necessary mental and physical health for another term. He's just not fit for office. So the Democrats have a real dilemma, gentlemen, because we're coming up to the wire here. The election is right around the corner in political terms, and they don't have many. They don't apparently have any other available options. So it's the Biden-Harris ticket again. And I think that bodes very well for President Trump. I think he gets reelected again, and we'll be able to turn this whole thing around. But in the meantime, between now and then, we've got a very difficult job here of maintaining sort of balance because we're not projecting strength, maintaining peace through strength, which is what we're supposed to do.
Well, we're not doctors. You're not a doctor. None of us are claiming to be doctors. However, we're at the age now, and our father just passed away in December, and Bubba's mother had the same issue. We have seen Alzheimer's and dementia up close and personal. And when you watch him, I'm not a doctor, but when I watch him, I see things I saw in my dad. I see the shuffling. I see the wandering around. I see the walking and talking to people that you're like, why are you talking to this person?
Or are they there?
And then we played a clip, Speaker, that was only 2020. He seems so much together in 2020 compared to today, and that's just been 3.5 years. And there's been a decline recently that seems to be severe, and I know you see it, we see it, the people, as you just said, 86% see it on both parties. So the Democrats clearly see this. So what Americans are thinking is if they're running this ticket again, he must not really be the one running things, or they must have some plan because he doesn't seem capable of doing it. And as Bubba just pointed out, and you've pointed out, apparently people who are going to investigate him don't think he's capable of doing it. So what's the play here? I think people are just wondering, what are they doing?
It's a great question. I think they've got more of a dilemma than a plan. They've been backed into this. I can tell you that most of the Democrats in Congress apparently assume that this is the ticket because they're not talking about anything else. Now they will privately grumble about it. They're not happy about it. And I think that enthusiasm or lack thereof is going to have a big effect in the election. I mean, no one's excited to go support that ticket. That's their real problem. But they don't feel like they can leapfrog him with anybody else And if Kamala Harris remains on the ticket, she's less popular than he is. So they've got a real problem. They're going to run headlong against Donald Trump and try to make him the enemy of all things that are good and holy. And that's the only play they have.
Speaker, let me ask you real quick too. Southern border. I know we've got limited time with you. We've all seen the footage. Unbelievable numbers coming over our border. I thought we had a process for letting people in, but apparently it's wide open. What can we do to stop this?
The border is definitely wide open. We have been beating that drum over and over and over. It's been almost 11 months since we passed our border security bill. The House Republicans pushed that over to the Senate. It's been sitting on Chuck Schumer's desk collecting dust ever since. But, guys, the numbers are just almost unbelievable. The official numbers were over 8 million illegal encounters since Biden took office, and that's at the border. That's the people they encountered. They don't stop them, of course. They bring them in and distribute them around the country. 2 million known gotaways, over 300 suspects on the terrorism watch list. Now, we don't really know the actual number. We estimate, on our side, it's probably 15 million people, illegals, who have come into this country since Biden took office. We have terrorist cells, we're certain, set up around the country. I mean, you don't need classified info to assume that is true, because we've got dangerous people coming over. Fentanyl overdoses are now the leading cause of death for Americans age 18 to 49, cartels making billions of dollars, human trafficking, all the rest. The question is, what can we do about it? We are forcing the issue every single day here. Gary Palmer and I and all of our colleagues every day are demanding that Joe Biden take executive authority. We tried to work our way through Congress. The Senate stops it. The Democrats there stop it. We need the president to use his existing executive authority to stop the flow. He has a broad array of authority. He could shut the entire border down if, quote, under the law, he deemed it to be in the nation's interest. We believe it's in the nation's interest, and so we're going to demand he take that action while Congress fights over what the actual provisions may be to enhance the law.
Well, Speaker, we wanted to say, too, we appreciate you. We appreciate your stance as a believer, bringing it to that position. I know it was a little crazy how you got into that seat, but we certainly appreciate you speaking out, and we're glad to have a strong leader like you as Speaker of the House.
Well, that means a lot coming from you guys. I really appreciate it. And we're going to keep doing that. You know, what the values that we espouse here now every day are the same that the founders held in previous generations of Americans. We are one nation under God. And as Reagan said, if we ever forget that, we're going to be a nation gone under. And that's just a basic truth about who we are as a people, and we better hold on to it.
Well, thank you for taking time to be with us. I echo Bubba's comments, and also just keep using the logic you're using. You also been gifted to be able, which is grossly missing in our society right now, the ability to actually walk a narrative out. So continue to speak clearly and unapologetically.
And Mr. Speaker, I do have one favor while I have you on the phone. I have a young lady that's working in your building down the hall, my daughter. Works with Jerry Carl down there, and please keep an eye open for her, please, if you would.
I will do that. And listen, I've got one of my communication staffers is one of your longtime listeners. She was just sitting here telling me she listened to y'all every morning, every day. Abby is sitting here with me, and she's a big fan. So y'all got fans all over the building here. You should come visit us.
Well, thank you very much.
We will be back up soon, and I hope we can meet you face to face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Mike,
talk to you. God
Mike
bless.
Johnson taking time to be with us today, Speaker of the House. And again, as he always seems to do, he's gifted to just kind of shoot it straight and easy to comprehend, and also revealing how illogical it is to oppose this logical stuff. We'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Each senator can decide on their own what they think it is. And, you know, in this highly charged, political environment that we're in, I doubt you're going to have anybody who's a Democrat change their mind, and I don't think you have anybody who's a Republican change their mind. They're going to vote exactly like they would have when they came in the chamber to begin with. All this dog and pony show is just that. It's just a dog and pony show.
And I'll tell you who I feel bad for in all this is Alan Dershowitz, because he did a lot of work and gave an hour that could not have been clearer on our country and its Constitution when it comes to this. And as you just said, he's basically been ignored. The people who were going to vote against it are going to vote against it, and the people who are going to vote for it are going to vote for it. And I feel bad for him because what he tried to do is say, can we remove red and blue for just a minute and talk about the Constitution and look at the history of our country?
That's not going to happen.
And here's what the Constitution demands, and you don't have what it demands.
Yeah.
So
even The View yesterday, it got so heated. He was on The View, and Whoopi Goldberg told him, "Hey, I'm moving on with you or cutting you off." I mean, they just hate to hear what he has to say. They can't stomach it.
This has been a human problem since the fall. It's like if we get in our minds that we want something to be a certain way, any authority, God himself is told that he's outdated and unreasonable.
Oh yeah.
So I mean,
we're so smart.
Oh my goodness.
But what Alan I say his last name again, Rick.
Dershowitz.
That's Dershowitz.
Bubba, let me just give you, in the future, never say, "Hey Rick, you say it."
Yeah,
so I know how to say it. That's what I say. That's what I say.
He's getting a lot of play because of something he said, and I think it was the day before, where he said that, they were talking about motive. See, they're getting so deep into the motive and what was the president thinking, and was his motive pure? Was it not? Was it? Can you have more than one thing going on with a motive? And he made a comment. He was painting, I think, kind of a picture of how you could how extreme some of this can get. Where he basically said, look, every elected official thinks it's in the public interest for them to be reelected.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
and stay into office. So if he's doing what he thinks is in the public interest, even though he's trying to get reelected, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because by definition, he's doing what he thinks is in the public interest. And they're giving him grief about it. So they're quoting him out of context on it, saying, well, if you follow that, anything that a president does, legal or illegal, is now legal because of what you said.
Well,
and that's not what he said.
He's trying to say that the Constitution and the way the founders set up this government, you've said it 1,000 times, we've said it. If you want to break it down to language that we can all understand, he's trying to say the Constitution keeps us from turning into a banana republic.
It tries to.
It tries to, and when you don't listen to it, that's what you're going to have. Any president could be removed for political reasons anytime.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so 22 minutes past the hour, updating everything that's going on with Trump. I did not see The View get upset with Alan Dershowitz, by the way, a fellow Democrat who won't tell them what they want to hear. And then yesterday, Donald Trump tweeting out in all caps, "Game over," about his beautiful, perfect call to the Ukraine. So there's now a video of John Bolton calling the president's phone call to Ukraine's Zelensky warm and cordial. So the White House fights to stop him giving evidence. But John Bolton's book, which is supposed to be this big, here, this is it. The Democrats say John Bolton's book is going to be the end of Trump. And now this is be book, 12 to 15 that people have written that they claim is the end of Trump.
Yeah.
And now there's been a video coming out going, well, here's Bolton saying that everything's number one.
This is going to come
And, of course,
from
Trump immediately gave out a game over.
Yeah, and it was from a Radio Free Europe interview of August of 2019. Here's Bolton.
We'll be meeting President Zelensky. He and President Trump have already spoken twice. President called to congratulate President Zelensky on his election and then on his success in the parliamentary election. They were very warm and cordial calls. We're hoping that they'll be able to meet in Warsaw and have a few minutes together because the success of Ukraine, maintaining its freedom, its system of representative government, a free market economy free of corruption, and dealing with the problems of the Donbass and the Crimea.
Phone troll of the day. That means the largest number of people, shortest amount of time. All 10 lines are open. Speedy's got them. And we use our friend the buzzer, speaking of borders.
That hurt.
Remember, parameters are a blessing. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Use that 30 seconds. I know it's a nervous thing, and you can certainly do it, and we thank you for it. Really no need to ask us how we're doing. The answer is going to be we're doing great. So that's
Finest frog here.
But I know sometimes that's a nervous, get the conversation going thing, which is fine. But know that we're okay if you don't do that. All right. So 30 seconds, comments, questions, bringing up topics. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Let me tell you right now, if you're looking to get incredible products from an American company and pay a great price, and we're all looking for deals right now, not just Speedy. MyPillow flannel sheets right now are $29.98. Men's or women's pajamas. We say pajamas, but we've been told that we're supposed to say pajamas. I've never been quite comfortable with that. Pajamas. It's our pajamas.
They don't say that here where we live, pajamas.
And they tell us our accent's annoying. Oh, I know. Pajamas. But anyway, so get those men or women right now in an array of styles and fabrics, $39.99. Lightweight men's or women's bathrobes, $48.98. MyPillow hoodies are $29.99. And the down comforters, Greg, are 60% off. The MyPillow 2.0s, 50% off. So go right now to MyPillow.com/Bubba, or just go to RickandBubba.com, look under the sponsors button, and you'll get it there too. To the phones we go. Let's start with Logan in Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Go, Logan, 30 seconds.
Hey, what's up? I was just wondering, what's y'all's thoughts on them talking about the sleeper cells coming in from the border and just stuff like that?
Well, if I was a terrorist group, and I wanted to put sleeper cells in a country that had a wide open border, guess where I'd go in?
Yeah, let's just say we were trying to get sleeper cells or we're trying to get our special forces into China. Let's just say, for example, and they had people pouring over the border from India into China. Wouldn't it be a good place for us to put people to walk in?
Yeah, it would.
I mean, I'm just common sense. I mean, sometimes I think we overthink this.
What if you wanted to sneak into this studio and there was one place where the door was wide open, all the other doors were closed?
Yeah, I'd go to the one that was open. I mean,
Or just tells you got free food and you can kill us easy.
All right.
So anyway, there you go. We continue. Wes in Alabama. Wes, 30 seconds. Go.
Oh, yes, Bubba. I was watching the news the other day, and they said that Trump's campaign was not spied on, and they was re-airing this 60-minute thing, called him a liar. And then I happened to be watching y'all's show on YouTube for the first time, and there you was saying, hey, all that stuff Trump was saying was true. Yep. They was really kind of spying on him.
Yep.
And I just thought, yep, these idiots put anything on the news just...
Well, it tells you to listen to the show, too. Don't watch that. I mean, if you want to know what's going on with all this, just wait on Bubba to comment on it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
that'll get you the truth. No, I mean we know the FISA court was lied to.
Yeah,
I mean they wrote a scathing report on that, and 2 or 3 people from the FBI were relieved of their jobs. They should have gone to prison.
Yep.
Is what should have happened.
Yep.
But that never happens on that side. Just like Joe Biden can mishandle classified information. If it was you or me or Danny Wood, we would be, hey, let me tell you what, boys, we'd be busting rocks out in Kansas.
Hey,
okay?
boys.
But Joe, we can't do that. And so, I wish that it was all red, white, and blue, but our country is not. And when we finally realize that and fight to get back to what we was is when we'll make a difference. But until we keep taking it, they're going to keep giving it.
Here, here. Here, here. Barry,
there you go.
Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Barry, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I have the solution for the border, and it's what everyone thinks we should do for school shootings. I think maybe we just need more thoughts and prayers.
Well, look, we've said this comment on the air, and it is a life truth, okay? I may not always live out what I profess. I can say one thing and do another, but we all live out what we really believe. So in the middle of the pandemic,
don't we?
All the stuff that they were absolutely telling us about, you can't do this, you got to wear a mask, you got to do this, you're making people unsafe, and they left the border wide open. So you can't help but think, all right. And then they also will tell you that Trump is the problem right now. Of course, he was trying to build a wall. And then they also think that we shouldn't care about border towns. But then when all these people start coming into their towns, then suddenly they cared.
Wow,
so,
then New York couldn't handle it.
Right, yeah.
Crazy. Danny, I'm sorry. I did vision you busting rocks.
Right.
A minute ago. I'm sorry about that.
Big sledgehammer.
Let's go to Casey in Alabama. Casey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, the speaker was talking about how the Democrats don't really have any other plan but to run Biden and Harris again. But do you, and if they do that, Trump's going to win. So do you think maybe they've come to the realization that they're thinking maybe we need to let Trump come back in, kind of build what we've filled up, what we've torn down, and then maybe try again in the next 4 years?
I wouldn't think that's ever a political plan to let the other guy win.
No.
I don't think they're that gracious. Even though that it might boomerang and help them long term, I think all political thought is immediate, direct, and how do I save my butt?
Right.
So I don't know. I'm confused too. I think they're in trouble. I think they don't know what to do.
Right.
Of course, you've got the good Governor Gavin Newsom. He's that kid on the side. He goes, "I'll play.
Right, yeah.
He's out there. I'll play.
Put
Let
me
me in. Pick me.
Put me in.
You
Put me in.
He's about to stretch his arm out of joint. So who knows?
Mark in
September surprise. It could get interesting, boys.
Yeah. Mark in Pensacola. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, thank you guys for all you do. I appreciate
It's our
it.
pleasure.
And I think I've come up with the proper pronunciation for that gal's name over there in Georgia that's up on the stand. It's actually pronounced phony.
Oh, okay. All right. Boy, that went a lot better than I was afraid.
Yeah, I didn't know where we
That
were
could have
going.
been worse. Yeah. Kyle in Birmingham, ZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
So the other day when they was having the impeachment hearings, I found myself watching MSNBC during that. And it was kind of funny that they were saying Republicans are wasting time. You know, we can't get nothing done doing this. But it was all fun and games when Donald Trump was being impeached, right?
Well, does that surprise you, though, Kyle? I mean, honestly, does that surprise you? I mean, it's
Not one bit.
a home team in politics and in football. Does any of that surprise you? My team does everything right. Your team does everything wrong. Cody in Dora, Alabama. Cody, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Did y'all hear that a former news anchor from Fox 6 passed away, Scott Richards?
I did. I asked Bubba about that today. I saw James Spann had posted. I know a lot of people around the country may not know who we're talking about, but if you grew up where we did, Scott Richards was a fixture on local news, and I saw that James Spann put out, because he used to work with him, that he passed away. I didn't know that.
I did not know that. I mean, he's way too young for that, isn't he?
Yeah, and Greg, you said, did you say you thought it was Sutton? I don't know. I had not heard. I know he's been retired since
20 years.
Seems like maybe 2019 or somewhere in there. But I don't know what the cause of death was, because I just saw
74.
Yeah,
they said it was a sudden medical emergency.
Oh, okay.
He was an anchor for over 3 decades.
Yeah. So and from
a long time.
From all accounts, and Spann was saying it too. Stand-up guy, and did his job really well.
Yeah.
So
the times we've been around him.
Oh,
he was pro.
Yeah, and let's face it, people being kind to us may not be much of an indicator, because people sometimes are just charitable to good. But I understand that he actually was very kind to other people. Yeah. And did his job really well. Well, of course, everybody be kind to us. You're supposed to. Bless their hearts.
Yeah, poor guys.
Bless their hearts. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Speaking of podcasts, David Pollack is our guest. And if you're coming to the Man Church Conference this weekend, but your time with us is up, I'll, Lord willing, see you there. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are high priorities here, obviously, but high priorities for the United States as well.
So he says, look, they've talked a couple times, been warm and cordial. This is all good, and I mean, he's never raising any alarms of anything he's concerned about.
And remember too, Rick, this is everything about this is political. Okay, every twist, every turn. John Bolton was hated and despised by the Democrats. They would not agree to have him as the UN ambassador. Trump had to put him in there in a recess position so that he could appoint him, and and then they had some personal differences. He is a real hawk. I mean, he wanted a military buildup in Europe. Trump did not. He wanted to pull down the numbers. And they had a personal disagreement on that, and that ended up while Bolton is no longer there. But you have a hostile guy probably to the president now because he was fired or he resigned, depending on how you want to who you want to talk to.
Right.
I did think yesterday one of the more interesting parts was the Republicans have been saying, why do you want to call these witnesses now here when in your hearings you're in charge, you have the majority, why didn't you call them then?
Right.
And they said,
it's a sensible
well,
question.
They said we tried, but they were blocking the subpoenas in the court. And they made a point that, well, there are issues of executive privilege. Not everything's covered by that, but some, and you have to adjudicate those. It has to go through the courts. And they withdrew the subpoena for one of the witnesses they wanted. One of them is still going through the court system. But it appeared that the Democrats didn't want to wait on that. They wanted to push it through. They had a time schedule. They wanted him to be impeached before Christmas, and then they wanted this hearing to be going on during the election cycle. So even though it hurt more Democrats because they can't be out on the campaign trail, which again I don't understand. But it's just, it's just a tit for tat thing. And the bottom line is the ones that have a D by their name are going to tell you that absolutely Trump abused power. He needs to be removed. And the ones with an R are going, there is no need or there is no constitutional call. There is no reference to abuse of power. You can't remove him for that, even if he made a quid pro quo. Even though there wasn't one, if he did, you can't do that. And it's exactly what you expect. It's just political power, and it's all about the numbers. Who's got the vote?
I want us to think about the money that's being spent on all this, the time away from the people's business, all that. Just go over that list and put all the things you can list there. Will there be one person, I'm talking to y'all, to your point, Greg's made this point, Bubba's made it, we've made it. Will there be one Republican or one Democrat that will change their vote after all this?
No, there might be one or two Republicans that sway a little bit, but I doubt they will do it.
Well, now one of the stories we have is that the reason why they think this will be done by Friday is because McConnell thinks he has the votes, even from a couple of Democrats that are going to come over, and not a many, but a few.
Well, they're hinting at it, but
and say, hey, we don't need to hear witnesses.
When you get right down to casting the vote, I'll be shocked.
I think the Democrats, they have to be careful if they start wanting witnesses because the Republicans.
Well, that's what they said. We'll do witnesses, but we're going to call them too. And they go, well, that's fine as long as they're relative to this. And the Republicans think the Bidens are relevant to that, and so also they think that Adam Schiff should be. Shift. It's early.
No T.
No T.
Schiff. Yeah. Is also, and I think so too, because all of this started in his office. So
yeah, I'm kind of. Can we vote? Can we just be done with this?
Yeah, they could have voted the first day. You got the same outcome, but
right. Yeah. Can we just go ahead with this because.
And I love too so much of the media. You'll have them. Well, AP does a fact check or CNN does a fact check. They never fact check the Democrats. Not at all. Never. It's always Jay Sekulow is wrong or. This lawyer's wrong or Dershowitz is wrong or whatever. I can't say his name either. This hour's hard.
It's
on
tough
names.
one. Yeah.
It's really hard.
Well, let's go back to this. Just like the other day, the Democrats they'll just weep in the street sometimes for the Palestinians. But when this president said, I'm going in to try to give the Palestinians the best deal they've ever been offered, they covered it for about maybe 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was just minuscule amounts. You saw the poll numbers on it yesterday. They tracked the media, and it got like 30 seconds on ABC, I think a minute on something else. But you know what? The timing of all this is really so bizarre because I know they said they would like to have a vote on witnesses and then acquittal by Friday. Do you realize that the Iowa caucus is like Monday, and the State of the Union address by Trump in the Congress is Tuesday night? Can you imagine what that's going to be like?
We've got an action-packed few days coming up, don't we?
Can you imagine Trump with a hot mic in Congress Tuesday night? Whether it's wrapped up or not.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I was laughing because we brought up and we're rolling, but when Alan Dershowitz decided to be on The View,
Thank you for being with us. 6 minutes now past the hour. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world, and we thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler are here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do. We have the golden ticket seats there. How many do we have? 8,
We got
10, 11?
There's 8, 11. Yeah, I got
Right. Good
11 here, and so we thank you. They've come from all over. We got them here, all representing various parts of the listening audience. We got a big crew here from Nashville coming to the Man Church Conference tonight. They're all here ready to go. Beards everywhere. So, Bubba, we were discussing in the break. Now, we're not doing it right here. You know, we have a bit of a dilemma today. You know, Friday has the golden ticket seats. Friday has kind of been our go-to for the wonderful wheel of now canned meat. But I was alerted by Michael Helms and by the Rick and Bubba store that the wheel is now full of prizes that we don't have. Because of us announcing the last year of the show, Rick and Bubba merchandise, which is about 70% of the wheel, is all sold out except for a very few items. And there's new items coming, and we can start back with the new items. So we have a wheel that has probably the majority of the prizes on the wheel we don't even have. So it was like, okay, that's an issue. So there's nothing to give people unless they land on canned meat, Blaze TV,
Do we
and
have
Moultrie.
canned meat?
Henry the horse.
Yeah, we do have canned meat.
I know we got 2.
And we got some spam.
Do we
in
have
there.
some
We have
meat?
2 spams, too.
Well, Rick, I've been going
Yeah.
through the drawers here.
They're in there by the water cooler.
We have an air purifier we can give away.
Yeah, so Bubba,
because we're kind of, and I'm cleaning out my office, so I can find all kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
right,
in there.
right, yeah.
We've got this air freshener. We got a Rick and Bubba waterproof bag.
Right.
We got some MREs here. Now these are
Yeah,
big.
right.
Meal
Yeah, everybody
17,
wants them.
Meal
which
17.
is pork sausage patty maple flavored.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And this is the one people will really be clamoring for. Menu 21, tuna, chunk, light, water pack, lemon pepper.
Right. Yeah. The
They
only
don't want that.
I know that
Is
these.
this written in reverse or something?
Now I know
It does. The description, I think, was.
Right.
Look, well, you see that's the
I
way
see
it's
it.
written.
I see it.
an
Should be
MRE
chunk light tuna.
is an MRE the ones they say 25 years they're still good? Because I
Yeah.
worry how long have you had those? I mean, we've been doing this 30 years. I mean, I hope they hadn't expired.
And why were they in here in the drawer?
I
I
don't know.
think this one came in. No, this was in my office
I thought they
in
was in
22. So they're good. They're,
Okay.
They're
Oh,
packed
yeah.
with COVID and ready to go. And,
That's funny.
So I mean we
and I got this is left over from one of Dr. Dudney's visits. I have a Gum Summit toothbrush. I have some Ultra Clean Listerine mint floss.
Oh, it's slightly used.
Speedy was looking for that.
Slightly used.
And Crest Pro Health, which is my
Pro
favorite.
Health.
Yeah.
That's big. That's big.
That's really. And I'm gonna go in my office and look around in a minute.
Yeah.
I think I got some. more
So
stuff in
so what you're suggesting, and we'll see how we can walk this
there. I
out.
don't want to see these folks leave and not spin the wheel. That's
Right.
the bottom line.
The good news is it's possible that somebody could win and say, based on what you're going to give me, don't worry about shipping me that. I don't
That's
want
possible.
Can I
it.
have-
Give 'em
So
that
everybody
option.
still gets to have fun in the studio.
Yeah.
And
I got an idea, Rick.
and then Greg usually takes how long to ship something?
6 to 8.
6 to 8 weeks. But right now the store's in the same
I'll back
place.
that up 4 to 6.
Yeah, the store right now, they're 2 weeks
Yeah, well, that's
because of whatever. So we don't need to put anything else on the store, and they've asked us not to. And Greg, if we give it to him, you may or may not get it, but everybody already knows that. Really, we're trying to find a way for the people in the studios to get to spin the wheel. That's really what we're doing.
I have an
That's the bottom
idea.
line.
Okay.
Since it's all right here, and that looks like a logistical nightmare right there.
Mm-hmm.
What about if for them to spin? Like, let's just say we say Russell,
Mm-hmm.
Russell Thomas, you're up. He spins, and then he just spins it, and whatever we just give him something. You won, and we give it to these folks right here. We don't have to ship anything. But they get to spin.
Okay.
So in other words,
give it to the people
we
in the
walk
studio.
around the office and just
That's
give
a great idea.
Give it to whoever spins.
That's a great idea. And then if they do the uncomfortable no thank you,
Yeah.
that's fine. But if they actually win the 3 things we actually
They
have,
win it.
you win it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they get to spin.
I like that, and I like that a lot. Would we be open to this? If you win it, you win something and it doesn't land on some of the things that don't win, can they walk over and just pick out what they want themselves?
Oh.
Or we'll already have it selected and hand it to them.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
So they just don't get to pick.
They'll know that spin is for.
I got you.
Say this beautiful air freshener.
Yeah, and I'm looking in here right now, and don't take this the wrong way. Let me walk this out.
This
okay?
is a dandy.
When I first say it, you're going to go, "Wow, let me walk it out." I do have some old T-shirts back in the storage room, but I don't think that they would fit any of you. Now, before you go any further, they're children's sizes. I don't mean that like you're large.
It's not as bad as you think.
Yeah, right. And I think most
Rick,
of them.
I got a few coffee mugs I've been drinking in over the years.
Right.
They're slightly used.
Anybody got a
but they're
problem
Rick
with
and
it?
Bubba.
Everybody got a problem with a Rick and Bubba mug with coffee stains.
Yeah.
There's a model Blue Origin rocket over there.
There sure is. I know that'll go.
Yeah. We have a couple of stuffed coyotes. If
Anybody
wants
want
one
a
of them.
coyote?
Oh yeah, we didn't get rid of some of those.
Unfortunately, those come with a price tag.
Hey, let me ask you this:
They're not paid off yet.
Anybody want a mobile assault broadcast vehicle?
Yes.
Rick,
do you have jumper cables?
That will be coming in a game soon.
Anybody happen to drive in a tow truck? Because it's
we may have
yours.
the tow truck Olympics. Last one standing gets it.
It's yours. Perfect with a faded out picture of Rick and Bubba.
Right.
It's a little faded.
Yes, a little faded, but it's still got it.
I'm going to be keeping the Predator painting, but I'm willing to part with the Dimebag Darrell T-shirt.
No.
Okay. Hey, look, we're making it happen today.
What about that owl you got in there? Is this,
That's for my grandfather.
That's true.
And legally, I don't think I'm able to give that away legally at all.
Yeah,
it has to be family to family.
Right.
I'm serious. Because of the species law.
I know it's
actually
against the
right.
law, but it was killed in the 50s.
Right.
Come on.
It was.
Yeah. We're all looking around.
Looking for more
We're
stuff
all
to
looking
get
around. Hey, the hand of truth is back there. So.
No,
I got all kinds of good stuff.
We
back
can't.
there.
You think Greg's going to part with a hand that he can turn into a bird?
No, I got to have that.
He's not giving that up.
What about that pile sitting just underneath the coyote right there?
Yeah, just some of that.
Yeah.
How about sir, above your head? Grab that helmet. Congratulations.
Rick, you're right. We're not giving up the hand of truth.
No, you think Greg's going to part with that hand of truth?
You can't part with a hand of truth.
Yeah.
So what we'll do?
Not till the last day.
So listening audience out.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Inside the studio
Thank you,
in.
Steve.
I like it.
A local winner.
And they get to spin, which is the ultimate goal, and it's entertaining because you don't know what they're going to win.
Right. You
could get some
Bubba just
toothpaste.
gets a pile of stuff there, and he don't know what he's going to pull.
And
out.
you got to watch the callers anyway, because those prize hogs, how they get on every time, I
It's
don't
amazing.
know.
And
Demon dollars.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is.
I've never seen anything like it.
And what's the band's name? Rock
and Roll City.
Thank you. Good night. I couldn't think of it. They get to jam too.
Okay,
So-
can y'all still
been
jam?
on hiatus.
Oh, you're in, Greg.
I'm in?
Yeah, we
Okay.
settled our beef.
Yeah, there it is.
The band differences.
The
have
band
been
differences and the fact that this looks like this is one of the first days in about 6 weeks that Adler doesn't think he's sick.
That's true.
So,
we had some creative differences, but we worked them out.
We'll come back and we'll let the golden ticket seat spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat and see if they win something.
Yep.
How about that?
A special edition of the giant wheel of meat.
I like it.
What will Bubba give them?
And so if they land on anything other than the 3 things we actually can ship them, you pick what they got.
Yes.
All right. So.
And I'm going to go look in my office for some more.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to check those shirts. Maybe there's one big one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm reading now some of the things that he said because I missed it. I love really probably the point he made. And, of course, they're just screaming at him and interrupting him. Oh, yeah. My favorite is when he tries to do something, to say, here is the history of our country and impeachment and the Constitution, and Whoopi Goldberg interrupts him and says, okay, in 1492, Columbus sailed the seas blue, but listen, I need us to move on. And what he's saying is, well, you can't move on because I'm making a point. I'm trying to tell you this is not the history of our country. And then he goes out and he says, I'm paraphrasing because he gives a much longer setup. But the bottom line, he says, if we were sitting here right now, all the academics out there and all of you in here, if this was Hillary Clinton that they were trying to impeach, you'd all agree with me. And you know what their response is? That's baloney. That's baloney.
Oh, bull.
He said, if Hillary Clinton was in the same situation, you would think my points were fantastic. I mean, you'd
right.
be, Dershowitz has got a point. And he said, this is all politics. And I'm trying to tell you the Constitution doesn't know who's a Republican and who's a Democrat. Mm-hmm. The Constitution is what it is.
Right.
And when it comes to impeachment, the accusations that are being the accusations going toward Donald Trump right now do not meet the demand of the Constitution, period. And he went back, he said, look, I don't even think that they had what they needed on Nixon.
Right.
And he said, I certainly abhorred Nixon. I didn't like him at all. And
and Nixon wasn't impeached. He quit before they took the vote.
Well, he said that constitutionally they couldn't impeach him, even on what they were trying to do then. They just made enough political noise that he gave up. Not going to happen here with Donald J. I promise you on that one.
I don't think so.
Let me tell you one thing. You might as well take a draw off that last cigarette that y'all claim to hate, but yet you put them in every movie. Hey, Hollywood, do y'all hate cigarettes or love them? Every movie I put out, everybody smokes the whole movie. But anyway, you might as well flip that burning cigarette right into some gasoline if you're dealing with DJ. DJ Trump ain't going anywhere.
No.
So we'll see, because he's already declared game over.
Yeah, that's it.
It's
that's
over.
it.
So anyway, but I like that he finally made the point. If I was on a tour right now and I was a big Constitution guy, and they were trying to remove Hillary Clinton, all the academics out there and all of y'all would love me.
Sure,
that's a fact,
and it's so true. So true.
Did you see Joey's comments?
Yeah.
Baloney.
Baloney. Just baloney.
Please, thank you, Joey. What are we in third grade in here?
I don't know.
What about the fact that Whoopi would just interrupt him if she didn't like what he was saying?
Yeah.
What are we, children? I mean, if you got your fingers in your ear, you're kicking your feet in the floor, going
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
Adler says this won't flag us. Speaking of Joy, this is her. Listen to how she intros Dershowitz and asks him a question.
I just heard you argue in that clip that whatever John Bolton says doesn't matter.
Right.
You still don't think any of this is impeachable. But the only people who actually agree with you are on your defense team. And 75% of Americans want to hear from Bolton. So why should we listen to you?
Well, I made the constitutional arguments. My sole role in the case was to argue the constitutional issues. I would have been making exactly the same argument if Hillary Clinton had been elected president and if she had been impeached for abuse of power, obstruction of Congress. In fact, I started doing my research on impeachment and decided to write a book when Hillary Clinton was in the lead and it looked like she'd be elected, and the Republicans were yelling, lock her up and impeach her. Indeed, we did a mock cover from my book, the original title of which was The Case Against Impeaching Clinton, Hillary Clinton. So I'm making exactly the same constitutional argument. I'm not arguing about witnesses. What I'm saying is the charge of obstruction of Congress and abuse of power are not within the constitutional terms, high crimes and misdemeanors. The framers rejected terms just like that. They rejected maladministration as a potential term. And maladministration is virtually the same as abuse of power.
All right.
I just couldn't believe what he was saying.
He said, I was ready to make this same argument about the Republicans trying to say they could just impeach Hillary Clinton. You can't.
No.
And what he's talking about with maladministration is just not carrying the job out in the way you think they should,
That's right.
or abuse of power. In other words, he's saying that whole thing was different than high crimes or misdemeanor. And when you get down to it, the reason that is so vague is they wanted the senators to set their own bar for what they thought would be an impeachable offense. That's the bottom line. It's not like a jury trial, and where the level of evidence is very clear, and the judge makes that clear to the jury. So it is a political process, and you have a highly charged.
20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Yes, sir. Wonderful wheel of canned meat. Light up the wheel. Light up the wheel. Wheel of meat's got me yearning.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful wheel of canned meat today, and also random Rick and Bubba prizes. Now, here are some things that are on the wheel that you could possibly win. Moultrie Mobile, canned meat, of course. Looks like a Blaze TV subscription. Everything else we're out of. So then, and what we're going to do is we're going to play in studio only, which is not good news to those that are regulars. Bubba, Not good news for Liam in Springville, Robert in North Carolina, or Eric in Columbus, Mississippi, that seem to get on the wheel every single week. So not good news for them today, but it'll just be in studio. We have 11 folks here today. They're all lined up to spin the wheel. It will take 2 segments today. There's no way we can get this in one. So what's all right? We'll do that. Rock and Roll City, they're ready to go in there. Greg's back on the drums. They'll give you a concert in the break as well. And so, Bubba, if it lands on anything other than Moultrie Mobile, Blaze TV, or Spam, okay, we do have one I think that's the. And then we got the turkey call, so that's actually, we can ship that to you, but Gary has to ship you that, so good luck with that. And then the meat, if it lands on meat, you can just give them canned meat. But it hits any of this Rick and Bubba merch.
We're limited on canned meat, too.
Yeah, so.
Was this one not shipped out? I noticed we had one left. Is that?
Yeah, it's.
Corned beef?
I don't know whether that never got shipped or we just had it ready to go in case somebody wanted it. I don't know. So
that's a real catch right there.
Speedy's got the mic.
Yep.
We've got them lined up and ready to go. So, all right, Russell's going to spin, and if it lands on anything other than the ones I said we have, you then tell them what they've won.
Right.
Now, we've added some stuff here. Greg's added a USFL pylon. I've added a picture of you and me with an intern.
Right.
There's a hoodie from the National Guard that's been added.
We got some big girl perfume.
Big girl perfume.
Candle.
Yeah, that's
everybody.
good. These are random things from here.
That one.
Yeah, I went and checked the shirts again, but the biggest one back there was an adult small. And no offense to any of you, but you ain't wearing that. So, all right. So here
we've all smelt this in an elevator.
Yeah. All right. So Russell Thomas will spin first.
Oh, Russell.
Russell's up. This is your buddy from Chelsea, right?
Yep.
So Russell,
Lovely Chelsea.
Let's have you spin. And what I'm going to point to everybody in line, because in order to get to spin, you're supposed to say a phrase. So what I'll say to everybody here, what's the phrase that we're looking for that will get?
And y'all have to scream it out.
Are y'all ready? Are ready? What do we say to Russell? And go!
Wow, what a wheel!
All right,
there
Russell,
you go.
Let it rip, Russell. Here we go.
Go ahead.
All right, here we see what he wants. All right.
Russell warms up the wheel with a big spin.
Let's see here. Let's see if Russell can win something we actually have or out of Bubba's pile here. Look at here, Bubba.
Yeah!
Look at here.
Yeah! It's fuel for the brain.
Russell got Spam. An autographed can of Spam. We'll hand it right to him.
It eases stomach pain.
Or on the grill. Everybody sing. And it's served with candied yams.
I don't
Care what else you give me. Give Russell Spam. Give Russell Spam. There it is.
Congratulations.
Yeah. There you go, Russell.
Go, Russell!
Well, Speedy.
Wow, not even waiting on the band.
Speedy, I mean, all I got to say is, Greg, how about a go for Russell? Go! You're so loud, Jim. Go! So loud. Go, 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 go! It doesn't matter. My hearing was damaged years ago. All right, so up next, Chris Wiley. Chris is going to be spinning. He's from Nashville, coming to the Man Church Conference tonight. All right, yes, let's go, Chris. What do we say to Chris?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Chris. Reverse swing. A reverse spin.
Speedy's decided to be extra loud today, hasn't he?
I've never heard him this loud. This is as loud as he's ever been. Yeah, well, it's all right. Be loud. It's fine. I'm glad you're excited. All right, here we go. All right, Bubba. All right, so Bubba, it's to you. We don't have that
Coffee
product.
Coffee cup.
Coffee cup drink. But
Out of stock.
But we don't have it.
We don't have it.
So Bubba, what does he
How about
get?
a Rick and Bubba waterproof bag?
Chris?
Woo! About go, Chris!
How about a go for Chris, Greg? Go! Go! Everybody! Go, 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 go! Now, how do you say Jeremy's last name again?
Let me see it.
Chapdelaine?
Yep, that's
Chapdelaine? Chapdelaine. All right. Jeremy Chapdelaine. What do we say to Jeremy?
Wow, what a wheel!
Jeremy, let it rip. Here we go. Yeah! Okay. Let's see here.
Jeremy with a big spin as he steps back.
Look at that wheel. Isn't it beautiful? Good night. Oh, no. Okay, all right, okay.
Coffee cup.
Coffee cup. Drink it. Coffee cup isn't there.
What about a hoodie?
What about a National Guard hoodie?
There you go.
How about a go for Jeremy? Hoodie. Go. Not a way to go, Jeremy.
Got on that one, lady.
Enjoy your hoodie. Joey Combs. Joey, you from Nashville as well?
Yes, sir.
Also going to the Man Church Conference tonight. Here we go, Joey. What do we say to Joey?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Joey. Oh,
Joey went ahead and spun it.
Bubba.
Joey went ahead and spun it.
Bubba.
Yeah, boy.
You want to take a break and come back?
Yeah, we may need to.
Hey, just sitting here and watch it spin. Even the wheel's coming up with light patterns it's never even used before. All right, let's see what happens here. Bubba, it's back to you. T-shirt.
Out of stock.
Can I get the tuna one?
The what now?
The tuna MRE.
Oh, you want the tuna? Okay.
Oh, he wants
Because he
the
looks
tuna.
like an MRE guy. You know?
You got it. Well, there he goes. I don't even know what Greg's doing on that one. It was all kinds of stuff. There's somebody yell.
I don't know
a lot
either.
of shouting.
I don't know what he's doing either.
Let me tell you what, we are not lacking in volume today. We are not lacking in volume. Taylor Wiley will now get up there. Taylor.
All right, Taylor.
Give that baby a rip. What do we say to Taylor to get him to spin?
Wow, what a wheel!
All right, here we go. Let it rip.
Taylor with a big spin.
Let's see what he can win. So one of the MREs is gone, right?
Yep. We got the pork sausage patty left.
Oh, Bubba, it just continues. Henry the horse. Henry is ready to go. Here he goes.
From the back 40.
Henry the horse.
He'll come trotting in.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry.
So, y'all made a big announcement here recently.
Yes.
I, too, am going to make a big announcement as well.
Okay.
I, Henry the Horse, am going to be bringing back Butt Naked Friday!
No, you don't even have pants on. No, you're already there.
You have butt naked Monday through Friday.
Everybody, what a horse!
You want him dead? That's great.
Woo! I think we should pause.
Okay.
I think we should pause and then come back and let the others go because I think
it's wheel overtime.
I think we'll be right in the middle of the spin. We still got Derek, Wesley, Kyle, Karen, and Danny and Tim to go.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still a lot of action left on the wheel. And right now, I'm looking at these people that we've given random gifts to that we found in our office, and they seem very happy.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, some people are wanting to know if they can get a case of whatever Speedy's been drinking this morning.
You're right. Speedy, I'm going to tell you what.
It's called? It's called excitement.
Well, and apparently one extra cup of BuzzBox coffee today.
And a hot mic.
Yeah, right. Oh, he's so happy the Speaker of the House went smoothly. He's still living off that. We'll come back. The wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat studio guest only edition and random items from various offices here at the Big Boy Studio. We'll be back. We got more to spin out of the golden ticket seats when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this. Tubers, it's Rock and Roll City. Are y'all jamming in the break? Maybe.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg, let's just take a breather, and then they'll do the wheel, and then we'll finish it out. Okay. Does that sound good? Okay. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. You guys are awesome. Y'all are almost as good as we are as a band.
Environment. So that's what you get.
If you really dig in, when I hear Alan Dershowitz on the longer hour presentation that he made, he's saying if you really look at the framers and how the language they were using, high crimes and misdemeanors, he said if you really read all their commentary on it, the one thing they really wanted to make available to themselves, and this was about it, was something treasonous. If we've got someone who's committing a treasonous act against our own country, this person is supposed to be in the highest office we offer and is undermining the country, maybe being in bed with one of our enemies or, those are the things, then we can go remove them. Right. But what they do not allow, and that's the point that Dershowitz is trying to make, they do not allow political preferences to be part of this. They want that removed. And if you're the Democrats, really what you've done is you've presented, you're using the terms you picked, and the people who know the Constitution, like Dershowitz says, the things you picked do not constitute a crime. And so if there's no crime involved, you can't impeach. And I love the shut-up juice. He picked up, he said, here was the mock cover. I was getting ready to do this same case to the Republicans who were screaming, lock her up and impeach her. You can't. Not unless you find something that she's doing that meets the criteria. And I don't know why that's so hard to follow other than the fact that's not what I want to hear. And certainly, we all have that issue as human beings that sometimes if somebody won't tell us what we want them to tell us, for some reason we just won't hear it. That's not exactly truth-seeking, by the way. That is looking for somebody to agree with you.
There's so many things that conflict in this. Like, when they were originally doing the hearings in the House and they were screaming that Donald Trump is a threat to national security. And we got to take care of this right now. Right now. We can't wait. This has got to be done. Well, they got it done, then they sit on it for a month before they walked it over.
Almost
it doesn't even make sense. If it's really, what you're saying and what you're doing does not equal in that.
Almost like maybe this is something that if we keep delaying it, it'll still be in the headlines and it still will be chattered about while we're trying to keep him from being reelected. Mm-hmm. Let's get as close to November as we can.
But all you're doing is keeping your nominees off the campaign trail.
I know. Well, when I'm mad, though, Bub, I don't think I'm short-sighted. That's why you got to keep yourself in control. Because when I get mad, I get real short-sighted. I don't start thinking long-term. All right, we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More to uncover on the Rick and Bubba Show today. Your phone calls obviously part of it, and the Wheel of Meat could spin at any time. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. Ben Carson with us before the hour is over. Your phone calls still to come, more stories to cover. Right now, we've got something to discuss concerning Eddie Van Adler.
I got the teacher.
So the guys, from time to time, Greg and Speedy are pretty consistent on this. I know that Helmsley will drop in every now and then, and we all have our versions of trying to do better. And so every now and then, and I heard it live yesterday, I heard Adler say to Speedy and Greg, I'm going with y'all.
He did.
Yeah, and this is for them to go do their workout. And then there was a very, very, what we will say, unreasonable request made by Adler since Greg was going, and it was just totally a waste of breath, a waste of time. If I'm not mistaken, he had something planned, which you guys will now tell us about, and he'll try to explain that he was going to do something that was going to be a little abnormal at the workout, and then, in a complete waste of time, asked that Greg not make fun of him.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, correct.
Y'all don't laugh. Wasted breath.
So we go over.
You can't get that breath back.
No.
Yeah, hey, y'all don't laugh, is what I said, but
I'll
never get those words
back. I
back.
was in the bathroom.
You were. We stretch and then we're like, okay, well, let's do some cardio, do whatever you want, and then we'll work out.
So Greg went to the restroom, and then Well, the wonderful wheel of canned meat is fired up today, overtime edition. We got 11 excited people here in the studio. The Rick and Bubba store cannot take any more prizes. They're out of just about everything on the wheel.
So if you still spin something that we actually have, you will win. But if you land on something we don't have, then Bubba's pulling prizes out of the pile of various offices throughout the studio. So there you go.
We've added a NASA bag.
Yeah, a NASA bag's been added?
Yeah, I got
Oh, man. You've already spun. I know, and so, but anyway, but it's only people in the studio spinning and winning today because of the logistics of it all. So we're up to Derek, right? Derek Bland is here. He's ready to give that baby a spin. And what do we say to Derek?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Derek. Oh, just a little bit of English.
Derek with
on
the change up.
A little bit of English on the wheel. Let's see. No, the horse again.
I didn't do it. Henry. He's going to be tired running in and out from the back 40.
And the audience goes wild because they can.
Wait a minute! What are you doing?
Happy Butt Naked Fridays, guys! Happy Butt Naked Fridays! I'm bringing it back! Oh, yeah!
He's got no pants on! Oh, man. What a horse. What a horse.
Of course.
Of course. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
sorry, Karen.
We got one woman in here today, only one. It's raining men, and she had to see that. Oh, Wesley. All right, Wesley Newcomb is up next.
Hey, Wes.
Yeah, he didn't go near the wheel. You can still touch it. So what do we say to Wesley?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Wesley.
Oh, Wesley with a big spin.
Good spin. Come on, Wesley. See if we can get Wesley to win something here.
Apparently, a tatted up arm will really sling it.
It really will. Yeah, he's in the same shape. Sunglasses. Where? Those no longer exist. Bubba, what does he want?
Air purifier or MRE? Your call.
I'll take the MRE.
MRE. He takes the MRE. Yeah. They're ready to head into the woods. How about a go for Wesley? Go! Bubba, say hello to Kyle Clark. Kyle Clark is ready to spin that wheel. What do we say?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let's go, Kyle. Let it rip.
Woo!
Kyle is letting it rip. Let's see here what we got. Maybe. No. Hat. Wear it. The hat no longer exists.
You know what? He was telling me earlier that his place has kind of got a little smell to it, so I'm going to give him a candle and an air purifier.
How about a go for Kyle? Go! Bubba, it's the lone chick in the studio today. It's Karen. Of course, she's been telling everybody what they shouldn't be doing. Karen is ready to go.
It's your job, isn't it?
Never seen anybody more aggressive about getting a golden ticket seat. She said, I've been listening and watching for 29 years. I'm coming in there.
Yeah.
So Karen, very Karen-like. So what do we say to Karen to get her to spin the wheel?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it go, Karen. Big day for Karen. Karen.
Oh, sunglasses
Yeah.
again.
Sunglasses. Where? No sunglasses exist now, Bubba. What does she get?
What? Would you like a NASA bag?
Oh,
a NASA bag.
And look, just let's see. We got, just so you can be ready, there's your toothbrush and some toothpaste.
And look at that.
And some stuff to clean your teeth.
There you go. Some floss, right-coated floss.
They call it floss most of the time,
Yes,
Bubba.
they
Yeah.
Did you really draw a blank on floss just then?
Well, I had too many things going on.
Yeah. Bubba up next, spinning the wheel, Pastor Danny Wood.
Yeah!
Danny! What do we say to Danny?
Wow, what a wheel!
Go, Danny!
There we go.
There he goes. Here we go. Danny has spun the wheel. So many things in retirement. Dreams are still coming true, and today another one. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Yes!
Give me
The irony.
For the brain.
The irony. Everybody.
Cause it eases stomach pain.
Or on the grill. Everybody. Served with dandied yams.
I don't care what else you give me.
Give Danny spam. Give Danny spam. Bubba, the irony of this. How about a go for Danny?
Would you like to sign?
Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Bubba, the irony of this.
Congratulations.
He did a business lunch. Was it called?
Yeah, Power Lunch.
Power Lunch, and we would give him spam products, and he would give them away as prizes.
That was our giveaway, was spam products for 20 years.
And now he's won spam.
This is incredible.
Hey, what a day.
You know what? Law of the harvest, Danny. What you do comes back to you, doesn't it?
Never expires.
Law of the harvest.
There
We
she
watched
is.
it lived out, and the good news is he is a Gentile, so the pork, no big deal.
Yep.
All right, so Bubba Tim is here today. Tim, this is another dream to make Tim Yelton's dream come true today. He's been a fan of the show for years. He's also headed to the Man Church Conference tonight, friend of Danny Wood, and he's about to give it a spin. What do we say to Tim?
Wow, what a win!
All right, Tim, let it rip. Here we go. Dreams come true, Tim. Dreams come true. All right, let's see here, Bubba. Oh, T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it. No T-shirts available. So, Bubba, how about a Moultrie sipper? I like the term Moultrie sipper.
I do too.
I
like that. Who didn't win over there? Somebody.
Did everybody win? Who didn't win?
Oh, wait, we had two Adlers. Yeah.
How's your hand? There you go.
Look it in. You got to look it
That
in.
one's heavy. I'll have to hand that one.
Oh, is it heavy? It's heavier than it
Oh, that
looks.
is. That's a lot heavier than I thought it was.
Yeah,
that'll knock it.
You don't want to be. Remember the time Bubba broke my nose at the Golden Ticket Sale?
Yeah. Nobody wants to end on that note.
Well, Bubba, I know you're like me. I'm exhausted after that, but
Yeah.
it was something to remember.
Yep.
And congratulations to all of our, and I'll put quotes around this, winners. Everybody is a winner. Thank you so much. Tubers, you got more Rock and Roll City in the break. We'll come back. We'll look at any headlines we may have missed. Maybe, if we got anybody available, squeeze in a phone call or two from you, the audience. We still have more to give the golden ticket seats. Somebody's getting a $50 American Express gift card. Oh, yeah, sure. From Dr. Dudney. That's coming up.
How can it be?
Not just a toothbrush.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah, Greg, that sounds good. Keep that going.
Happy Butt Naked Friday to everybody. Happy Butt Naked Friday to everybody now. You might not actually be butt naked, but in your mind you can always be butt naked. Let's go, Greg! Go, Greg! Yeah, Rock and Roll City. Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where every Friday is Butt Naked Friday.
Out, you were doing what you asked them not to laugh at.
Yes.
And then
But-
what did he do?
He laughed.
No, he
real
didn't.
loud.
I thought they were going to hit the lunk alarm. He laughed so
Rick,
loud.
it startled me.
Yeah. Well, Rick, we all get on our treadmills and we're all kind of getting our stuff together. And I look over to my right, and he's holding a medicine ball. He's like he's just holding a baby. Like he's just holding medicine.
And
I'm
we're on
like,
the treadmills. We're on the treadmill.
yeah.
You clearly
And-
had it out of its area.
And I'm like, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden he turns around like he's backpedaling.
Yeah.
And hits the treadmill and I'll just let you take it from there.
All right, so I walked backwards with a medicine ball over my head for 10 minutes on a
straight up in
treadmill.
there. And asked Greg not to laugh at that?
I did, yeah.
See, I didn't have a warning of that. I just walked out, and when I saw that, my reaction was.
All right, gang. Lots of Adler this morning, so I'm gonna skip through that. Thank y'all so much for watching, but we don't want Adler overload. You know, you guys get it.
The regulatory burden is just tremendous. And actually, that's a good reason to have a surgeon because we're used to cutting things. You know, when I first came into government, that to me was the most frustrating part because, you know, you like to just get things done, and you have all of these mountains of bureaucratic garbage. But we've gotten rid of just tremendous amounts. Recognize that, you know, to build affordable housing in a lot of areas in the country, you've got to deal with zoning regulations, height restrictions, density restrictions, wetlands, environmental, parking, noise. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And, you know, some of the regulations are important, and certainly as a healthcare provider, I'm very cognizant of those. But a lot of them have been on the books forever. They have nothing to do with what's going on today, and yet they impede the ability to get things done. You know, the other big problem is NIMBYism, and a lot of the regulations have been put in place, you know, to keep people out or to keep things as they are. And I understand it, quite frankly, and I sympathize with it because, you know, for most people, their home is their biggest investment of their life, and they want to make sure the value is maintained. But here's the key thing. The reasons for NIMBYism have diminished, have vanished, essentially. It used to be that the government would come in and build these gigantic public housing complexes with no forethought or afterthought, and they became the nidus for crime and filth and everything imaginable. Who would want that in their neighborhood? But now there's a completely different philosophy. We use public-private partnerships, mixed income developments, holistic developments that are supported and thoughtful. We're not talking about putting a multifamily development in the center of a block of single-family homes. We're talking architectural and cultural compliance in the area. So it's completely different. And where it's done that way, it actually enhances the value. It makes it possible for teachers and nurses and mechanics and police officers and firemen to live in the same neighborhoods where they work. And this is the intelligent way to do things.
Secretary Carson, tell us a little bit. Can you give us an example of one of the regulatory barriers that you guys have worked to remove that really made a difference?
Well, kind of a funny example was
It's 11 minutes now to the top of the hour. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. America's #1 meal kit. They will do the meal planning for you. Love this product. And now, if you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and subscribe at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Guess what you get? Free breakfast. They'll throw in a free breakfast item for the length of the subscription. So now more than ever, and it really helps you on the total food bill. Very convenient. Also gives you some variety if you're getting kind of bored going, man, we just eat these same old things over and over again. Their chefs give you great ideas. They send you the pre-portioned ingredients. They send you the recipe cards. They're very easy to follow. So you're trying some new things or some of your all-time favorites. If you're trying to do just a little bit better, really helps because they're sending you the meals that are in the calorie count, or maybe you're trying to go, I don't want these in my diet, but I want a lot of protein, don't want a lot of carbs, or whatever you're doing. They can do that for you, and that way that makes that a lot easier. Great stuff for family on the go, too. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba, one free breakfast item for the length of the subscription. You'll also find that link that gets you that savings by going to rickandbubba.com and just looking right there under the sponsors button.
I gotta check it.
Golden ticket seats. Most of them you've already met, but all of them you have. But Russell Thomas, Chris Wiley, Jeremy Champdelane is here. Also Joey Combs, Taylor Wiley, Derek Bland, Wesley Newcomb, Kyle Clark, Karen Gandy, Danny Wood, Tim Yelton. All here today in the golden ticket seats. Bubba, I need a number between 1 and 11.
1 and 11. Let's see. These are all scrambled up, by the way. No counting. I'm going to say lucky number 7.
Lucky number 7 is Taylor Wiley. Taylor Wiley! Taylor, the winning just continues. A $50 American Express gift card is yours, courtesy of Dr. Dudney. And thanks to all of you for being here today and enjoying the golden ticket seats. And hopefully you will maybe get an opportunity to join us again before the year is over. Bubba, I know you were tampering with something over there. Did you have any luck with what you were doing?
Adler, I tried to drop you some video. I don't know if you got it or not. It may have been too big to email. If not, I'll get it to you next week. Did you get it, you think?
He's looking.
I'm really confused on
well,
the
he's
hand
tired,
signals.
Bubba. He's had
He's been busy.
quite a day in there.
A lot of jamming in there.
And he's just now put his pants back on.
Yeah, we had to go out yesterday, and Rick and I shot part of a TV campaign that we're doing with the American Village, which is close here.
I don't
and
see
we
it
were
in
going
my
to show
email
you
yet.
a little clip of it, but we'll get it to you next week. It is kind of large, so it was probably a bad idea to try to ship it to you last minute. But
maybe we can do it on Monday.
Yeah, we'll get it to you.
But the
airdrop it to you.
Yeah, I will tell you this. Bubba and I, at one point,
got to
Martha,
sing Tiny Tim.
Yeah, Martha Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Someone dressed as Martha Washington because there's no way she's still alive. If not, it was a ghost. But she took our cupcakes from us, and then we were out in a field of tulips. I don't know how any other way to say it.
You and Bubba tiptoeing through the tulips.
And Bubba singing Tiny Tim, Tiptoe Through the Tulips.
Ooh,
Bubba and I,
song.
Yeah, Bubba and I
It
were
is
asking, did Tiny Tim, a lot of you are too young to remember Tiny Tim. Raise your hand if you've never heard of Tiny Tim.
Never heard of it?
Oh, my gosh. So he was on The Tonight Show quite a bit, and any variety show he would be on it. And I never knew whether he was a comedian or was he serious? Was he serious?
I think he was.
He sung so bad, I thought it was a joke.
I did
the
too.
whole time. But I don't think he thought it was a joke.
And he looked sharp too.
Oh yeah,
He's a cutie.
He was Weird Al before there was Weird Al.
Can I pot this up or no?
Let me check, make sure I don't have anything else running. This is such a creepy song. It's been used in a couple horror movies.
Oh, right.
As like while people are getting just destroyed in the movie, they play Tiptoe Through the Tulip.
But is he? Wow. When he was an I'll use the word artist there. When he was an entertainer, was he trying to be laughed at, or was he trying to be taken serious?
I don't know.
Didn't he get married on TV or something weird like that?
You know what? I think you're right.
Yeah.
To a woman.
Here we go.
Yeah, and that was.
I think we can play just a quick second of it.
To a woman.
Here.
Okay, all right.
We think it was a woman.
By the window, that is where I'll be. Come tiptoe through the tulips with me.
I really felt.
I feel weird inside.
Can I tell you? I felt bad the way I sung that, but now I realize I sung it better than him.
You were all over.
And
without question. Without question. I thought that, of course, didn't know I was standing in mud until I got home and tracked it in the house.
But that replaced the image of Henry the horse last couple of seconds.
No,
for real, that was scary stuff.
I'm afraid that one's stamped in there pretty good. But that's going to be hard to.
A lot of jokes there.
So
I'm
much-
trying to be good since Danny Wood is looking right at me.
Pastor, he's right there.
Really trying to be good.
Adler, so much hairier than I thought. You know?
Wow.
Hairy little guy.
Right.
You mean Henry the horse?
Yeah, I mean,
Please, let's not put that on me.
I was watching Greg's face because his drums were right behind Henry's mic. And the preparation had to be beautiful.
Oh, it was.
As
Something, isn't it?
as his little self ran out of here, suddenly I just had visions of Chaka from Land of the Lost. It was.
What was that character Chris Kattan used to do?
Yeah, Mr. Peepers.
Mango. Or
Mr. Peepers.
Was it Mr. Peepers?
Mango.
He would
Mr. Peepers. Yeah. That's.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, so we'll try to show you some of that. All right. Had you ever heard him before till today? Because you're
Yeah, brought back.
You were there.
Like it's that guy from ESPN.
Okay, Greg.
That's just NFL channel.
He has big ears, but we don't need to make fun of it.
You could have said NFL.
He looked just
Network.
like him, same hair and everything.
Okay.
No,
does look like
that guy on NFL channel,
Or whatever
I
channel
don't know if he's still on, but
He is. He's really
Somebody
good.
needs to do something about that.
I wouldn't know because I don't hear anything he says because I look at his ears the entire time. I mean, and I almost think that the NFL channel putting him on as an analyst was a dare.
Yeah.
Somebody says no way we put big ears on it. Tell you what, we will.
Or you're
that's
required to have someone with big ears.
Right.
You got to have at least one.
All right, let me talk to
Covering all
HR.
your
What do we
aspects,
need? What have we not hired? Don't have a big eared person. Got that handled.
Got it?
I know exactly who.
Right.
He's a real person.
What if somebody came in and said, yesterday what he said about the Eagles, I don't think is correct. Nobody heard it. Every time I look at him, I'll think ears, wow, those are big ears. That's all I can think about.
All I can think about.
Yeah. So anyway,
Like catcher's mitts on his side of his head.
Okay, Greg. That wasn't necessary.
to go that far with it.
Couldn't sneak up on him because he hear everything.
Oh, you think he can't hear a stick breaking the woods?
You hear a rat relieving himself on cotton. I cleaned that up, y'all.
Could you imagine him hunting in the hardwoods with all the squirrels?
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
He'd be like, what the heck?
It'd be good to have him around though.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear that? No, I didn't. Thank you.
No.
Duck. Got one coming up to the right. What?
You know what? Where was he on the first story of the day today? Oh, I think those are drum mating. That's all that is.
I hear that every time I go by a lake.
Drumfish.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what that is. I'm very familiar with that sound. That's the fish known as the drum.
That's the old black drum.
Hey, how about this? If you're a gamer, any gamers in the audience?
Speedy.
Do you remember when we lost the EA Sports college football video game? It's coming back.
Coming back.
They're bringing it back.
So how did they clear all their legal issues with that?
I guess now that you can pay players wide open, I guess it's pretty straight up now. But they said they had disputes with the NCAA, and of course it went away. We knew that, and they even had where you couldn't see the names of the athletes. And they tried that, but they said that was not good enough either. But now here it is, Bubba, with NIL legal. Players now will know exactly who is on the field rather than just a position and a number, and they will just be paid straight up.
Okay. So they pay them to put them in the game, or if they don't agree to terms, they don't go in the game.
You don't get in the game.
Oh, okay. That'll work.
So, and it says it's coming
Free
out.
market, baby.
It says it's coming out this summer.
That'll be good. I know a lot of people love that game.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed it. It's really the only video game I ever really played. I liked it better than Madden. It's almost like I couldn't commit what it took to be good at Madden. And this was simple, and plus it's another way for me to forever run the wishbone.
There you go.
True.
Yeah, and so
As long as they leave that option in there.
right, and people
As long as Air Force is on there, you got it.
right,
Yeah.
and they're not clarifying the one thing that we didn't cover this week. I asked Speedy if the kickoff hour did. This ever changing stuff with COVID. The CDC now has dropped the 5-day thing. You know how you used to have you couldn't come back for 5 days. They've dropped that now too. They said that they will now call being infected with COVID. It's a new, you may never heard this phrase, being sick.
What?
No way. They said if somebody asks you if you have COVID, you are now allowed to say, I'm just sick. I'll be back when I feel better. And
Probably came through.
Yeah, which makes it a lot like the flu.
Okay, here's part of our TV shoot yesterday. It's only 30 seconds. I think we got time.
Okay, all right, we got to hurry.
All right, here we go.
Annual American Village Festival of Tulips is opening soon.
Plan a trip to the American Village in Montevallo and stroll through a field of 100,000 tulips. Bring your friends, your family, and don't forget your camera.
Admission is only $5. You can get the tulip bulbs and all for $2. So go to the American Village website, Facebook, and Instagram pages and get all the information.
Let's tiptoe through the tulips. Tiptoe through the tulips by the window.
There it is.
There it is.
Coming to a TV near you.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll have to recut it because of the wind.
But other than that, it was great.
It did.
Might throw a sock on that.
By the way, I picked up a lot of mud doing that.
Rick and Bubba.
Tiptoeing.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.